Bitter Bliss, Chapter 16. The hills switch backed nauseatingly, while Pitch's voice hissed in my ear. I should have climbed into the back seat. But I didn't want to let go of his hand. Yes, it was idiotic, weak, foolish. Pitch and I completely agreed, but that didn't change how much I needed him, slave or not. I was a slave to irrational fear more than I was to Drake. The snow slowed to fat, heavy flakes, halfway there. We parked in a mostly deserted gravel pad. I threw open the door and crashed on the ground, snow and gravel pressing through my leg warmers. Did he understand how strange it was? He'd looked like he understood. Like his mother never would have thought of making something cute. Drake came around to pull me off the ground. It took about 5 minutes before I stopped shaking enough to push away from Drake and walk down the path beneath bare branches. It was beautiful. The snow making everything perfect and soft, while ice formed treacherous spears beside the path as we descended into the gorge. When the trail narrowed, Drake went first, hands pressed to the stone on each side while he carefully managed the tricky footing as he lowered himself through the rocks. I was not wearing the right outfit. But when I slipped on the icy stone, he caught me, pulling me against him like he'd been waiting for me to fall. I pressed my hands to his face, my thumbs on the corners of his lips. "You're going to make me want to fall more often." He raised an eyebrow. "I'll play hero to your damsel as often as you like. Are you going to spend the night in my bed tonight?" I licked my lips and stepped away from him, careful to watch my footing. That's not the direction I mean to fall. That's dangerous. He grabbed my hand while he moved against me until he'd backed me up against a stone wall. It's a very soft bed. Even if I didn't catch you, I can guarantee a pleasant landing. My heart pounded while he leaned close, brushing his cold nose on mine. My eyes drifted shut while his lips lowered, as soft and gentle as snowflakes when we finally kissed. I sighed when he pulled away, looking at me with that look, the one that couldn't possibly be love. But it looked like it, and felt like it, when he took my hand in his, and kissed my knuckles beneath the fingerless gloves my mother had knitted for me. "What about your mom? What was she like?" His face went impassive, cool, unapproachable. I hardly remember. I cocked my head while he tucked my arm in his and led me down the stone steps. He clearly remembered something horrible. I see. I hardly remember lots of things, too. Lots and lots of things. I smiled at him wryly when he glanced at me, and some of his coldness melted while he squeezed my hand. "I'm sorry. I should say that I don't like talking about it. I got in the habit of doing things so I wouldn't spend too much time thinking." "You can't do and think at the same time?" He smiled. "Not so you'd notice." "Watch your head. It's just up here." He led me around a protruding rock face, and there was a cave with steps cut into the stone inside that led up. My heart pounded while I followed him deeper into the cave that grew darker and darker the further in we got. Drake's eyes and skin were lit with green stars that flickered and flashed. We walked for 5 minutes in what was complete darkness for me, but came out in a cavern lit by torches all around the springs. Steam covered the surface of the water, but the rippling reflection was still on the walls and ceilings of the cavern. A path meandered around the huge body of water, high along one side where a bunch of witches and mages stood on the edge until they went out leaping, shrieking as they fell until they landed in the water with a splash. My whole body turned to lead. Poppy, standing on the balcony 4 stories above the hall, her bare toes wrapped around the banister while she spread her arms, mouth in a manic grin as she balanced, hung there suspended in a moment that drew out so long I thought she would never actually do it. Finally, she'd fallen, pale hair rippling as she fell, flew, until her body was stopped on the waiting soldier's spear, the rusty blade splitting her heart. "Penny?" Penny, did you hear me? I blinked the cavern back into focus and gave Drake a sickly smile. Awesome. Just forgetting some of my own good times. What did you say? He frowned, lips pursing. We'll get changed over here. I'll spell our things so they don't get wet and no one takes off with them. Is that okay? I stared at him. Oh. Things? He smiled sweetly. You did put on a swimming suit under your clothes, didn't you? I blinked at him. Viney said that my dark pink bustier and polka dot panties would work. He grinned fierce and wild. Absolutely. He dragged me around a boulder and started unzipping his coat, pulling off his hoodie and whipping off his hoodie and whipping off his jeans while I watched in moderate fascination. I heard Pitch's whisper. Falling, falling, falling. I was so screwed. When he looked up from pulling his jeans off his ankles, I glanced away and primly began unbuttoning my coat. I took my time with my arm warmers and hat, handing them to Drake, who stood in no shirt. His swimming suit nothing more than a pair of dark green shorts that showed so much of him that I wanted to devour. My face burned as I started on the buttons of my shirt. I turned away from him so only the rock could see me as I took off my blouses and laid them carefully on my growing pile of clothes. Would it be better to face him or away when I took off my skirts? What would be worse for him to see, my back or my front? There was no good solution. I unfastened all 3 layers and let them pool around my feet before I stepped out and turned around. Drake wasn't watching me. He had his back turned, looking out at the swimmers instead. I exhaled the breath I didn't quite know I was holding and went over to him, wrapping my arms around his waist and pressing my face into his back between his shoulder blades. I hadn't expected so much skin, which was stupid, because he only had shorts on, and I was in my boudoir pajamas. I stood there frozen while his warmth soaked into me, and my heart pounded so fast it nearly took off without me. Penny. That's all he said. But the way he said it, soft and low, so careful, like he was adoring every one of the 2 syllables. I needed a longer name. Falling, Pitch hissed. I dropped my arms and stepped away from him, clearing my throat. Okay, how do we do this hot springs thing? He held out his hand and glanced at me, his eyes on mine, like whatever I was wearing wasn't nearly as interesting as what was inside of me. My heart pounded, and my whole body went melty. Man, he was smooth. He'd said he wanted to touch me, hadn't he? Yes. If he'd used up all his honorable intentions, why hadn't he watched me take off my clothes? Maybe he was on the lookout for Creagh. Do you want to wade in first, or jump? He asked. I licked my lips. Falling. Wade. Definitely. I'm not sure if I'm crazy enough to jump off a cliff and hope I don't land on someone. He laughed and squeezed my hand. Is that another one of your irrational fears? Landing on someone. It might be my favorite one yet. We walked towards the springs, the rocks warm and rough under my bare feet. The ground sloped down wide steps leading into the water, this place less populated than further in where Whitley's crew laughed and swam around. Where was Viney? When I saw her dark head swimming across from Oscar, I inhaled and glanced at Drake. Viney's with Oscar. He nodded. They're a good match. I thought he was mad at her. Drake smirked. Yes, but you're my girlfriend now. You've claimed me publicly. It makes things a little bit simpler for the witches at school. I stared at him. I half think that you arranged this whole thing just so you wouldn't have some girl drug your horse anymore. He laughed, low and rich. So delicious. I would have to make a lotion that flavor. What would that be? Sandalwood. Cinnamon. My hands itched for ingredients to try. I would go to work as soon as we finished here. The water was warm when we stepped in, almost hot, and felt a little sharp, if that made sense, like it was filled with minerals. Drake sat down on the step, and the water came up to his chest. Not that I was looking at his chest. Why would I want to see his pale skin and exquisite muscles? Broad chest, tapering to his silky stomach. I sat down next to him and watched my legs float up. How odd. I pointed my toes and kicked, splashing us a lot. He slid down the next step and turned, a crocodilian smile on his mouth. Splashers will be penalized. Really? You mean like this? I went to kick, but his hands were around my ankles too quickly. He pulled me down the steps until the water was up to my chin and his chin was hovering above my ribs. I fell through the water, my hair spreading out like a cloud as I slid against his skin. Perfect warmth. And him the only thing in the world. His hands held me while the water swirled, carrying us both away until his chest brushed mine and our legs tangled. Falling, Pitch said so loudly. I freaked out, shoved away from him, inhaled water, and knelt coughing on the stone step while Drake tried to look concerned instead of amused. What was that? He asked after I'd stopped hacking. He almost put a hand on my shoulder, but I dodged away from him. Too much nudity. It's one of my irrational fears. Are you coming? Let's go jump off something high. I turned and scrambled out of the water, the light of the torches making the students' faces strange where they perched on rocks or walked up to the jumping spot. Jackson stood on the steps above me, staring at me blandly. It was funny, though. He didn't give me the creepy once-over like I expected, checking out my legs and other assets. But he stared at my side where I was missing 2 ribs. He couldn't have seen my ribs, not beneath the rib-covering pink bustier I wore instead of a swimming suit. So why was he staring at them like he knew they were missing? I stood there until he looked at my face, realized that he'd been caught staring, and turned hastily towards the exit, still in his shorts. Drake took my hand, spreading my fingers with his while he whispered, Did you realize that the people aren't fully clothed up here as well? I shook my head and walked up the steps with Drake, holding his hand tight. Jackson shouldn't have looked at me like that. Fear in his eyes when he realized I'd noticed him. What had Whitley said in the bar about Jackson being afraid of me? That he thought I'd trashed my own room to get to Drake, to get Drake to kill him. But why would I bother? What horrible thing had he done that would make me hate him? That would make me hate him, other than him just being gross and annoying. At the top of the steps, I let go of Drake's hand and jumped off, still thinking about Jackson. I'd never gone swimming before. I hit the water and went down, holding my breath while the water swirled around me, my hair as suffocating as the water. I couldn't tell which way was down or up. But then Drake's hands were on mine, pulling me to the surface where I still couldn't breathe, because hair. He pushed it back until he could peer into my eyes. You look like a hair monster. I am. My hair will devour you completely. You shouldn't want me to be in your bed. It's dangerous. He grinned as he treaded water, towing me along with him towards the steps. I love danger. It's almost as good as boredom. Can I kiss you? I swallowed water and coughed for a minute. I think that's a bad idea. Yes, but I thought you shared my love for bad ideas. Drake, I can't. You're too naked. He glanced down at his bare chest like he'd only just noticed it. I'm wearing a glamour. I'm not completely naked. I couldn't help but run my fingers over his chest before drawing them back like they'd been bitten. You feel real. Why are you glamored? Doesn't everyone already know that you belong to me? He winced and covered his side. To be honest, bruising. I broke a couple of ribs last night and really got pounded by this incredible herder. It hit me squarely in the chest. Some witch's herder had hit him? Why, that made me jealous. Who knew? But I pressed my palms against his chest and drew the pain out of him so easily, as if it were my pain to begin with. I slipped my hands down over his ribs, pulling the pain from him as I went, so focused that I barely noticed when I reached the waistband of his shorts. He covered my hands with his. I assure you, the only thing you'll find below this point is pleasure. Proceed with caution. I gasped and pulled back while he grinned at me widely. I turned away, face flaming like a torch. Macaroons and lollipops, he was annoying. I cleared my throat. About that. Was I actually going to say this out loud? Pitch hissed loudly. I did not need her in my head. I could give myself a pep talk. Come on, Penny, you're shameless, remember? I turned to look at him while I smiled brightly. Sex isn't going to happen. Isn't that great? His eyes widened and his lips pursed, but he only moved closer to me, water lapping between us. I hate to break it to you, but sex has already happened. We wouldn't be here otherwise. Your parents, my parents, our grandparents, he whispered, leaning close. All that sex. Not to mention your personal sex, female, and mine, male. We can't possibly forget that. At least I can't. His eyes narrowed slightly. You aren't suggesting that I'm trying to have sex with you here. In public, I'm shocked. I bit my bottom lip while I tried not to blush. Impossible. I pushed on his chest instead. He swayed back, but my hands stayed on his chest, unable to move. He must have glued them when I wasn't looking. I'm serious, Drake. It won't happen. It can't. He frowned and leaned closer, peering into my eyes. I think you are serious. Strange. It reminds me of the contract, serious Penny being seriously ridiculous. That was one of the glaring gaps of the contract. But I suppose you don't need to delineate intimacy when you aren't ever in the presence of your spouse. How are you going to give me those 50 red-headed grandchildren without at least a little bit of sex? I tried to pull away, but his hands had turned to iron and his eyes showed specks of neon green. Thank you for reminding me. I worked really hard on that contract. He gave me a patronizing smile. I know. It was a fine contract. Broke my heart at least twice. His voice was hard, smile cruel. I pulled away from him and his silky skin, even though that smile made me want to close the distance between us and sharpen my teeth on him. I giggled adorably. Now you're saying that you have a heart? Silly mage. Seriously, if I got pregnant from careless sex with the wickedest mage in the world, I'd kill myself and get it over with. He went pale and released his hold on me. I appreciate the warning. It's difficult to kill a witch. Have you considered your methods? I cocked my head as I studied him. His face was so tight and pinched. He wasn't really breathing. I instinctively put a hand on his shoulder. No, I'm not a suicide kind of person. I'm more of a burn down the rest of the world and me with it kind of person. He raised his eyebrows and his face relaxed slightly. That's a relief. So glad that you'll take me with you. What is it about pregnancy that terrifies you? Sex doesn't automatically equal conception. I shrugged and drew away from him. This wasn't something I could talk to Drake about. Not any mage or witch at Rosewood Academy. I couldn't be my mother. I couldn't be my mother. I couldn't get pregnant with some mage I was insane about and ruin my life and another besides my own. It was too risky. What if I was like her or worse? What if I wasn't like her? What if I couldn't sacrifice my life for someone else's? I couldn't be worse than my mother. Drake laughed slightly. Your desire to not have my babies makes me want to knock you up immediately in sight of the fact that I spent years telling my father that I had absolutely no intention of continuing the noble huntsman name. He pulled me against him, arms strong, lips hard against my hair. You're being silly. I find silliness incredibly seductive. So you'd better stop right now if you're not looking for an amorous encounter in front of Whitley's mob. You'd be much better off telling me how much you love me and can't possibly resist me. Aren't you trying to exhaust me with your shocking girlfriend behavior? I've seen you with your princesses. Surely there are at least a dozen disarming tactics that would work much better than saying you wouldn't be delighted lavishing cuddles and lollipops on whatever lucky infant landed in your arms, whoever the father happened to be. You haven't cursed one student all year. Your self-discipline, the way you push back the darkness, it almost inspires me that I can do the same, that I can be better. I pulled away from him, buzzing and dazed. He sounded so sincere and absolutely certain about my nature. I couldn't curse people, not without magic. I wasn't good, though, not like a real person. It's true. I had empathy and liked dressing up pets, but darkness still nibbled holes in me. Let me nibble holes in him, Pitch whispered. Seriously, so annoying. I think it would be easier for you to become better than worse, since you're already so bad you don't have much further you can go in that direction. There's so much room for improvement. He smiled a hard smile, but his hand was soft when he touched my face. Wrong line, Penny Lane. Now I want to show you the depths of depravity that I can reach. But using your logic, you are far too sweet, and can only become more diabolical. You should show me, tie me up to another tree. Make me scream for you. His eyes flashed with green sparks. My whole body ached for him, in spite of Pitch's hiss. I inhaled shakily and fumbled for something that would bring distance between us. Did your mother make you scream very much? His eyes flashed in brilliant pain before he smiled slightly. I take it this conversation is over. He turned his head and stared over the water at the other students. They weren't as loud as before, most of them murmuring and lounging, fewer and fewer people here all the time. I watched him for a long time, until I finally couldn't stand the tension in his shoulders. I gripped them and pulled the pain out of him, only a little bit, because this wasn't the easy kind of wound. This pain was deep, buried, and left forgotten, but it was still raw and fresh for all of that. I pulled on his muscles, careful not to dig in with my nails. He turned his head and kissed my hand before he headed up the steps, the water receding around him until he was out, wet shorts clinging to his thighs. Not that I was looking at them. What had his mother done to him? I should be thinking about how I could torture him, but instead I just wanted her to not be dead so I could kill her for hurting my mage. Are you coming, Penny Lane? I have to get back in time to prepare for tourney, and it's probably time for you to eat your weight in food again. I sighed before I left the water, watching it swirl lower and lower and lower until it was around my ankles. I was warm, my skin tight. Also, my hair smelled weird. I'd have to wash it when I got back. I went behind the rock, and Drake was already mostly dressed, pulling on his hoodie. I dressed while he stood, back to me like before. He carried the same pain about his mother that I had for Poppy. I didn't know how to fix that. Not for him, not for me. When we got to the entrance of the cave, I smelled smoke, ashes, blood, the smell of Drake and Revere when they'd been in Darkside. I grabbed Drake's hand before I managed to let go and give him space. Holding hands wasn't a good fighting pose. They're here. Do you have a knife I can use? He glanced at me, reached inside his coat, and came out with a beautiful green blade with an emerald hilt. Wow. Maybe one that isn't precious. I lose weapons. He didn't answer, only pulled his own green sword out of the air, flickering with fire. I almost touched it because how did it burn green? But I managed to control myself. Pitch hissed again, warning me not to be stupid. Was that why she'd been so close? Because the Creagh were here? We moved slowly towards the entrance so our eyes could adjust. A dart whistled through the cave, and if Drake hadn't grabbed me and shoved me against the wall, it would have hit me. Pitch came out of the darkness behind me, her face a terrifying mask of fury as she flew past me and Drake. Drake raced after her, muttering under his breath, We leapt out of the entrance, over the steps like they weren't there. Green flames were already wrapped around the 16 Creagh witches who perched in the trees around us. Pitch leapt up and ripped through the nearest creek as though there were no flames. That was going to hurt. She screamed, a sound of pure fury that echoed through the canyon and made me shudder. She was terrifying. I shook my head and went up the steep trail between sheer cliffs as quickly as I could, trying not to stab myself with the emerald blade. It was probably heavily spelled and would poison me or turn me into a zombie. That would be inconvenient. I was pretty sure that zombies had a hard time with icy footing. I reached the narrow pass that was so difficult to climb through, I banged my knee and nearly fell, but someone grabbed my wrist, pulling me up. I looked up at a mage completely covered in black, his face masked, black bug eyes for goggles. I brought up the knife, but he blocked it with his reinforced arm. He reached up to his neck, pushed a pulsing blue button, and his mask swooped back to reveal Zach's irritated face. "What are you doing here?" I asked. He clicked the mask back into place and turned, hauling me along like I couldn't keep my feet. Maybe not. The ground was still treacherous, but his boots didn't have any trouble sticking. He glanced to his right and then let go of me, leaping to the side, long legs kicking through the air until he landed sideways on the wall and swept around while something shot out of his arm, an arrow that speared through the Creagh. Then the back of it grew and wrapped around her like spider's legs. Zach kicked off the wall and flipped over my head to land on the other side of me, between myself and the cliff edge. "Move," he ordered. Wow, that suit was cool. As I hurried along, I heard Pitch's laughter above me. Pretty spider mage. Makes me want to pull off your legs and light you on fire. Her voice was this weird purr, like he would get a kick out of losing a couple legs. Lester could grow them back. I glanced at Zach, who still seemed determined to have a relationship with pain. She was right, though. That whole standing on the wall thing, wow. Your suit is very sticky, I finally finished. But it seemed lame. Yeah, where's Drake? I whirled around and took 2 steps before he grabbed my arm and yanked me back. I hissed at him. Watch it, Zach. You're not the one who owns me. If I want to run into a suicidal attack, I will. I could practically see him roll his eyes in spite of the mask. You want to wait for him when he's taking the brunt of the Creagh just to give you the chance to run. Fine, you realize that he'll catch up to you. He can't step through side? You can't even fly. I yanked my arm away from him and stalked ahead. Drake said he had an army. All I see are Creagh. Down here, the Creagh and mages are fighting above. Can't you smell it? Smoke and charred flesh? Why, yes, I could. 4 Creagh dove at me and I ducked down, slashing through a face before Zach grabbed me and pulled me out of the way. He shot them with guns that looked a little like handheld vacuums, and the metal bug bullets crawled around on his targets. Through them, leaving trails of blood and other things. Pitch laughed as she came down, raking her nails through a Creagh's throat that Zach had missed. She glanced at Zach and I felt something pleasure, before she whirled in a cloud of screeching black through the air. I kept moving, unsurprised when 2 Creagh bodies fell in Pitch's wake. Zach moved ahead of me, fast, his suit completely impermeable yet mobile. How were his sensory receptors? He gripped me too hard, so maybe he should work on them. Where had he gotten a suit like that? Did he make it? He'd been working on some super cool tech married with magic. But this was something. Standing on walls? So cool? He grabbed me and threw me over his shoulder, digging into where my ribs would have been. I couldn't breathe. Couldn't feel while he moved, leaping onto the sheer cliff face and then running up it. I stared over his shoulder at icy rocks as they got further and further away. I was going to throw up, and not entirely from my missing ribs. He flipped, showing me a panorama of the battle on the top of the ravine. The sky was dark with Creagh, their black cloaks flapping while thousands of mages fought with fire and smoke. Zack muttered, more than 32, as he set me down and walked towards the two Creagh who fell towards us. I stared at the mass of witches above us. This was insane. I blinked repeatedly until a Creagh dove at me. I cut her with my green knife, stopping her dive before running after Zack. An explosion erupted in front of us, sending rock and dirt into the air blindingly. I hit the ground, hands over my head, until the ground stopped shaking. Ahead of us was a fresh ravine that smoked while ashes drifted up. I sat there stunned, staring into that crevice that smelled so intoxicating. I knew that scent. Dark cherry. That's what my latest batch of herders smelled like. I blinked at the enormous pair of eyes that peered at me, neon green and gold in its reptilian face. Smoke swirled around those eyes as they rose, jaws parting to reveal massive teeth as long as my arm. Maybe my legs. It was hard to get proper perspective on the beast that dug its claws into the stones as it rose higher, green scales shifting like water as it shook off dust and fragments of stone. Had my herder awakened a dragon? How interesting. The monster from the center of the earth was going to eat me? Death by dragon. It had a ring to it. When its shoulders were above the edge of the earth, its muscles bunched and it leapt straight up, at least 30 feet in that one leap. Enormous wings shot out as soon as it was at the top of its arc, leathery dark green wings that beat at the air, sending me back against the earth while it rose. Smoke and ashes streaming out of his nostrils as he climbed into the sky, spiraling so I could see his slightly lighter green tummy and his spiny back. Zack pulled me to my feet. I'm going to carry you. Can you hold on? I nodded at him and he pulled me up, swinging me onto his shoulders before he readied himself like a runner at the blocks, then ran and leapt over the freshly made ravine while I held onto his neck and tried to strangle him. What was he thinking? Apparently that his magic tech suit was fully equipped to leap over ravines. He was not wrong about that, but the landing hurt. I scraped my palms, knees, and ripped my new leg warmers horribly. Pitch fell from the sky while Creagh attacked all around, a blur of black that made me dizzy. But then I smelled ashes and looked up in time to see the dragon's eye as it passed me, brushing me with its wing as it passed me, brushing me with its wing as it spun around, almost casually ripping apart Creagh with its teeth and claws. It was so enormously beautiful. I held out my fingers and touched the dark green wing. The tough skin soft and rubbery, a little bit like petting a shark. It rose into the sky again, wind beating me while Pitch and Zack destroyed the Creagh. The dragon had left them. Where was Drake? I wasn't going to leave him if he was hurt or something. I owned him. I had to take care of my pets. I reached back and scraped my sharp nails over his initials. I felt him so intensely, my knees went weak. Zack grabbed my arm and dragged me forward while I tried to keep it together. Dragons, Creagh, and mages. Oh my. We followed the trail back to the cars, Pitch flitting around us in the trees, while Zack stayed close beside me, holding onto my arm like otherwise I'd fall. Maybe I would. Drake. He pounded through my veins like he was inside me, so alive and sweet, so alive and sweet, so rich and heavy. Run, Penny. Zack started running, and I took off beside him, our paces matching steady even over the rough terrain, jumping over fallen and still burning trees, until we came out at the edge of the parking lot, and there in front of me was a brown delivery truck. Zack didn't have to tell me to leap into the passenger side. Signor took off as soon as we were in, but a Creagh still grabbed the side of the open door, face a white mask of rage. She grabbed my arm and nearly dragged me out. Zack didn't let go of my other arm, but raised his hand, pointed at her, and made a shooting gesture. The Creagh flew backward, leaving my arm bruised. Both of them, actually. Zack's grip wasn't gentle. Get in the back, Signor ordered. I hesitated. This was absolute chaos. A spout of flames filled the sky above us. The scent of smoke and ashes drowned my senses. Was a dragon part of Drake's army? Suddenly, the contract where I'd get an army of my own was even more attractive. Too bad Drake refused it. Signor pushed me into the back. I stood in the room with the interesting shelves before I turned and headed through the black curtains to the couch. Zack came in soon, moving around the perimeter as though he were checking for mice or Creagh, pulling the couch back from the wall when I was trying to relax on it. There are no Creagh in Signore's truck. He turned and headed back to the front without answering me. Whatever. I wanted to go up front and watch the dragon and ask Signor questions about dragons, which were the most incredible things in the world, and I wanted one. How did you keep an animal that size fed? A cow a day? Drake. Was he okay? I pressed my fingers and still felt that steady connection, the peace and contentment I could feel since I'd spent the night in his bed. Woken up to him, had that closeness I craved from our link. It wasn't just the link. I shook my head and closed my eyes. If I concentrated very hard, maybe I could share Pitch's awareness with her. Pitch danced on the roof of the brown truck, sparring with a Creagh, who didn't mind the lack of railing. Zack pulled himself up onto the roof and shot the Creagh, but she dodged effortlessly. Come with us, she hissed to Pitch. She sounded a lot like Pitch. I opened my eyes inside the truck, went to the bar and poured myself a nice glass of Hogsnass. This day was going to hurt. I took a drink and settled back down on the couch. Pitch was now brandishing a whip of energy that she wrapped around the Creagh's neck. The Creagh witch gripped it with her hands until I could smell her burning flesh before she yanked it, twisted it around, and had it around Pitch. Zack grabbed at it, but his hands simply passed through it, mostly unharmed. That's when the dragon swept down, grabbed the witch in his claws, and climbed higher and higher and higher and higher, leaving Pitch weak and hungry. She grabbed Zack's throat, hitting the button on his mask so it opened and she could grab his face. His dark blue eyes gazed at her eagerly, trusting in spite of her pain. He would take every drop of it without flinching. Stupid mage. He would drown in such pain. Pitch gasped and unraveled, dissolving into nothing while I opened my eyes and sniffed my drink. Was there something extra in it? No, and then no, because Pitch was there, and it was my turn to feel her pain. Yes, I did drown. Deeper and deeper while my bones shattered and my skin burned until everything went black.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 17. I barely made it to the tourney in time. I didn't get a chance to test the barium series I'd planned. I headed right for the changing room beneath the stadium, but Zack stopped me at the door, his glamour blank and indifferent, but beneath that, no, not indifferent. Zack, didn't you enjoy your date this afternoon? He grabbed my arm and pushed me down the hall away from the locker room, into a small closet that smelled like mildewed socks. Where were you? He growled. I blinked at him. Excuse me, did someone die and make you Jasper? He ran a hand through his hair and the glamour shifted for a minute, showing his mage face, the lean, mean expression he kept so well hidden. Penny's in her room. I nodded and crossed my arms. Of course Penny was in her room. My chest was raw from scraping it, making certain I felt her, that she was safe and on her way home while I attended to business. I'd made an effort to not be late for the tourney. I wasn't in the mood to deal with an irrational mage. I'm experiencing a moment of stupefaction. Is Penny supposed to be somewhere else? She was going to work on some new lotions. Did she lock you out? Pitch broke her and no one else can heal her. You shouldn't have joined the war instead of seeing to your witch. She owns you. The least you could do is make her a priority. She's bleeding and broken, her face, her whole body, but most of all her limbs. She's not just broken, but burned. His nostrils flared, and he looked to the side. I stared at him. Your girlfriend broke mine, and it's my fault that I wasn't there to fix her right away. You didn't see her the last time, did you? Isn't she adorable? How are her eyes? Pitch sliced through her eyeball last time. That was fun to hear. He glared at me. I glared back. He finally rolled his eyes. Look, what do you want me to do? Yeah, Pitch hurt her. Apparently that happens a lot. What are you going to do about it? Are you going to heal her now or make her suffer until after the tourney? I stared at him. Give me something you own, something shiny. Zach pulled a metal disc out of his pocket, with little knobs around the edge. Don't push the buttons. I raised an eyebrow as I took it and traced a star with my finger. Green sparks erupted and danced over it. I tossed it to him and he caught it, juggling it when it hissed as it met his fingers. Sleep and rejuvenation spell that will get her healing started while I complete the tourney. You can be her nursemaid if you're so concerned. Not that it's any of your business, other than that your girlfriend. Fine. I hope you get crushed. He opened the door and stalked out, leaving me with a headache and the desire to play something on the piano. Odd. I hadn't wanted to do that for some time. I headed to the locker room and changed, slowly, ignoring the wounds from the war. That wasn't what had kept me. It was paperwork, dealing with the incident, Creagh attacking Rosewood and a dragon in Dayside. That was some battle. Do you do that a lot? Ian asked, his voice a low burn that made me thirsty. After the tourney, after I healed Penny, I was going drinking with Ian. I grinned at him. You're welcome to join me any time. Did you enjoy the battle? It seems crazy, but I think the Creagh were targeting me. It's almost like they have something against Huntsmaning. He wrinkled his nose. Ah, no. I think it's you they personally dislike. You did visit them with Penny's delivery man, didn't you? With some tokens taken off dead Creagh. Bold move. Stupid, but bold. I wouldn't expect less from you. I sighed. Is there something you want? I want to start along with Oscar, Pete, and someone else who isn't you. Really? And why should I let you do that? He grinned at me. Because you owe the entire chemist team for the mess you made of the Blackheart tourney. They think today's battle was partial compensation for it. Girls in bikinis, Creagh falling from the sky, now that was a lot of fun. Tempts me to apply for a merc's job after graduation. I'd refuse you. You don't have what it takes to be a mercenary. He laughed. That's probably true. I'd have to dye my hair. I studied him, standing tall but easy, genuinely cheerful. You seem different. Relaxed. Something to do with Whitley's new leaf? He shrugged helplessly. I know it won't last, at least I should, but can't seem to care. What about you and your witch? You two looked awfully cozy together. That hair, like molten red gold. I imagine that Jello appreciated it. I imagine. Almost as much as Goldie likes sapphires. He grinned. Well, are you going to share some of the glory tonight? I gripped his shoulder, letting my fingers dig into his warm, solid flesh. All of it. I'll get dressed for support. Support? I thought you'd go off to reassure your witch. You're not a good enough spellsmith to really shine as support. I scowled at him. I wasn't a good enough spellsmith to keep up with Pitch. Am I not the chemistry captain? It is my sworn duty to provide an example of proper mage behavior to my minions. Besides that, there might be a witch in a mop bucket that needs assistance. If only. Support was boring. Didn't keep my mind off the list of problems that seemed to grow longer every day. Since my chemist team had fought Creagh, they didn't need the tourney to get out their extra energy and violence. Oscar did well, very well. Ian was off, too soft, too distracted by whatever game Whitley played with him. Afterwards, I went to my room to rest. I'd probably spend all day healing Penny, and Ian was right. I sucked at spellcraft. I fell asleep reading the spellbook Revere had given me because I needed healing spells. Why had I let her tie me to a tree and write her name in my chest? Not that I wouldn't do it again. 100 times. 1,000. Penny, I whispered, and her face glowed down at me, smiling mischievously, as though she had a weasel in her hair that was about to bite me. I reached out for her hair, but it buzzed and shocked me. Another face formed beneath the glowing lights, and with a flash of sparks. Penny's image was gone, leaving the room in darkness. I summoned light and saw Pitch floating above my bed, fingers black with ash, skin white like a corpse around her black lips. I beg your pardon, but I already have a girlfriend. She dropped faster than I could react, her hands around my throat, the burning, crushing grip impressive. You neglect her when only you can spell her. You abandoned her today, running like a coward, leaving the other mage to protect her. Give him your bond. He will watch over her, care for her as she requires. He has the skill, the tech, the position, and will you lack. He is capable of gentleness, of love, of constancy. The world flickered green, and it wasn't just the green mage light. I should have told her that it wasn't legal for a witch to attack a mage. I should have argued that I wasn't a coward, but she was crushing my throat, and I couldn't say anything. I reached for her throat, but I couldn't touch her. Even though I could feel her hands, everything I tried to touch was nothing more than a buzzing current, electric or magnetic, but not skin. Was this a vicious hologram? Did they have those? I focused on my fingers, the energy in my bones that swirled and spread through my muscles to my skin, energy that I sank into her shoulder, holding the idea of her more than the flesh, since she was not flesh but energy. I brushed my thumb over the shoulder that didn't exist, gentle as though I were trying to calm down Senior Mort. Not that I'd ever tried. I wasn't good with animals. That was Zach's talent. I had to stay calm. She was Penny's psychotic friend, her guardian. Even if she did feel the compulsion to hurt Penny, she didn't like it. I was almost certain of it. Swear you will give Zach the bond or I will crush you. She hissed, eyes black pools of pain. I closed my eyes and relaxed. Then I rolled over into Darkside, my face against cobblestones mortared with horse manure. Pitch hadn't followed me into Darkside, because witches couldn't step through, not without serious spelling. They flew, Mirror walked, but no stepping through. I sat up, inhaling painfully. I'd come to the alley behind my favorite Darkside tavern. If I drank the swill they served here, it would burn. I rubbed my throat, the feel of the witch's fingers still buzzing on my skin. There was something invigorating about Pitch. Why did she want me to give my bond to Zach if she were jealous? She wasn't. Maybe. Was she right about me being a coward? Yes, but not because I'd left Penny with Zach and Pitch. I was a coward because I didn't want to face her now, to see her hurt and have to fix her when I couldn't do it well. I was putting off healing her because I was a coward and I hated being in a situation where I didn't have all the answers. I'd let her leave the safety of Rosewood when I knew that the Creagh would attack. Penny hadn't been perfectly safe. The Creagh had launched an attack like I'd never seen before, 50-foot sheets of mirrors letting them pour through the snowy sky while my own mages were bound by rules and laws of Dayside that the Creagh ignored. The fighting wasn't fair, not until the dragon came. That, however, wasn't legal. I would have to prove that the Dragon Lord wasn't strictly on the Huntsman payroll, or Huntsman would end up heavily fined, possibly sued for damages. I should have been more paranoid, more protective, more possessive. Maybe Pitch hurt Penny, but I'm the one who allowed the entire debacle to unfold so idiotically. Look at the pretty Dayside mage. Looks hurt. The man's Darksider was growly and distinctive. I looked up at the greasy-haired, black-cloaked mage. I wanted so badly to fight him, to put it off a little bit longer, but Pitch was right. I rolled to my feet and stepped through side. I came out in the hall outside Lilac Commons. That was as close as I could come with the protection spells Zach had put on their dorm. I went in, pausing when I saw Viney and Zach on the couch playing video games. "What do you want?" Viney hissed. Zach got up and walked quickly to Penny's door. "She's in here." Viney scowled. Zach's girlfriend did a pretty job on her. Zach carried her in unconscious. Then when she came to, she screamed for a few minutes until Zach got her sedated. I had no idea he had any skill in potions. Zach snarled at her. "Thanks, Viney. Now, shut up." He shoved through Penny's door, and I followed, my heart pounding as I searched the dim room lit by twinkle lights that twined around the chains and flowers that held her bed to the ceiling. Penny was stretched on her bed like Sleeping Beauty, the metal circle I'd spelled against the skin above her breast, her hands neatly folded below. When I say neatly, I mean that the bandages on her hands were neat as well as those wrapped around her torso. She looked a bit like a mummy with that extraordinarily hair curling around her remarkably untouched face. I swallowed hard. "Okay then, why don't you give me a rundown of her injuries?" Broken arm and wrist, left hand. Broken ankle and torn ligaments on her right leg. Cuts and gashes to her body and neck, with burns on most of her skin. I hope you're capable of healing burns. I held up the little black book. That's today's lesson, and reattaching ligaments. Fun. I'm almost tempted. His eyes narrowed at me. What? Pitch wanted me to give Penny to Zack, because Zack could love her. If he could love Pitch, he could love anyone, but would he? Maybe he preferred the assaulter to the victim. To kiss her. I'm always tempted to kiss her while she's sleeping. Are you going to watch, or do you have better things to do? He scowled. I thought you could use me. He was offering much more than a maid should offer for the sake of a witch, particularly one that belonged to someone else. We don't want to make your girlfriend jealous. Did you do these bandages? Zack glanced at her and shook his head. No, Viney. I exhaled a breath I'd been holding. Excellent. Then I don't have to kill you. Get out, Zack. Don't forget who you belong to. It isn't Penny. He whirled around and left, slamming the door behind him. I pulled out the book with shaking fingers and began laying out the framework of spells required to levitate, perform a basic craticulotomy, and of course, heal her. Burns should be easier than internal organs. I took a deep breath and tried the first spell. She gasped and arched her back, but didn't wake as she floated above her bed, surrounded by dancing lights. I gauged the injuries and nodded when I saw the slight bruising of her liver. Only one organ. I did that first, focusing so carefully that sweat beaded up on my forehead and rolled down my face. Afterwards, I slumped down on her bed for a minute till I could stand again. The battle had taken a lot out of me, dealing with officials had taken even more, so this would be the last of my resources. Hopefully, I had enough to finish the job before she woke up. I didn't want to see Penny's skin melted and warped, not when I shouldn't have been so stupid, but I gritted my teeth and unwrapped her arm, confused by the burning patterns. They looked like waves. My burn victims looked like that when I was done with them, water-fire. The burn spell took ages to get right until her skin knit together, smooth and unblemished. How many times had Revere healed her after Pitch was finished with her? I didn't want to see her smile and shrug like it was normal. I moved on to her broken bones. I'd done it before, but this was joints, wrists, and ankles. There were so many tiny, shattered bones to fix. I worked on the broken wrist, working up towards her bare shoulder, surrounded by her floating hair. Her skin was soft and warm, smelling delightfully of dust and smoke. I kissed her shoulder, long and lingering, before I shook my head and focused on my spells. Too slow, too inept and fumbling. I needed to spend some time with the Huntsman healers so I could learn some of this. I'd see to it on Monday. Pitch was a reality of Penny's life. I should be grateful to her for saving Penny so many times, even if she shouldn't have to now that I owned her. I moved on to her leg, unwrapping the bandage from her ankle to her knee, brushing my fingers on her skin before I inhaled shakily and crossed my arms. She belonged to me, but until she begged me to touch her, I would resist. I had to. I couldn't need her more than she needed me. I swallowed and slid my fingers over the broken ankle, ignoring the soft skin. The healing of those bones went too quickly. I had no excuse to feel the softness of her skin. Maybe I should have kept Zack, so he could see her bare legs. No, it was like when we were at the caves, me standing guard, daring any curious mage to glance in her direction. When she'd come out from behind the rock wearing what looked like nothing but hair, I'd wanted to throw her over my shoulder and carry her away, somewhere no one else could look at her, objectify her, turn her into the hologram above their bed. She belonged to me. I would keep her and her hologram too, so possessive. I sighed and ran my finger from the back of her knee to the ankle. I winced for her when I felt the snapped ligament. How had Pitch even done that? That took a very long time to heal, leaving me shaky and desperate for sleep. But first the gashes. I did the spell work, almost glad I'd had the chance to do her eye last time so I wasn't completely pathetic at this. Then lowered her too quickly so she hit the bed with a thump, sinking into her white mattress deliciously. I needed to sink into that mattress beside her and sleep, rest, soak in her skin and her hair and her reality. I closed my eyes and stepped through side, coming out in that same alley, before going to my room to rest. I needed to rest before I passed out. I'd see Ian later.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 18. I woke up feeling weird. First of all, no pain. Second of all, Signor Mort was nibbling on my chin. Third of all, I was wearing bandages, but again, no pain. I scratched Seigneur Mort behind the ears and clucked my tongue at him. "You're awake, just in time for dinner." I flinched, then glared at Zach. "What are you doing in my room?" He raised an eyebrow. "Sitting at your table playing a boring yet addictive video game." "What are you doing in your room? Wait, I know because I brought you here. Viney knows because she bandaged you, and Drake knows because she bandaged you, and Drake knows because he healed you when he finally got around to it." He muttered something not very under his breath. "And Pitch knows because she wrote on the mirror. Why marry a mage, Penny?" I stared at him. "Ask Pitch." I did. She says it's so that Senior Mort has a daddy. She feels really bad for weasels of single-parent families. She also said that she's sorry about the torn ligament. That part was an accident. I sat up, making Senior Mort tumble down to my lap while I ran my hand over my leg, flexing and pointing my foot. Not bad. It's still tender and feels a little bit crooked, if that makes sense. But I think he's getting better. I'm not sure how I feel about Drake being in here while I'm unconscious. Zach shrugged. I can't really see Drake taking advantage of an unconscious burn victim, but what do I know? You looked really pretty. I wrinkled my nose. Thanks, Zach. I know the kind of girl you like. Let's eat. I'm starved. I shooed him out and got dressed while I tried to figure everything out. Pitch had hurt me in the back of Signori's truck. That was fine. Boring, but the rest. The Creagh battle, the dragon. The rest, the Creek battle, the dragon, the Rosewood students getting caught in the middle. That part wasn't okay. That part was me being at Rosewood too long instead of focusing on my purpose and getting things taken care of. After dinner, I'd come back and start on a new contract similar to the last one. I would also mix a few samples for Drake. It would be mild torture instead of the serious stuff until after I took care of business. After dinner, my phone rang. I wasn't used to my phone ringing, so I answered it kind of nervous and excited that it would be Drake. Nope. Revere. What's wrong? I asked. Were you going to call me about the Creagh War? Maybe. Probably not. It was fine. No problem. He hissed. A lot of emotion for him. You must finish your business and come home until this unrest is resolved. I chewed on my bottom lip. Probably. I'm working on it. Everyone wants to know why the Creagh attacked Rosewood students. Pitch making appearances everywhere. It's not safe for you. Clearly. I'm sorry. I'll be more cautious in the future. Do you think that I'm still safe at Rosewood? He was quiet for a moment before he answered. Yes. They're extending protection spells all the way to the local town. All the same, be cautious, Penny. Be very cautious. Fun. I worked on contract for most of the night after that. I didn't see Drake until the next day in ballet when he was standing at the bear warming up instead of Ian. I ran over to him and threw my arms around him for only a second before I pulled back, grinning like a crazy person. I don't have to touch Ian. You are the best boyfriend ever. He raised an eyebrow and looked slightly offended. You forgot to mention that you get to touch me. How are you? Excellent. My personal healer / master / Pete is incredibly good with unconscious girls. He smiled slightly before he forced it down. It's all due to your constant lapses into unresponsiveness. I couldn't have done it without you. Stop bouncing. You're supposed to be a ballerina. Shoulders back. Very nice. I rolled my eyes, but I couldn't stop smiling. I could touch him without feeling anxious about it. I touched him more than was necessary, but I needed to get his attention, so I touched his calloused hands or his arm or his chest. You know, normal places. What could I do to push him over the edge? Maybe I didn't want to. Maybe I wanted to enjoy this as long as it lasted, to relax against him, or at least as relaxed as you can be in an elevated arabesque. After class, he walked with me to the door of the girls' changing room and leaned against the wall, blocking my way and holding my fingers. Lightly, but I couldn't possibly pull away from that touch. "Penny, are you coming with me to community service tomorrow?" I nodded immediately. "I miss my princesses." He smiled and raised my fingers before he pressed them with the softest, sweetest, goosebump-rending kiss known to mage. "You are my princess. Will you be at dinner tonight? 6?" I nodded and squeezed his fingers. "No pink. It's too dangerous." He grinned wickedly. "I'm not certain if I've gotten you back for your bedazzlement. Or the butter." I leaned closer, swaying as my chest brushed his. Black cherry made my mouth water, his own lips so close to mine. "You are the most bedazzling mage in the history of Penny Lane." "The history of Penny Lane? Good. I like to think I made an impact." He gripped my chin, pulled my face close, and kissed the tip of my nose before he spun and left, like that wasn't incredibly, sweetly annoying. I sighed and stared after him until Madame Torture started yelling at me in French. "Mais, oui. Time for chemistry." I sat beside Rhoda, fist on my chin while I bent over our list of ingredients. Was there anything interesting we could do with them? I leaned over to whisper to her, "Thanks for working on my shop over break. You really didn't have to do that. We should establish some rules and hours, pay, that kind of thing." Her eyes widened in horror. "Are you kidding?" She lifted up her paper, the grade on it 8-8. "I didn't think I'd do nearly so well, but I've learned so much working with you. I should pay you. As for your shop, I hope I haven't messed anything up." "Did I do something wrong?" I sighed. "No, you're fine." How could I tell her to back off when I didn't really want her to stop? I did. But I did. But I didn't. I had other things I needed to worry about. I'd gotten my hacker friend's intel on Lester's family, finances, everything that I could use to make the perfectly enticing contract. Lester would be the perfect estranged spouse. "Where's your test?" I blinked at her. "Oh, I don't know. Maybe I missed taking that one." Her eyes went huge, and her face went pale, like I'd just told her that I'd accidentally set off a nuke in the dining room. Just then, the teacher, Professor Pewter, cleared his throat impressively. "Students, if I could have your attention, I'd like to announce the very first perfect chem test score from Rosewood." He looked down at the sheaf of papers in his hand. "We will expect great things from you, Penny Lane." The class had been mostly quiet before, but at that moment, I could hear my own heart beating. The class was so stunned. I glanced at Rhoda, whose face was turning different shades of purple, before I shrugged and stood up. "I can make you a foot scrub if you like. On the house." I didn't say his feet stank or anything, so why did he look like I just insulted him? He walked towards me, steel gray eyes glinting beneath the steel gray hair. "Penny Lane, you not only had a perfect score, you argued and proved a number of points that were incredibly insightful. You belong in advanced chemistry." I glanced over at Rhoda. I'm okay, thanks." He scowled at me. "Don't think I have anything to teach you." I studied him at the angry excitement in him. He didn't like being surprised, but this was a good surprise. I shrugged slightly. "I'm not a very good student. I mostly want to mess around. Sorry. I was thinking that with this ingredients list, we could either do an incendiary or a squishy, slimy substance good for absolutely nothing." He dropped the paper on my table and gave me an undelighted smile. "Why don't you do both at once? I believe that students should be challenged." I nodded and arranged the beakers around until they looked pretty. "You aced the CHEM exam?" Rhoda squeaked. "That doesn't happen." I nodded as I pushed my goggles back up my nose. I can see why. The test was so boring. It's amazing I didn't fall asleep through it. Probably that's the thing. I managed to not fall asleep. You can't expect everyone to be so disciplined. Can I look at your test? Wow. I guess if that sounds fun for you. Was I supposed to look at yours? She shook her head impatiently and grabbed the test, studying my answers with a serious look on her face. Whatever. I had explosive goo to make. Would Drake like that? Probably. He liked everything. Such an impossible mage. At dinner that evening, the whole dining room was staring at me. Whit came up with a cool smile on her face. Congratulations on your history-breaking mastery of chemistry. I stared at her. It's just goo. I mean, it does eat through almost any compound, but it's not history-breaking. She blinked at me before she shook her head. Your imbecile persona is quite disarming. I can see why you use it. I'd be honored if you studied with me sometime. She turned and walked away, leaving me to stare at her lustrous black hair before I shook myself and went to the table where Drake sat. Do you want to see what I made in chemistry? I asked, sitting down on his knee like he was Santa Claus. Only his suit was bedazzled instead of red. Apparently he preferred jewels to butter. He raised an eyebrow. I take it that you aren't talking about your perfect score. I rolled my eyes. What is with you people and your obsession with numeric values? So weird but kind of cool because Pewter let me do whatever I wanted, and I came up with this. I pulled out my lead box filled with green goo. I lifted the lid and showed Drake the neon green stuff. Is it radioactive? I scoffed. Of course not. I think its byproduct might be, but I haven't tested it yet. And it's perfectly safe in lead. I love lead. It's so soft and hard at the same time. Shall we put a hole through the table? He closed the lid and put his fingers lightly over mine. I think in times like this, we should rely on the wisdom of sages. That is, eat first, explore the nuances of green goo second. I nodded and took his fork, eating his beautiful pot pie with abandon. Drake cleared his throat. Would you like me to get a chair for you? Maybe you'd like another plate as well? I turned to him and patted his cheek. You are the finest chair a girl could hope for, unless you need me to move so you can get more food. That is a worthy cause. He scooped me up and kissed my forehead before setting me down in the other chair. I'll be back soon, my green goo prodigy. He was carrying enough food for both of us. He was so beautiful, dark red hair burning, reminding me of a volcano. Maybe that explained the scent of ashes and fire, or maybe he got to hang out with the dragon from his army. Drake, tell me about the dragon, I said, when he sat down. He raised an eyebrow. Dragon? This isn't dragon, it's chicken as far as I know. I rolled my eyes and leaned over my plate so he could hear my whisper. During the battle, I've never seen anything that beautiful. I thought he would eat me. He smiled slightly. That's a little bit funny. Afraid of cars, but not dragons. It's not cars I'm afraid of, but riding inside one. I'm certain I would be terrified of riding inside a dragon as well. Except if I got that far, I'd most likely be dead. Have you ever gotten to ride it? Do all Darkside armies come with dragons, like the army I would have had? I shook my head and focused on eating, ignoring the flash of anger that made everything dark around the edges. Yes, Penny Lane. If you negotiated for an army, it would certainly come with a dragon. He started playing with my hair, braiding a green feather into it. Maybe I should have signed that contract. Is that what you really want, to never see me again? It can't be true. I'm Drake Huntsman, the most attractive and delicious mage in the world. He sounded half amused, half indifferent. I leaned over and kissed his cheek. Very quickly. So delicious. I'm going to take a bite out of you one of these days. Can I see what you do at the hospital tomorrow? He tugged on my hair. I'm your pet. You can do what you like with me, whether it's joining me for group therapy or biting me. His eyes sparked green while his cheek lit with a neon star only for a moment. I glanced around the dining room and noticed all the people who quickly pretended that they hadn't been staring at us. What about the kissing rules in the car at the Chinese place? He cocked his head. Do we need rules? Do what you want. And you'll do what you want. What is that exactly? What do you want with me, Drake Huntsman? He slipped some golden beads onto my hair beneath the feather, his eyes on what he was doing. Not me. He looked so lovely, sweet, edible. I seem to want what you don't want, or actually want what you don't want, or actually want but claim not to. I personally haven't wanted anything for years. I studied him because there was something really sad in that blatant lie. In that case, I'll be sure to not want a lot tomorrow evening. I got up, kissed the top of his head like he was Senior Mort, and walked off, swishing my skirt. Writing a contract was miserable, even though I had what Jasper had written to copy. There were changes, namely what assets I'd provide and what services Lester would. His family was short on funds, but really long on lore and talent. At least as far as my hacker could tell. I fell asleep at my computer, my eyes fuzzy from trying to make a loopholeless contract. The next day, I tried not to doze off, except in Zach's tech class. I just curled up on his bed and told him I was visualizing circuitry. He didn't wake me up for my next class, which was annoying. After school, I went to study hall at the top of the gloriously vaulted library. Oscar scowled at me when I went up to him where he stood behind the marble counter. Penny Lane. Congratulations on your chemistry score. Thanks to you, I'm now the second highest ranking student in Rosewood. His scowl was seriously menacing beneath the fall of black hair. You're welcome. Oh, you're being sarcastic. That's fun. Is Lester here today? I wanted to focus on linguistics. He scowled harder before he nodded in the direction of a far table where Lester had books spread around him. He's occupied, but maybe he'll make time for the greatest chemist at Rosewood. I rolled my eyes and handed him a tiramisu lollipop. Or maybe he'll just want my lollipops. How are you and Viney? He shifted uneasily. What do you mean? When are you going to ask her out on a real date? I'm a busy mage. I have a lot of things to take care of. She likes you. His scowl faded 0.1%. Are you really with Drake? Or are you just playing games with him? Drake is mine. Of course I play games with him. Viney isn't ever going to touch him again. I sounded so certain. Maybe I was. Can I ask you some questions, Oscar? His scowl grew darker than ever. Can I stop you? I leaned my elbows on the marble counter and beamed at him. Nope! What do mages and witches do with each other? His cheeks went a little bit pink before he narrowed his eyes. Alliances are extremely important. Without a witch to defend a mage against the council, every accidental insult can be taken as an intentional act of war. Either a mage must join a brotherhood society or find a witch to ally with or marry. Is there a difference between marrying and allying? If a witch marries a mage, they are usually allies, except in rare cases, where passion is the purpose of the union rather than alliance. I ignored the part about passion. What about ownership? Is that the same as alliance? He tapped his fingers on the counter. Ownership goes beyond alliance and marriage. You are permanently tied to a mage. It trumps all contracts, all legality, everything. You should probably have asked these questions before you carved your name in his chest. I wrinkled my nose at him. So if someone owns you, it's like marriage? He nodded. Legally, all your assets are combined, at least if it's a strong enough bond. I backed away from him while my head pounded and my ears buzzed. What did Oscar know? He'd never been owned by someone. Also, there was no way that Drake Huntsman would ever agree to a permanent attachment to me, As in marriage, as in marriage, as in permanent. Impossible. Also, that would make the contract unnecessary. Me, married to Drake Huntsman without any clauses. I couldn't even begin to wrap my stomach around that. I shook it off before I reached Lester's study table. I smiled and sat down beside him. He looked surprised, a little bit concerned. But that was okay. I'm working on Japanese. Do you mind? He brooded at me for a moment beneath the fall of his heavy mouse brown hair, before he gave me a slight nod while his sensual lips curved in a half-smile. He really would make the best estranged husband. Maybe I should put a clause in the contract about how he had to help me regrow legs if I needed it. It was different that study time because he asked me if I understood instead of assuming that I didn't. I didn't. Languages were not my thing. After a few minutes of respectful dialogue, he went back to the pennies and idiot about languages thing, which made everything go much faster. At 5:15, I started cleaning up, but Lester cleared his throat and I looked at him because he had something to say, probably profound and deep. Were you at the Creagh battle? I nodded. You weren't? Was there really a dragon? I rubbed my fingers together because I could still feel that rubbery yet soft wing. I'm pretty sure yes. He was beautiful. I had no idea that Drake's army had a dragon. Maybe I'll have to enlist. He shook his head. Only mages are allowed in huntsman merce bands. Although since you're bound to him, he would probably allow it. I winced and smiled brightly, pulling out a lollipop. That's good to know, although I always did want to try dressing in drag. Thanks for the help, Lester. Do you mind if we do this again tomorrow? He frowned, large eyebrows considering my question before he nodded. Maybe you could help me with a concept I've been struggling with in chemistry. I guess. Keep your expectations low because a lot of that whole thing is instinctive for me. Explaining something probably won't be one of my amazing talents. I headed out and waved when I saw Lars watching me. He nodded back but didn't smile at me with his enormous mouth. He looked more thoughtful, bordering on diabolical. Bitter Bliss, Chapter 19. When I got to Drake's awesomely enormous dark green SUV, I pulled out my phone to text him. Where was he? I'd almost finished when strong hands came around my waist, pulling me against him. He smelled spicy and black cherry-like. I inhaled deeply while I tried not to get too ridiculously happy. You're late, I mumbled, leaning my head against his shoulder so I could look up at his perfect nose, even perfect from that angle. He kissed me half upside down, completely crooked, but he didn't seem to notice, and his lips became something hard and rich and desperate before he pulled away abruptly and reached past me to unlock the car. I climbed in, when I would much rather have turned around and kissed him properly, but that would take a long time. I would keep the rules on Tuesday, or we might never make it to the hospital. He got in, turned on the car, adjusted the heater, and took off down the long drive. Drifts of snow piled up on either side of the road. I grabbed his hand and noticed his very fine and serious-looking black gloves. He needed some fuzzy mittens, and I knew just the which to knit them for him. I could knit and write a contract at the same time, right? I pulled off his gloves so I got better skin-to-skin contact, which was very important when dealing with phobias and things. It had nothing to do with wanting to feel his warm hand enclosing mine. You have good hands. He glanced at me before shaking his head slightly. On the contrary, they are very, very, very bad. If you only knew what they were thinking. I gripped his fingers more tightly as he accelerated down the winding road, pulling the legs off mice and weasels. He gasped in outrage. They might be bad, but never distasteful. I'm shocked that you would suggest such a thing. I put my head on his shoulder. For a moment he stiffened before he kissed my temple and refocused on the road. When we got to the hospital and Drake had parked, I vaulted out of the door and knelt with my cheek against the pavement. It took me several minutes to stand upright. I swayed as we walked across the parking lot towards the hospital. "Were you serious about wanting to see my work?" he asked, putting out a hand to steady me. I nodded. "I'd like to meet your necromancer." "Don't tell me who you want to bring back to life." "No, do. Is it a mouse or a weasel, or are you just trying to be prepared in case a mage's wicked hands?" I grabbed his fingers. "It's always good to have options. This feels strange." "I'm nervous that another princess died." He cleared his throat. "No new fatalities." I checked. "Unless someone died in the last 24 hours. I threw my arms around him and kissed him hard, pulling against him like he was my breath and life and happiness. He froze up for a long time, which I liked. It was like kissing a statue that smelled like black cherry and tasted like fire. His lips softened against mine while his hands slid around my lower back, palms warm beneath my coat. A wave of agonizing terror swept through me, and I clawed away from him, bent over and gasping. I felt like someone had bored through my back with one of Zach's super cool tools, my spinal cord completely severed. "Penny? You probably shouldn't roll around in the parking lot, although it does look like a lot of fun." He trailed his fingers over my forehead and the pain was gone, as suddenly as it had come. I stared up at him. I was lying on the pavement with him crouched over me, looking slightly intrigued. I swallowed and sat up, waiting for nausea or something, but I was fine. "Weird." I cleared my throat. "I'm sorry. I, thought I saw a telenovela star." He raised an eyebrow. "Which one? Marionetta? Is she going to seduce me?" I wrinkled my nose and grabbed his hands. "No, she's gonna seduce me. You aren't seduced by telenovela characters. I'm not sure what your weakness is, but definitely not that." He helped me up and walked with me, our arms linked. I sound so mysterious. Good. "A few things you should know about my work. The humans are terrified of most witches and mages. I don't bring friends to ogle the humans, so try to fit in." Fit in with humans who are terrified of witches and mages. Check. "I can do that. Will you come and get me in 45 minutes? He nodded and gripped my wrist too tightly for a moment, before his fingers relaxed. When I got to the children's cancer wing, I hesitated in the doorway while I searched the room. There were 2 more empty beds than there had been before. Just then, the girls saw me and ran over squealing. It didn't take very long to hear that 2 girls had been released, their treatment finished and successful. I spent the rest of the time sitting on the floor while they climbed over me like a bunch of puppies, pulling my hair and telling all about their magical Christmas holiday. Christmas sounded amazing. Even in a cancer ward, all twinkle lights and Christmas trees, with piles of bright presents beneath. I would have to do Christmas next year, with Senor Mort and Professor Cadaver. Maybe Drake. After soaking in their bright sunshine smiles, Drake came in, taking my hand and bowing to the children. "I must steal her away, but you'll see her next week." I waved and bit my lip to keep it from trembling. When we got into the hall, I wrapped my arms around his waist and pressed my face into his neck. "Are you okay? Going to fall on the floor again?" I sniffed and straightened. "They're so sweet." 2 of them got better. Isn't that wonderful? I wrapped my arms around him again, and he patted my shoulder. "Very nice." "Are you crying?" I sniffed again. "I think so, but only a little. It's just so wonderful." He sighed and wrapped his arms around me, pulling me close while he tangled his hands in my hair, but gentle, firm, knowledgeable as he rubbed my scalp until I became more aware of him, his body warm and strong against mine. I pulled away and avoided looking at him for a minute. "You are a really good teddy bear." "I'm so glad to hear it. I've always been worried that I wouldn't be as desirable in bed as Teddy Prince." "Oh, not the bear you're talking about, just as well." I snickered. "I beg your pardon, not a good teddy bear at all. You're more of a drake dragon, the snuggly kind. Do you think that dragons snuggle?" Its wings were kind of soft and rubbery velvet, if that makes sense. I didn't touch its scales. His scales. Dragons aren't its. They're male or female. "Excuse me? Does he have a name?" He glanced at me and shook his head. "That is classified information. I'm considering dressing drag and joining your mercenaries. Apparently you discriminate against witches in your mage-only club." He snorted. "The chaos that would cause. I can see why you're tempted. The dragon and his rider are independent contractors, not technically part of my mercenary guild. Dragon riders are extremely secretive, touchy, and overall disagreeable, bordering on psychotic. You wouldn't like him." I shrugged. "Who cares about the dragon rider? I just want to hang out with the dragon. So he can eat you." "That would be a good death. Here we are. Stay calm no matter what happens, all right? They're like mice, and they think of you as a hawk." I nodded and took a deep breath. We passed through a set of sturdy white doors into a small white foyer, and to another set of white doors that were very well secured. Drake pulled out a key card, and the doors whooshed open long enough for Drake and I to walk through before they whooshed closed behind me, leaving me sealed in. After the door stuff, I expected more white, sterile, super high-tech on the other side, but instead there was a large room in colors from smoky blue to golden rust and onto salmony peach. The furniture was all soft and squishy, comfy furniture that asked to be curled up on. Along one wall was an enormous TV screen, and a girl sat on a couch in front of it, staring at the screen as though the commercial for allergy medication was truly gripping. All the other people gathered around, except for the one guy who leaned against the bars of his cell, watching me. I knew him. He was the necromancer who turned sweet angel Princess Lulu into a zombie for a few minutes. He nodded at me like we knew each other, then wandered away from the bars to sit down with a newspaper. "Hi, I'm Penny. I'm Drake's weird girlfriend," I announced to the room in general. A guy with brown hair that also looked vaguely familiar leaned closer. "Weird for a witch, or weird for a girl?" "Both. What are you watching?" I asked the only girl, going over to the couch and sitting down on the far side of it from her. She scooted away from me, her face still focused on the screen. "Oh, a mystery show. I love these. Is that woman the killer? The one with the innocent face? She looks like she's the one." "Drake, is there popcorn?" He bent over the couch and kissed my hair. "No snacks before dinner, you'll spoil your appetite." The girl beside me stiffened up and turned to stare at Drake, her eyes wide with shock. At least the one that wasn't caved in and sewn shut. Drake smoothed down my shoulders like he was calming me down, but I wasn't freaking out. Not like the girl at the end of the couch who looked ready to go feral at any second. "Penny, I know how much you love waffles and lollipops, not to mention popcorn and Pop-Tarts, but we'll eat Szechuan at the Chinese restaurant and then go back to the dorm and I'll make you popcorn." I glanced over my shoulder at him, noticing the girl's missing fingers on the hand she used to grip the remote. "You promise? One of these days you're going to get all fancy and shower me with bonbons and macaroons." He raised an eyebrow. "Macarons or macaroons? You seem more of a pastel cookie sort of girl." "Yes, the pastel sandwich, but don't you think the word macaroon is so much more fun? Rhymes with spoon." Drake patted my shoulder and straightened up. "Missy, Penny doesn't eat humans." Do you, Penny? I turned and stared at him openly. Excuse me, where did that come from? A wizard took my eye, put it on top of a pudding like you'd put a cherry on top an ice cream shake. Missy said it in her soft voice like she was saying what was coming on the TV next. I pressed my teeth into my lower lip while I tried not to stare at Missy, but how exactly could I not? I turned to her. I hope that he's dead. I hope he choked on it. I hope he choked on it. I hope someone ripped off his skin and fed his entrails to a dragon. I'm sorry. She turned to stare at the TV screen again, but after a few minutes, she put a package of chocolate mints on the couch and nudged them in my direction. She whispered, I won't tell the mage if you don't. I covertly shook a few out of my hand before passing them back, stealing a sidelong glance at her. I thought I saw the corner of her lip twitch into a smile. But I couldn't be sure. Seriously, someone had eaten her without bothering to kill her first. That was just wrong. And rude. And also wrong. I stared at the screen, really nice chocolate mints dissolving on my tongue while I tried to understand something about the mage behind me. I could see part of his reflection in the screen as he talked in a low voice about a challenge someone was having with his career. The brown-haired guy worked at the bar pool hall in town. That's why he looked familiar. Drake was talking about how to deal with anxiety when the bartender had to deal with mages from school. Even daysiders were still a bunch of jerks a lot of the time. Drake didn't apologize for being the top jerk of Rosewood, just talked it through. How the guy could cope with the stress. Drake sounded so smart and mature, not trying to fix things, but at the same time completely fixing everything. Clearly, or he wouldn't be here in this place with all these people who wouldn't be here if he didn't care. Missy, I hissed. Why is that guy in jail? She glanced at me, then back at the screen before she shrugged. He's been fine for a few weeks, but since you were coming, the mage didn't want to take any chances. He's the newest human Drake broke out of Darkside to rehabilitate. He still spooks easy. She shrugged again and popped another handful of chocolate mints in her mouth. I nodded and watched the show in silence for the rest of the time there. I couldn't stare at the humans Drake had broken out of Darkside like they were zoo animals, even though I wanted to. When Drake announced that he was starving and we had to get going, I smiled at Missy and handed her a lollipop, pink and heart-shaped, that I'd made for my princesses. It was nice to meet you, Missy. Thanks for sharing, I added in a whisper. She took the lollipop but looked uncertain. I make them for the cancer patients. It helps with pain and homesickness. It also tastes nice, if you want me to lick it first. She unwrapped it and stuck it in her mouth, fast, like she didn't want to overthink it. She held her breath until she blinked, nodded, and pulled it out to examine it. Not terrible, a little bit too pink, though. She put it back in her mouth and gave me an almost smile that made my heart kind of ache. Right. The princesses like pink. What's your favorite color? Blue. And blueberry is my favorite flavor. I've never made blueberry. Okay. I'll have to try that. Bye. I waved at her and kind of around the room before I headed out the doors, Drake beside me. He exhaled once we were out in the hall. That was nerve-wracking. I stared at him. You go into battles and fight Creagh, right? This was nerve-wracking for you. I patted his head. You are a strange mage. No wonder I like you so much. He caught my hand and twisted it sharply before pressing a soft kiss against my palm. You love me, and it's because I'm such a terrible mage. Terribly strange. He tucked my hand inside his coat pocket with his and shrugged. Thanks for not staring at Missy. I should do something to punish you, though. As though I wouldn't notice you sneaking mints. I squeezed his hand and leaned against him. I want to throw my arms around you and cry again. I wonder what it is about hospitals that makes me so weepy. I should only be so affected when my man leaves me sick and penniless to pursue the heartless yet beautiful Femi. Fatal. Empathy is easy for you to give, remember? That's one of the first things you said to me right after some witch pummeled you with potatoes. I bit my lip. It's been a long time since anyone did that, and you're so good at washing out potatoes. Drake, why would someone eat people? Is everyone in Darkside crazy? I mean, I always kind of knew that witches eat people, but seeing it... He shrugged. The more Darksider blood... Yeah, the crazier you get. He gave me a sharp glance. With how odd you are, you'd think that you were 3/4 Darksider, at least. I nudged him. Odd isn't the same as taking someone's body parts to snack on? I sat beside him as we drove to the Chinese restaurant, my head on his shoulder while I thought about Missy, about this mage who rescued people. Wasn't that a good thing, the best kind of thing? It didn't quite go along with tricking me into enslaving myself to him, but I'd tied him up first. Maybe Drake wasn't anything close to the worst mage in the world. Maybe it was all a sham. I straightened up and stared out the window at the passing shops, still lit with Christmas lights. Have you ever had a Christmas tree? I asked. A Yule log? I shook my head while I exhaled steam on the window and drew a Christmas tree with my finger. Presents carols. Roasted ham or turkey, I'm not sure which. And lots of twinkle lights. Advent calendars, little angels and shepherds and stars. It all sounds beautiful. My mother would never allow us to have a Christmas tree. Rosewood always had a Christmas tree on the green, which was usually white, but after last year they decided we would forgo such things in the future. I looked over at him. Right. Zach had hung himself on a Christmas tree. Maybe Zach really hates Christmas. He shrugged and gripped my hand tighter. My mother liked Christmas. The house smelled like spiced cider for weeks. Did you have a Christmas tree? He nodded. Several. We'd have one outside strung with things to feed the birds. We'd make gingerbread houses, and I'd always get sick from eating too many gumdrops. Peppermint was my favorite, although the cinnamon ones were good. That explains why you're so good at gingerbread houses. Sometimes when I forget not to think about it, you remind me of her. That one statement was so heavy it would crush me if I looked at it too closely. I turned my head and carefully bit his earlobe before I whispered, I knew you had no problem with Hansel and Gretel getting it on, but this is a whole new level of debauchery. I think I'd rather not be your mother if it's all the same to you. He pulled into the parking lot at the outskirts of town, but still safe. Or so Revere had said, and let the motor idle for a minute before he reached up and fingered his ear where I'd left teeth marks. You would like children. You would dress them up and have tea parties, take them on outings and teach them how to climb trees. I stopped breathing. Usually he shut down at any mention of his mother. I'd been trying to change the subject, to make him forget, but whatever it was about his mother he was remembering. And he couldn't stop. I wrapped my arms around his ribs and squeezed. Sometimes if someone hugged you tight enough, a little bit of the pain went away. Also, I tugged at his pain went away. Also, I tugged at his pain, wanting to take it for him. But he held it tight and close, like he held me.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 20. Penny Lane was the greatest chemist at Rosewood. I couldn't get over it. Every time I looked at her, I felt a surge of pride. I owned the most brilliant witch at Rosewood, and now everyone else knew it. Penny was my only pleasure in the coming week. When I'd been warned repeatedly that the battle would be an incident, I hadn't quite realized the magnitude we were talking about. I could handle paperwork. I could handle being called before the council of old and befuddled mages to explain the disaster. But when Jasper called my father, things went too far. But he called a meeting with me on Tuesday, midnight, which was the only reason I agreed to it. I wasn't going to jeopardize my Tuesday for anything, even a rare and mystical moment with my father. I stepped through side to Huntsman Manor wearing my most bedazzled suit for the occasion. He wouldn't notice. He never noticed anything that wasn't spelled out for him. He stood in front of the 2-story window, looking out on the moonlit garden, pale snow reflecting the pale light. I bet my glittered trousers that he wouldn't turn around our entire interaction. "Father, let's get this over with." Creagh attacked Rosewood students. I defended them with a few armies. Jasper didn't need to bother you. It's utterly inconsequential. 4,000 Creagh in Dayside is utterly inconsequential. You're right. That's not why I'm here. He turned around. Damn. There went my trousers. His eyes were mine, dark, deep green, but his hair was darker, auburn, his voice incredibly well articulated and condescending. My voice. That is the most ridiculous outfit I've ever seen. Have I taught you nothing? I should say, has Jasper taught you nothing? Jasper appeared at my elbow, an apologetic and concerned look on his tan face. With his sandy hair and blue eyes, he always reminded me of the beach. Compared to my father, he certainly was a beach. Explain his clothing, my father commanded, but the tone was still languid above such things. Jasper looked at my outfit and then turned to my father. I'm sorry, is there something to explain? I believe Drake's butt is considered optimally formed, due your own excellent genetics, thus the glitter words, sexy, is completely apt. I wouldn't personally use the term, but you have to make allowances for the rising generation. My father raised an eyebrow. I beg your pardon, Jasper, are you mocking me? How peculiar. Never mind. Go away. He waved his hand, and Jasper stepped through side, leaving me once again alone with my father. He circled me, shaking his head, until he came to a stop at my right side. You smell of Chinese food. You hate Chinese food. Since I hate everything, there's no other possible recourse. He sighed. I suppose this is where I'm supposed to beat you into submission, show the rising generation that he's not infallible. He grabbed my face, faster than Quicksilver. Not that Quicksilver is particularly fast. How fast is Quicksilver? I should run tests. Senior Mort was probably faster, but he'd bite off my nose. That would be more pleasant than my father gazing into my eyes like he could converse with my inner demons. He could have tea with them. He was taking so long. He let go and stepped away from me, putting his hands behind his back to study me. One eyebrow raised, but it was the other one, the pleasant one. You're happy. What is her name? I swallowed. I didn't want to tell my father, but there was no way around it. Penny Lane, granddaughter of the Devil of Darkside and Penelope Rose. I don't know her parents, but her stepfather is Jasper's favorite spellmaster. My father froze until his hand twitched like he was stroking something I couldn't see. Blood. I licked my lips, but my words were indifferent. Over 3/4 Darksider. He scowled at me. Impossible. I blinked because that was a reaction, and my father didn't react. I tested her blood myself. He shook his head and turned towards the window, hands in his pockets while he shifted. The curse doesn't work on anything more than half Darksider. You can't be mesmerized by a witch with more than 50-50 blood. I stared at him. I suppose I'll have to find a different excuse for my fascination. She's the devil's granddaughter. Maybe some of that irresistible sex appeal was passed down. I don't really see it, but what else could it be? I was immune to that particular entrapment, unfortunately. Why had I let her carve her name in my chest if it wasn't the family curse or her animal magnetism? There had to be a rational explanation, although since I was dealing with Penny Lane, maybe not so rational. Take off the suit. I put my hands on my pants. He sighed. The jacket. Show me your chest. So this was going to happen. I gritted my teeth and pulled off the jacket quickly, throwing it over the back of the nearest leather chair before I started on my buttons. They had sparkles on them. Rainbow sparkles. I pulled my shirt off and tossed that on the chair as well. I couldn't help flexing in preparation for a fight. That's what I took off my shirt for. That and swimming with Penny Lane. Drop the glamour. I forced my fists to relax and let the glamour fade so that he could see the wounds I'd gotten from the last battle as well as the words Penny Lane carved into my chest. He walked up to me, snapped his fingers, and brilliant white spirals chased over my skin, soaking into my muscles and devouring every trace of injury and pain. It didn't affect the infected and scabbing engraving in my chest. I'd made a mess of it during the war, making sure she was safe, needing to feel her close. Property of Penny Lane. That explains why you told me her name so openly. And the Devil of Darkside and Penelope Rose. Why did you mention them? The Creagh are trying to retrieve Penny to trade to a sorcerer who cursed them with infertility. And the Devil of Darkside. I shrugged. I would like you to help with a marriage contract if you're bothering to pretend like we're related. I don't have any other names, but it will start. Also, the Devil's aware of me, and therefore things might get complicated at some point. More complicated than a dragon rider in Dayside under the auspices of Huntsman, Inc. More complicated than that. Yes, it's a bit complicated. There's an assassin guildmaster, a curse a spellmaster can't touch, a tourney star, weasel, and a cat named Poppy who isn't a cat. There's probably more. With her, there's always more. Have you had Jasper arrange a marriage contract yet? I nodded. I have. But you have refused the contract she sent you, and you haven't sent yours. Why? I rubbed my cheek and shin over the old claw scars still bare-chested. She would decline. I could force the issue, but since the ownership is mutual, it wouldn't go very far. He raised his eyebrows. You found a witch who would turn you down, but she sent you a contract. I see. What was the clause? I inhaled deeply. To never see me again. Is she concerned that she'll hurt you? I believe her concern is that I'll impregnate then abandon her as she supposes her father did to her mother. Had I actually said that to my father? Why, yes, without the slightest trace of a blush. Apparently Penny had accustomed me to humiliation very effectively. She's been lied to. Interesting. He shook his head slowly. Put on your shirt. And your glamour. Your face is exceptionally ugly. Has she seen you with that face? 3/4 Darksider, she'd probably like it. Are you worried that she'll hurt you? Ridiculous question. Of course you are. That's why you haven't closed the contract. No one else can complete a business venture nearly as well as you, son. I told Jasper that he's to send a bill for our armies to all the Rosewood students involved in the Creagh fracas. The charge will be smaller if the fines against Huntsman are dropped. That will put Featherwell, Penmore, Pinhouse, and Stoneborough on the council's backs. There's no way to prove that your witch is the Creagh's target, is there? I stared at him. He had actually stepped in and gotten involved in business. The world must be coming to an end. No, even then I couldn't imagine my father involving himself in my life. No, I don't think so. I mean, no. The actual target isn't Penny, it's her friend. Pitch, the tourney star. But she's Stoneborough's girlfriend, so he should foot the bill. Not that we mind paying for a small dayside skirmish if it's for the sake of your wife. Right. My wife. I shook my head. She's not going to agree to be my wife. He studied me. She will, if you persuade her that you love her and will be everything she requires, so she can break me when she goes insane. He put a heavy hand on my shoulder. Mages were meant to be broken. Witches were meant to go mad. It's the price of magic. You chose the life of a mage when you became hers, when you made her your own. I stepped away from him so his hand fell between us. So you want me to marry her and have lovely children so she can enjoy them a few years before she goes mad and eats them? 3/4 Darksider. She cried today when she saw someone who was a morsel. Didn't understand how anyone could do that, and she's going to be that. She's going to become that monster. I ran a hand through my hair, and I don't even care half the time. I want her to become that to justify what I am. I want her to show me her Darksider so I can show her mine. He nodded. And the assassin guildmaster. I blinked at him. I'd just poured out my feelings to him. No wonder he wanted to change the subject. Darksider mage. Probably a sorcerer, her oldest friend. She thinks he's her friend. I don't know his motives, but Teddy thinks he's the Ruby. He's fighting a war as the devil's ally, I'm not sure why. He stared at me for a long time before he turned and walked slowly to the open window, stepping out onto the balcony so the wind ruffled his hair. Marry her, Drake. Marry her before the blood of Darkside spills into this world and your life. No, thank you. I'd rather drown in blood than marry a witch-like mother. He raised his hand. Your mother was only half Darksider. She will be much, much worse. He stepped through side, leaving me with my trembling anger and nothing to kill. Well, I could certainly fix that. I didn't. I went to the smoky battle site in Darkside in the thick of our heaviest battle, but I went to the medic tent. I avoided medic tents, but I had to learn spellcraft, and I hated rote studying. This would be more interesting. and nauseating. After I learned how to reattach limbs and drain chest cavities, I headed home for a good time with Ian. Drinking, I was used to him being pensive and unresponsive, but I drowned in my extremely fine ale while he made jokes and reminisced about. "What's wrong with you?" he asked, throwing a cup at my head. We were in his room where there was the best liquor. Everything was black, even blacker than my room or mine had been before Penny. My dad came for a visit. He winced and took a long swallow. "Ah, I thought he turned into a statue that weeps once every 70 years. No, that's my grandfather. My father is the playboy who cruises around the world on his yacht ogling women. Strictly the human kind." Ian nodded. "Right. So what brought him off the yacht? The war? The Creagh?" He sat up suddenly, the legs of his chair crashing to the floor. "Wait, you saw your father in that suit?" I shrugged and poured another drink even though I hadn't finished the last one. "This stuff isn't strong enough." Ian shrugged and grabbed a different bottle from the black cabinet that he tossed to me. "This will make you forget your own name, but you'll still want her. If you happen upon her while under its influence, I am not responsible for the outcome." I hesitated, staring at the purple liquor. "This is pretty. Ian, do you think I should marry Penny?" He choked on his drink. "Well, Oscar was telling her that what you two have got is like marriage, only more permanent, so I'd say you may as well." Oscar is always right. Although she looked pretty sick at the idea. "There's a video of her. You should see it. Do you watch her channel? It's not as amusing as it used to be, with witches constantly trying to destroy her and her hair, but it's pretty good. Turn it on. Let's see." I was starting to slur, which was a good sign. Ian pointed at the screen across from the couch I was sliding lower and lower into. "Here she is with you. No, boring. Ah, in the library with Lester." I threw my drink at the screen, but Ian blocked it, focusing on the glass as he captured every bit of alcohol and sent the drink back at me. "Ian, you have skills. As a chemist you suck, but sometimes you are so practical, it's beautiful. I should have your witch give me lessons." I'm not sure Whitley was entirely pleased that Penny proved her brilliance. It's either clumsy on her part, or even more brilliant and diabolical. "I'll tell you if I ever figure it out. The only thing I know for certain about Penny Lane is that she makes an impeccable lollipop. No, she also makes excellent top hats, and really knows how to train vermin." Ian nudged me with his foot. "Like you." I saluted him with my glass. "Exactly. Before you know it, I'll be fighting wars in a bedazzled suit." I closed my eyes. "Are you going to allow her to study with Lester?" "She dated him not long ago." I sat up and grabbed his throat. "Ian, don't suggest that I use my power over her more than necessary. I'm trying to be noble and worthy. It isn't easy." He grinned at me and grabbed my throat, his nails curving into claws that punctured my skin. "In that case, I suggest that you watch your witch, keep her close so other mages aren't tempted. I personally wish you would marry her, or at least seduce her to keep me safe from her charms." I disengaged, rubbing my throat where blood trickled from the puncture wounds. "I don't think that she would have you." Ian grinned. "Not if she thinks she has you. Enough talking. Let's go drink and get beaten up by Darksiders." I laughed, threw my arm around his shoulder, and stepped through side to our favorite disreputable neighborhood. The air had a damp and sour tinge about it. Maybe it would rain. Darkside rain would melt your skin off your bones. So refreshing.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 21. I was in the corner of Zach's room with a blowtorch, superheating a special alloy when Zach came up looking all hurt and sweet, like he was a puppy I'd just kicked. "Penny, why aren't you making herders?" I turned off the blowtorch and handed it to him, but he didn't move when I tried to get by. "We've talked about this. I don't make herders unless I feel it." "You feel it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be playing with my torch." He sneered slightly before his big puppy dog blue eyes once more gazed at me beseechingly. "Don't do that. I know you're a jerk. Don't pretend to be vulnerable and adorable." He batted his eyelashes at me. "I want to make herders with you." "Why?" "You had a date with Pitch. You should still be so high and happy from that. You will never be the same sad puppy again." He stared down at his blowtorch for a long time. No, he wasn't staring at the tool, but his wrist, at the deep scar Pitch had left him. "She doesn't touch it. I feel better when you do." I sighed and grabbed his wrist. I immediately felt his stress and anxiety, which I seriously didn't need. But what did he have to be stressed out about? "What's going on, Zach? You really should be happy." He shrugged, still staring at my fingers where I circled his scar. He smelled nice, like baking bread and cookies. I leaned a little bit closer and smelled a hint of cinnamon rolls on a snowy day in front of a fire, with hot cocoa and marshmallows, and a warm cat on an orange Afghan on my lap. When he looked up suddenly, his nose brushed mine and I got a little static electricity shock. I jumped back and rubbed my nose, letting go of his scar. "Sorry, Zach. I think you were making me sleepy." He smiled a sweet smile and tangled his fingers in mine. He swung my hand like we were in second grade. "I wonder why the Creagh want Pitch. Is she safe when she's not here?" I squeezed his fingers and patted his shoulder. "She's fine. She stays at home. She's kind of bored there. But boredom is good for her." Pitch hissed in my ear. "I'm not the only one who gets bored. Zach is playing with you, pretending to be a sweetling so you weaken until he hurts you. He's looking for your weakness so he can exploit it. You must wonder what he tastes like. Such a sweet mage. Bite him." I stepped away from him and refused to look in the shadows of the room where Pitch was hiding. You want to know why I haven't made herders? Why I won't make herders? The Creagh battle, that explosion that opened up the earth, my herder did that. Creagh are buying my herders and using them on me. He stared at me. "Your herder did that?" I shrugged. I think that they altered it for downward thrust, but yeah, otherwise the dust would have been less pink. I chewed on my bottom lip before I met his gaze steadily. "If you want me to hold on to your scar, I will. But don't make something out of it." "It's just me feeling responsible for your girlfriend's past behavior." "Nothing else. I know you're not a sweet puppy, but I like rabid animals. I always have. You don't have to pretend." "Penny, Pitch." He trailed off and gripped his scar. "I'm sorry about what she did to you after the battle. She treats you like a morsel, a plaything she can rip apart for fun. Is there any way she can stop? I may not be the nicest mage, but it's infuriating to see you leaking blood and things all over the place." I snickered. "Poor Zach. Are you jealous that Pitch hurts me instead of you?" "Too bad. She's always liked me best. If this conversation is finished, could we please melt something?" We got back to work, which was awesome because Pitch kept hissing in my ear about how tasty he was. She would not shut up. What did she think I was, some Darksider witch who snacked on humans? Zach wasn't even human. The rest of my classes with him were too weird. Pitch sneaking around the corners, hissing at me anytime he tried to talk to me. I had to do something about her. When I got to my room after my last class, chemistry with Rhoda, I flung myself on my bed with Senior Mort. Pitch coalesced, a black cloud that literally hung over me. Taste him. One taste. "Senior Mort, I don't eat people. Just lollipops." She dropped down, her hair cascading around my face until the black pits of her eyes were the only things I could see. "You need to taste him, not eat. Taste." I wrinkled my nose at her. "Pitch, if you don't get off me, I'm going to go home and have Revere put you away for good." "Who are you talking to?" I sat up and spun while Pitch catapulted into the mirror and disappeared. "Zach, what are you doing in my room?" I hurled my pillow at him. He caught it and frowned at it before tossing it back. "Were you threatening Pitch? How did she dissolve like that?" "Was she trying to kiss you again?" His concerned brow made me roll my eyes. "Zach, Now I have to get a whole new security system. So annoying. Get out. He walked closer, hands on his hips. Don't make her angry. I don't want to deal with you getting hurt again. It's none of your business. Pitch is my girlfriend. Pitch is the reason the Creagh are attacking you. The reason that you suffer every time I see her. He ran a hand through his hair, and I feel connected to you. Pitch is exhilarating. But I scowled at him. Adorable. Get out of my room, Zach, or I'll bite you. He waved a hand like that wasn't a serious threat. I bit him. His hand came too close and was too annoyingly dismissive, and Pitch had been hissing in my ear for too long. For a moment, everything went quiet. Then my heart started to pound and ache, while my whole body tingled like it was finally coming to life. For a second, I hovered on the abyss of darkness until I did the only thing I could think of. I reached over my shoulder and dug my long, beautiful nails into Drake's monogram, deep enough to bring blood to the surface. Drake. I blinked my room back into focus and saw Zach's confused expression as he studied his hand where blood trickled from my teeth marks. I ran to the bathroom and spat in the sink, brushed my teeth 1,000,000 times until the taste of Zach was drowned in peppermint. I didn't come out for a long time in case Zach was still around. He wasn't. I collapsed on my bed again and pulled out my laptop. I had to focus on this stupid contract and get home before everything fell apart. Pitch didn't whisper to me anymore, but my bones still ached. I dragged through classes the next few days, my only moments of stress-free bliss. Ballet, ironically enough. Madam Torture called, "Head up, Miss Lane." One does not ogle one's partner, and Drake would smirk at me devilishly. And Drake would smirk at me devilishly, and I'd feel happier than I had any right to. Friday afternoon, he grabbed my arm and held me back for a moment. When are you going to torment my wardrobe again? It's missing you desperately. I expected sparkle infusions on a regular basis. I bit my lower lip and sighed because I had almost finished the amazing contract. And then what? I'd go back home. I grabbed his hand and swung it between us, only that reminded me of Zach and Pitch. I dropped it and smiled at him manically. I needed a lollipop, lavender and dirt flavored. I couldn't leave until I'd done something about the bond. Could I? All he needed was time to get tired of me. I had a little time. It's all about presentation. I let you think that you're safe before I surprise you with something you'd never expect. He lifted my hand and pressed his soft, sweet, warm lips to them. I wait with bated breath. I stood there watching him go, my heart pounding. Hand burning, aching for the most delicious mage in the history of the world. Would it be so bad to stay with him? I could pretend I was a human he could keep in his hospital. I didn't have magic that practically made me human, right? I sighed and turned towards the dressing room. No. I had Pitch. Pitch, who had her hooks into Zach, who I'd bitten. No, that hadn't been me, not really. She was messing with me on a whole new level. Talk about surprising me with something unexpected. I skipped chemistry because I needed to finish the contract and put it inside a false cover so no one would notice me walking around with it in the school. My grip was sweaty as I lugged the book through the exalted halls of Rosewood, smiling and handing out lollipops so no one would notice what I had. It felt heavier and heavier the closer I got to the library. Would Drake mind if I married another mage? Of course not. It would be an estranged marriage, an alliance. Drake had refused my contract, and I had every right to pursue another mage. All the same, my shoulder throbbed with every step I took towards Lester. I went into the library, nodded at Oscar where he stood glowering, and headed to the table in the corner where Lester sat, completely surrounded by books. "Can I sit down?" I asked. He nodded and swept some books to the side without looking up from the notes he was jotting. I sat down carefully, arranged my books precisely, taking out a pencil and notebook and arranging them. Pencil first on the side, eraser up, then along the top, eraser to the right, then along the top, eraser to the right. Then I tried balancing the pencil. Eraser end, lead end. It didn't seem to make a difference. "What did you want to study today?" he finally said, catching my pencil before it fell for the 27th time. I glanced around furtively and leaned forward. "Mage, contracts." He stared back at me, his eyes kind of muddy and silvery at the same time. He had very strange eyes, kind of beautiful in an ugly way. He studied me for a long moment before he leaned forward. "I can probably help you with a contract, but you should realize that Drake is better at contracts than I am. He'll see loopholes I wouldn't dream of. He's been trained meticulously by the finest contract mage in the world." "Jasper's that good?" Lester shrugged. "He wouldn't work for Huntsman if he weren't." I smiled at him. "It's not a contract for Drake. It's, here, just look at it, okay?" I opened the book, revealing the sheaf of papers. He turned it towards him and went through it page by page, never looking at me while I fiddled with my pencil. His hand covered mine, holding my pencil still before he smoothed his sturdy fingers over the papers. He went through it for an hour and a half. Then 2 hours while I went through lollipops and tried not to fidget. Finally, he closed the book and pressed his hands down while he frowned in deep concentration. I stopped breathing, waiting for his reaction, but he didn't say anything for a long time, so I had to inhale. Frowning, he opened the book back up and took out a pen. He searched through the text and scribbled in margins with an X here and a line, and swooshed there until the thing was marked up pretty heavily. He pushed it over to me and pointed to the first thing he'd written. "This makes the language more clear. You can't assume anything. This contract is too short for what it represents. Are you in a rush, or do you want to send it to a professional who does this sort of thing for a living? I think you should have legal counsel." He looked at me, still frowning, but it was the face of someone who was solving a problem, not someone who is angry. I exhaled and kind of slumped over the table. "You'll do it!" He hesitated, then slowly ran his fingers over the contract. "It's very good for me. It gives me an alliance, freedom to join the Brotherhood, along with a great deal of wealth. You have cleared it with your mage, haven't you?" I winced. "You mean Drake?" I offered him a similar contract which Jasper wrote, and he refused. "Revere says that means I have every right to ask another mage." He pressed his palm down on the contract as if feeling its content. "You have not told Drake. The two of you aren't allies. Your possession of him could be very useful to you." I stared at him. It could be if he were rational about anything. He won't discuss anything about what he wants or what he expects from me. Everything with him is games and pretend. I don't know what he wants with me. I need a mage who will act according to rational rules and follow a path. He'll at least tell me about. He cocked his head. "You sound like a mage complaining about a witch. What is your reason for wanting to marry me? Can you promise silence on the subject?" He nodded. "I need it in blood." I drew a symbol on the back of his hand with my finger. He studied it, and blood welled up before I pressed my palm against that blood until it burned into my skin. I need a husband before I turn 18, or my mother will die. I swear it truth. The pain flared bright and beautiful, like truth, then faded, and I took my hand away. The symbol on his hand was a burnished copper color, before it faded along with his blood. "Drake has refused you. Have you told him?" I shook my head. "He takes everything I tell him and uses it as a weapon against me. I'm not interested in fighting a war with Drake Huntsman. I just want my life back." He gave me a sultry, extremely sexy look beneath his fall of mousy hair. "I will sign. I am not one who wants to play the social games that are so rampant at Rosewood." "You sound so formal." "You must be serious." "Good. So am I. Drake doesn't need to know anything about this, does he?" Lester shook his head. You can swear me to secrecy if you like. A sound that wasn't quite a sound. More like a wave beneath the level of hearing shook my body. I felt his hands on my shoulders before he pressed a kiss to the top of my head. Ah, pet. What mischief are you up to today? A mage contract with Lester. You don't mind if I examine it, do you? He sat down and grabbed the contract, scanning it rapidly, before tossing it back on the table, just as I suspected. For your first contract, really not bad. Would you like me to be the notary? You didn't think of that, did you? Silly Pennywenny. You can't forget the details. Drake reached into his suit coat and pulled out an elaborate seal. He raised his eyebrows at me like he was waiting, and I stared at him. For a long time, he stared back, eyes dark and fathomless, like pitch somehow. I blinked and touched the contract. You don't mind? Drake laughed. Of course not. Why would I care if my possession decided to join into a contract with another mage? Please, go ahead. Lester pulled out a pen and scribbled his name on the final signature line before handing it to me. My heart pounded while I tried not to notice Drake, his unpleasant smile and malevolent eyes. It didn't matter what game Drake was playing. All I had to do was sign this contract. I'd work out the actual marriage details later. I hesitated while Drake leaned over my shoulder, his breath warm, hot against my cheek, the smell of ashes and sulfur overwhelming. I touched my pen to the signature line and a shower of green sparks knocked the pen off the line. I glared at Drake, but his smile only grew wider, showing sharp teeth. Try again. Maybe something's wrong with your pen. I gripped the pen and concentrated, but the second the tip came in contact with the paper, green sparks exploded, hurling the pen off the page. Drake laughed. This is fun. Let's do it all day. I focused all of my energy into my hand, the pen guiding it to that line. But the second the pen touched the paper, again green sparks, but that time a backlash and a thunderous explosion that made my ears ring. Penny. You should do it again, Drake said quiet. But this time the smile was gone, instead a sneer on his lips. I threw the pen at him and stood, scraping the chair back. What are you doing? You don't care. You don't want it. Why are you stopping me? I'm not. Ask Lester. Lester, why can't she sign the contract? Lester cleared his throat. You've spelled her so that she can't sign any contract without your consent. Drake snapped his fingers. Almost Lester. Such a smart little mage. Would you like me to rip you apart today or tomorrow? Tomorrow after 1. I have an interview in the morning. I gripped the edge of the table while I stared around wildly. That's when I noticed that the library was empty, even Oscar no longer standing at the marble information desk. Stop, Drake. This isn't any of your business. You refused me. You can't object to this contract. In particular, no. But every contract, yes. I have to sign off on it. It's part of my ownership of you. Lester, go now. Lester stood up and vanished in a puff of smoke that smelled like old books. Drake picked up the first page of the contract, and with a wrinkle of his nose, the thing exploded in confetti. What are you doing? Do you have any idea how long I spent on that? He picked up another page and again, confetti. I grabbed his hands, his skin hot beneath mine, his eyes when he looked at me so dark and so green I felt like I was drowning. You're right, Penny. I did not see this coming. I'm afraid I am less charmed by this surprise for some reason. I shouldn't be. I've been looking forward to breaking Lester ever since you first studied with him and found him attractive. You do realize that means he's a wicked mage. You only like the wicked ones. His hands trembled beneath mine and my own heart raced. Drake, you don't have to hurt him. His smile glimmered as he leaned close and brushed my nose with his. Oh, my adorable little witch, I do. I really do. The only question is how badly. He's such a clever mage. If I pulled off his legs, he could grow them right back. I saw that you left a clause about working with him. He must have such interesting skills to you, much more interesting and useful than any of my skills, if you'd like to keep that option with him and not with me. It's a pity you didn't think of that before you tied me to a tree in the woods. I gripped his hands tighter, but it felt as if he were gripping me. The world was so fuzzy around the edges, everything besides Drake out of focus and far away while he burned. His hair flames that curled above his eyes, flames that curled above his eyes, flames in those, but black flames that consumed everything. He was so beautiful, dangerous, perched on the brink of chaos and destruction that I wanted to taste. I leaned close and brushed my lips over his, tasting sweet fire crackling and eternal. I brushed his lips again and again until he pulled away, still gripping the contract. Penny Lane, there is a word for you. Inane. Tea parties. Pet weasels, there isn't a single thing about you that has substance or functionality. That's ordinarily acceptable, but this, offering a contract to a mage without checking it with another mage who knows the ins and outs, is so far beyond. Inane. It's bordering on facile, dotard, imbecilic, and reckless to boot. You own a mage who knows contracts. You don't bother using him for that or anything. No, you'd rather ally with a less competent mage who can regrow legs. His voice was cold, like ice, but the fire burned ever darker in his eyes. This was Drake angry, beautiful, and terrifying. I still wanted to taste him. I really was an idiot. Inane. Yes, that probably was the word for me. Poppy always told me how miserably idiotic I was every time I wore pink or befriended an animal. Poppy always told me that I'd fall in love and ruin my life with a mage, the worst mage in the world. I inhaled shakily. Okay, so the next time I make a mage contract, you'll check it for me. He smiled sharply. The next time you make a mage contract with another mage, I will seduce you, impregnate you, and abandon you. Also make you drive a car and steal your business again. I bit my bottom lip. He made it all sound so beautiful and wonderful, because I was completely demented. You forgot about lighting Senior Mort on fire or eating my fingers and toes. He cocked his head and took a step closer to me. If I light anyone on fire, it will be you, and I will not use conflagration. I don't enjoy healing burns. He looked me up and down, a calculating cold look that belied the flames in his eyes. The next time you forget that you belong to me, I will seduce you into my bed, and will keep you there until you forget you ever were Penny Lane. He brushed my cheek with his fingers and sent a rush of longing through me so intense that I couldn't breathe. I needed him. I ached from my shoulder to my heart and every other piece of me. Okay, I never much liked being Penny Lane. You'd prefer Penny Creighton? His teeth grazed my jaw, and I gasped before he stepped away with a derisive curl to his lips. Creighton? Who? Oh, Lester. No, I wasn't going to take his name. He raised an eyebrow. Your contract didn't mention it. So many things it didn't mention. Children, details of inheritance, death and burial preferences. So many details. I shrugged while my heart pounded. He was so beautiful angry, like a fierce and wild hawk I'd caught and put in a cage once. He would break the cage once. He would break the cage or himself, and I was his cage. What would it be like for Drake Huntsman to break me? It doesn't matter. He inhaled like he'd just been stabbed. It doesn't matter, I see. What does matter to you? Inanity. He tucked the contract under his arm and ran a hand through his hair. If you'll excuse me, I can't handle any more inanity in one day. He turned and disappeared, leaving me trembling, aching, and unable to even be thoroughly angry until he was gone. After I was alone, I sank down on the chair and gripped my pencil in my fist. He'd ruined my contract. The second one. That was my last try, the one that was going to work. I held the pencil tighter and tighter until I slammed it against the desk and it stuck 2 inches into the wood. I took a shaky breath. He'd been so incredibly delicious. I hadn't even been able to care about the broken contract until he'd left me. I was so sick. I put my forehead on the desk and inhaled shallowly. I couldn't have a contract with another mage. Did that mean that I couldn't marry another mage either? Or just not have a contract? Me married without a contract. Oh, that would be delightful. The way he'd curled his lips when he talked about tea parties. Did he not like them? Of course he didn't. No one liked tea parties except Grandmama. Grandmama's stupid will and stupid, idiotic, inane Penny Lane, who couldn't manage to not fall in love with Drake and tie him to a tree, and beg him to a tree, and beg him to carve his initials into her shoulder, and I stumbled to my feet and ran across the study hall, down the stairs that made me think of Drake, through the broad and lofty hallways that were so much higher than I could ever be, down the covered walkways, running until I got to Lilac Stories. I didn't see anything, not when my eyes were hot with tears that ached to fall. I made it to my room, pressed my face into my pillow, and screamed until my throat was raw, and the only thing left inside me were tears and a rising wave of darkness. I felt Senor Mort nuzzle my hand, but it was too far away. I'd tried so hard to drive him crazy, to make him hate me. But it turned out he always did. I'd actually thought he liked my tea parties. How could I get out of bed again? There wasn't any point to anything. Pitch hissed at me, but I couldn't make out the words, couldn't separate it from the darkness that swallowed me thick and heavy, impossible to escape. Drake didn't like my tea parties. I stayed like that, heavy and fuzzy for what seemed like years, until Zach pounded on the door. I ignored him, and the pounding went away, but instead something thumped on my bed beside me. "I brought you dinner," he said, poking me through my blanket. "Viney's worried about you. The whole school." I burst out of the blanket, threw the tray and food across the room to crash and shatter into the wall. While Zach stared at the wall, I palmed the little disc he used to start his blowtorch, and I lit him on fire. He sat on my bed burning, staring at me instead of the wall, until I sprang up and grabbed a handful of powder that I flung over him in a coughing haze of gray sludge dust that turned to smoke as it put out the flames, leaving Zach covered in a gray film, tufts of his hair ashes, holes burned, through his hoodie and jeans. I stood there until I fumbled for the jar filled with my lollipops, brewed as potent as I could make them. I unwrapped the cellophane with trembling fingers and sucked on the thing that tasted like dirt, ashes, and the powder I'd used on Zach. Zach cleared his throat. "I told Viney you were fine. Good to know that I was right. You missed dinner last night, breakfast this morning, but I take it you still aren't hungry." He still didn't move. Just sat on my bed amidst the charring remains of my beautiful rose blanket, the one Drake had gotten me. I grabbed it and tugged it, spilling Zach over onto my pillow while I wrapped the smoking thing around me. "I warned you not to come in my room. Are you a stupid mage? I love stupid mages. Next thing you know, you'll be throwing tea parties and cuddling vermin. Would you please get out?" He lay on my pillow, his face scrunched up while he fingered his hair. "You really fried me? Do you want to talk about it? Pitch told me to leave you alone. I heard about the library, about Drake objecting to you doing magic on Lester. What was that about? You can't do magic." My hands were shaking as I twisted them into the blanket. I flopped down on the opposite side from Zach and stared at the ceiling. The bed Drake had hung because I wanted an inane bed that swung. Why did he put up with me if he hated me so much? He'd said that he liked things he hated, but it made no sense. What does Drake hate most? Zach blinked at me. Suicide. Brussels sprouts. Gustav Holst, you know, things like that. I sank deeper into the blanket so only my nose was sticking out. Get out or be helpful. He gestured at the wall, which now wore a 5-course meal. I was being helpful. Look where that got me. Drake hates losing. He also hates winning. He hates people but needs them to worship him. Are you hungry? I blinked at him. No, what day is it? Saturday. Time? 5, almost dinner. I bit my lip hard. It was after 1 o'clock. Poor Lester. Hopefully his interview went well. Have you heard what happened to Lester? He raised his eyebrow. Why do you care about a trashy mage like that? I swallowed. So he's not dead? Zach laughed and patted my knee with his blackened hand. I'd really dusted him well. Drake is going to fight him in the tourney. I think he chose that specifically so he wouldn't kill him. Drake isn't interested in breaking mages for talking to his girlfriend, at least not yet. You might want to be more cautious in the future about holding their hands, though not to mention what looked like magic even though it couldn't possibly have been that. I exhaled and slumped down. Drake wasn't going to kill Lester. Why not? Didn't he care about the contract? Why would he care about some inane macaroon marrying some other trashy mage? He did, though. Probably because he needed to be worshipped by me and everyone else. That's why he pursued me, always because I tried to keep my distance and he needed everyone to worship him. I loved him, but it wasn't enough. I needed to be obsessed. Think of nothing else. Then he could throw me away. I chewed on my bottom lip. Drake was going to fight Lester at the tourney. He hated inanity. I closed my eyes and sank down completely, hiding in the blanket. Shameless Penny Lane. I'd give him everything he wanted and hated in the same ridiculously furry package, with ears.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 22. I went to Darkside. I worked in the medic tent in the war with the most casualties until there wasn't anyone to heal, then went to another battle. I'd handled that horribly. I could remember my father getting angry at my mother, the way his anger drew her to him. As seductive as Image's desire, maybe more so. Penny hadn't resisted my anger but fell into it, soaked in it until she was heavy with darkness. But as soon as I'd left, she'd remember every word I'd said, and it would hurt her, more because she hadn't been able to yell back at me. That reaction was of a witch in love. So why was she trying to marry another mage? She wasn't inane. Whimsical, yes, not entirely practical. Perhaps, but the way she ran her business was clearly competent, creative, and persistent. She was the greatest hurter-maker of our time. Why had I said that? Because I'd been angry. I couldn't regrow legs. I could barely heal her. My spellcraft was clumsy and inept. Inept was the word for me, like I'd handled that entire mess, walking into the library like I was going to rip the place apart, signaling the place to clear so I could personally crush Lester's head against the marble floor, then drag Penny into the stacks and show her who her master was. At least I hadn't done that. Her reaction to me was engineered to keep me from slaughtering my family. Darksiders were deadly jealous, violently possessive, and I had a lot of Darksider in me. An enraged mage required soothing and distraction, like Penny kissing me and not remembering Lester. But I wasn't quite Darksider enough to forget about things like contracts and my own insecurities. After a night and half of a morning spent in Darkside, I came back to my bed and crashed on it, sleeping restlessly until the afternoon when I had to eat and swagger around like the cock of the school. Would Penny be in the dining room? Would she throw a hurter at me, or would she smile brightly and bat her eyelashes? I wore a very bedazzled suit with just shaking it in glitter on my butt. I'd sent it to be repaired and patched from the battle I'd worn it in, so it had that air of je ne sais quoi that all raggedly bedazzled things have. I would have to apologize. Clearly, perhaps I could offer to watch telenovelas with her all night long, right after I killed Lester. I stopped walking as the world went green and dark, much darker. My heart pounded faster and faster as I walked towards the dining room. No, I wasn't ready for apologies, not until I'd tasted his blood. Distraction only went so far. She wasn't in the dining room, but Viney was. She gave me a dirty look and stabbed her raviolis particularly viciously. I winked and bowed to her before getting dinner, so incredibly unappetizing. I ate more than usual, stab, bite, smirk at the room, as though I hadn't made a scene and wasn't going to rip Lester apart at the tourney. Ian came over and slouched in the chair next to me, legs outstretched, hands behind his head. You are starting a trend, Drake. Do you have any idea how very little a trend like that is required in this world? I've seen it in Darkside too, jewels on lapels, so masculine while slaughtering the masses. I didn't know Darkside could have trends, but you have done it, Tully the Mage. Can you stop now? I think you've made your point, whatever it was. I raised an eyebrow at the Golden Mage. He was far too happy. If you don't know what it is, then apparently I haven't. The point seems to be entirely lost on Penny as well. Maybe I'm too subtle. He raised his hands in surrender. Please, no. Spare us from your subtlety. So about Lester, how badly are you going to lose it at the tourney? Is it going to be like when Teddy kissed Penny and you tried to kill everyone? That was fun. Also a mess. From the gossip of which there is unlimited quantities, Penny performed her first public spell, a spell which neither witch nor mage can identify. It's so mysterious, so intriguing. Did she make him say turnip 50 times in a row, or was it to make his hair less stringy and more glossy? That mage needs a witch to give him polish. Penny certainly knows how to make a mage dazzle. I exhaled and tried to smile, but the anger still strangled me. I thought I'd feel a little less volatile after some time in Darkside, but I seemed to not. He nodded. I'll get the fire hose ready. We'll spray you down after he's unconscious. You don't want to kill him, do you? I fiddled with my fork. Probably. I'm trying not to think about it. He laughed. And Penny is also furious, unless that was your pencil embedded in the library table. No one can get it out. Like Excalibur. It had the faintest trace of lollipop. Who was she going to kill? Oh, I know. I saw Zach. Looked like a charred potato. I think that he's looking for you. Ah, here he is. Do you mind if I stay for this? I shot him a hard glance before I turned and saw Zach walking towards me. His hair was very short, a bit patchy on one side. Had Penny actually lit him on fire? Why did that make me feel jealous? No sense in that. She'd probably light me on fire soon enough. Oh, that conversation. I closed my eyes and rubbed my forehead while Zach dragged a chair over to join us. Drake, what did you say to her? I stood up and left the table. Zach went with me, but Ian let me go. He would get everyone prepared to take me down when I lost it at the tourney. Zach, you should go while you still have an attached head. Fine. I guess you don't want me to tell you what's going on with Penny. I inhaled an agonizing breath. He shouldn't say her name. How dare he know what she was up to more than me? Had he known about the contract? Surely even Zach could have caught most of the glaring loopholes in the contract. But maybe not, by all means. What is the monstrously adorable creature up to this evening? Taking over the world, organizing her vials of poison. He sighed. She cried and screamed the entire night. Then she lit me on fire and threw her tray like a 5-year-old. Then she got quiet and started smiling. Drake, I think you should be very, very careful. I glanced at him with a raised eyebrow, but my stomach churned. What were the odds that the next surprise would be pleasant? Would she date other mages? Seduce Ian? There was no point in trying to anticipate her, but I did anyway. What would I hate most? That's not what she'd do. Not always. There had to be an element of irrational and completely unexpected. Perhaps she'd have a tea party and 6 senior mort on Professor Cadaver, and we'd eat the victim in rose-infused butter. Do you think being careful would help? We're talking about Penny. And you. Whatever she did, it wasn't justified. I smirked at him. I'm sorry. Did she tell you the details? What do you think of her most recent scheme involving Lester? I thought you didn't like the greasy, hulking, obnoxious mage I'm going to kill. Not worth killing, even if it seemed like she did magic on him. I'm sure it was harmless. She loves you and wouldn't find any pleasure in any other mage. There was something about the way he said that, like he regretted her not being able to look at another mage like him. No doubt I was being paranoid. What did your girlfriend think of it? He shot me a glare. She told me to stay out of it. Wise woman, your witch. Stay out of it. I have no idea why you'd think it was your business. She's upset. It bothers me, Viney, too. She fixed my hair. Does it look appropriately Armageddon? It feels like the end of the world when Penny's unhappy. She looked horrible, face all splotchy, eyes swollen and red, nose puffed and... What do you want me to say? I don't have to justify my behavior, not to her, not to you. Penny is mine, and if I object to her looking at another mage, I'll do whatever I think is necessary. He frowned at me. What did she do? I swallowed hard as I considered the possibilities in a contract like that. The implied conception and upbringing of their children. Lester's and Penny's marriage contract, far from estranged in absolutely every way. If I told you, you'd want to kill her. Such a stupid witch, sometimes, playing with mage contracts. Zach's eyebrows shot up. She's trying to tie you down to what? I laughed. She's welcome to send me whatever contract she likes. I already own her. What kind of contract would she have with Lester? Does she want to work with him? Tell him her hurt her maker secret? I waved a hand. There was implied in the contract. So much was implied in the contract, very little wasn't. Zach inhaled shakily. It's good you stopped her then. Maybe you could have done it a little less. I did not kill Lester and drag Penny away by her hair. Anything else was beyond me. Still is. She's careless, trusts the absolute worst mages. He grunted. Watch out for Lester tonight. He's a sophist by choice, not because he doesn't know how to break teeth. I laughed. I hope he breaks my teeth. I'm certainly going to break a lot more than that. He knew better than to play with my witch. Zach stopped walking while I continued on out into the darkness. A marriage contract with my witch. He dared think of her as his wife. He would bleed for that. I went into the locker room. I nodded at Oscar and Ian, who were standing to the side, both of them ready for the tourney. I undressed, taking my time, focusing on my body, on the star runes that I usually didn't bother with. I was going to be meticulous this tourney. I wasn't going to lose it like at the Blackheart tourney. I went to the sound room next. I talked about the lights, the music, the roster of mages. They watched me carefully, but no one mentioned Lester. I spent the first part of the chemist tourney beneath the boards in the dim light with Ian and Oscar, while the younger and less amazing students went on. Pete came down, blood down his face, but grinning widely. Hey, man. He came over and grabbed my shoulders, energy and excitement dripping off him. That was amazing. Did you see it? I should have gone in with a tighter stance. Hey, Penny's here, sitting in the front row with Viney, wearing a white cloak and a sea of black. Very noticeable. She didn't cheer for me, although I was awesome. Viney's here, Oscar asked, coming over. Ian grabbed his shoulder and held him back. Wait until Drake adjusts to the news to see if he's going to explode or not, Ian said, hardly bothering to lower his voice while he flashed me a glance full of amusement. So soon, I murmured. A white cloak? Surrender? That would be unexpected. I reorganized my fight sequence in my head. If Penny was here, I'd have to look particularly good. Would she want me to be merciful to Lester, or would she rather see me crush him? She was attracted to violence, but also capable of empathy. I did not want her to feel bad for him. Lester came below stage almost at the last moment, his eyes a bit wild like a trapped boar, smelling of excitement, fear, and magic. He was steeped in spells. Good. He'd last longer. The music rose above us, a crescendo that built and built until the light went off. I was on. I puffed into smoke, drifting through the floorboards to the stage above. I drifted and swirled through green smoke, half disassociated, half searching for Penny. My wolf head formed, then the body, stretching across the sky and snapping while I formed beneath the image. A simple stance, as though I didn't need to impress anyone. I needed to impress Penny desperately. She had to see that I was worth more than Lester. The crowds went insane, but I searched for that one figure who sat across from me, her white cloak obscuring the top half of her face, but her lips perfectly formed, beyond beautiful, beyond everything. I should have kissed her in the library and never stopped. I should have dealt with my anger, her reaction, been the mage she needed instead of whatever I'd become. Lester stepped through side to my right, and I felt a flare of heat while my vision dimmed green. She'd done magic on his hand. She'd touched him and almost tied her life irrevocably to his. She did not need another mage in her life. I was going to kill him. I felt so good about that. It was logical, rational, the best thing to do. Then she started singing. It wasn't her usual top-of-the-lungs singing, but something else, something that sounded like crashing waves and swirling snow, something harsh and compelling at the same time. "Bye, Bunting. Daddy's gone a-hunting to catch a little rabbit skin to wrap his baby Bunting in." I turned to see Penny, now standing on the railing in her bare feet, cloak whipping in the wind until she whirled around and the cloak parted and revealed Penny's perfectly formed body, wearing what appeared to be a rabbit's skin. She had rabbit ears coming out of the elaborate and lopsided updo she'd managed to put her hair in. Not rabbits. Those were albino furshers. I'd seen those particular ears in a mage display when I was a child, long, elegant, with white tufts at the end. She spun around, singing her song, haunting, taunting, when she glanced at me with her lips parted, eyes enormous and framed with heavy eyelashes. She spread her arms out and spun, balancing dangerously on the rail, wearing what amounted to rabbit lingerie, the rabbit asking me to catch her. Lester hit me with a series of spells that turned my insides out and brought the taste of blood to my mouth, but I shook my head, unable to focus on the mage when Penny called me. Lester brought up a sword and swung it at me. I ducked instinctively and moved my back to Penny. Lester's eyes were focused, certain, his plan clearly in place until he looked over my shoulder and saw Penny. His mouth went slack and his eyes. They were not the eyes of a mage who was above such things. I slammed my fist into his stomach, then broke his sword with my head before I threw the hilt across the stage. He blinked at me like he'd just noticed me, but his eyes were drawn back to her. I looked around at those staring at Penny dance and sing on the railing in what was clearly an enchanted piece of rabbit lingerie. I had to take her out of here before someone ate her. I was the wolf, after all. What else would I do besides chase rabbits? Later, Lester. I shifted into smoke. Difficult after the spells Lester had put on me. I'd probably suffer their effects for some time. I floated across the gap between the audience and the stage, resolving on the railing beside her. She gasped when she saw me and slipped. I caught her in my arms, billowing white cloak and Penny's bare legs in my hands. She put her hands on my chest and the green blurred a little bit. "What are you doing? I thought you were going to fight, Lester." Her voice was soft, breathless, eyes fixed on me, the gold in them brighter than usual. "I don't compete with superior showmanship. This doesn't seem like weather-appropriate garb. Why don't I help you change into something a little less comfortable?" It was soft, like downy moss, softer than rabbit fur, softer than everything other than her lips, parted fur. "I'd like that," she murmured. "My shoes." A tiny eye caught the pink shoes like ballet slippers and put them on her feet while the crowd watched us, balanced on the railing, her in my arms wearing a rabbit skin, and me, the wolf of rosewood, had caught her. I turned and fell off the railing, spelling the landing so it wouldn't jar her. She'd slid her hands around my neck, holding on tightly when I broke into a run until we were out of the tourney, past in the field beyond where the stars stretched overhead, wind still whipping a long white cloak around us. She arched her back and flipped out of my arms, landing in a crouch, her knees beautifully bare along with most of the rest of her. She raised her eyebrows as she gathered the cloak around her, leaving nothing but a calf visible. "You weren't supposed to stop fighting. I was cheering for you. How can I cheer for you if you carry me off in the middle of the tourney?" "I'll give you a head start," I offered. She took 3 steps away from me, and if you catch me? I smiled and took a step closer. "I really have no idea. But you in a rabbit skin? I'm going to chase you." She looked past me towards the tourney. Her lips pressed together for a moment before she turned and ran. I watched her go. 1, 2, 3 Penny Lane's ribbons in my hair. 4, 5, 6 Penny Lane falling down the stair. 7, 8, 9 Penny Lane's mop bucket kiss. 10. I took off after her howling as I ran. She was too far ahead of me, too fast with her long legs over the frozen, snowy ground, leaving barely a footprint. I ran faster, but I didn't catch up until she was running down the drive towards Lilac Stories, her cloak billowing behind her. I brushed the hem with my fingers, soft wool slipping away as I gained, slowly until we were inside the Lilac Stories building. I caught her cloak and pulled it around, but she slipped it off her shoulders, leaving it in my hand. It smelled like her, honey, vanilla, wild excitement, and almost fear. She reached the door to Lilac Stories, and I slammed against her, too rough, but I couldn't let her go any further. Her back was against my chest, her shoulder bare against my skin. The words I'd engraved against hers while her back rose and fell, out of breath, caught against me. We stayed like that for a long time, her forehead resting against the door while we breathed each other in and out, finally together, the world finally right. We stayed like that until she shivered. I pulled away and wrapped the cloak around her, turning her so I could see her, run my hands over the ears that poked out of her hair towards the ceiling. "These are inane," she murmured with a sweet smile. I brushed her cheek with my fingers, soft skin sparkling with glitter. "Perfect. Are you cold? I should let you go in." She twined her fingers around my neck. "Do you think that I'd go to all this effort to catch you and then release you so easily? You're going to kiss me until the tourney ends," I demanded. She was keeping me from Lester. I should be angry, but I'd already not kissed her and had to deal with regret. I bent my head to hers, finally putting some part of me to good use. I kissed her at first soft, but she clung to me and kissed me as though I were her heir, her life, her soul. My teeth weren't gentle, and I kissed more than her mouth, her throat, shoulders, eyelids. She was mine, and I would keep her. Someone cleared their throat behind me. I whirled around, my arm out to hold her in place and to protect her. Viney stood there, face pale, trying not to look at us. "Viney, how was the tourney?" I asked. I sounded breathless. She scowled at the floor. "Can you move? Also, maybe make out somewhere that isn't a public hallway." I pulled Penny to the side and cast a simple shield around us that would deflect the gaze of any passers-by and turned to her. I brushed her cheek and bent to kiss her. Her response wasn't what I expected. Her to pull away, her purpose completed, that of distracting me until the tourney was over. Instead, she scraped her nails down my back and kissed me, drowning me in unbearable sweetness while my senses reeled, lost and not wanting to ever be found. My legs were weak with wanting, her soft skin softer than the downy fur of the skin she wore, a skin over her skin, nothing else. Her arms around me, holding me close as though she would never let me go. I kissed her neck, soft skin beneath my lips and tongue. "Penny, I need to go to bed." She pulled away, her lips parted, eyes enormous. "Oh, you have to go, right?" She stumbled away from me, breaking through the shield. "Where are you going?" She ran a hand over her neck, only then noticing the bite marks I'd left. "Good idea, bed. Good night, Drake." She turned and left me, somehow not dragging her to my bed like I'd told her I needed to take her. My bed, her bed. But somehow everything had gotten tangled up, and I couldn't seem to follow her. I looked down at my legs. They were still there, so why wasn't I taking Penny back with me? "You win," Lester said, his voice close and quiet. I looked at him where he should be, but I couldn't see anything. He shimmered for a moment before he came fully into view. He looked like a Darksider, dangerous, unconscionable, downright evil, and she'd tried to marry him. "Did I?" He winced. "I've never seen anything like that. I don't think anyone has. She put a spell on everyone there. You were the only one not caught in that spell. For the record, I wouldn't have taken advantage of the contract. I wouldn't have let you." He shrugged and rubbed his hands together, muttering until my legs could move again. I looked down at them. "Weird spell to have in your repertoire." "I have a lot of weird spells. I think that's what she likes. I can't tell you why I agreed to marry her, but it's important. You need to find out what she spelled me into silence for. You need to know why." "That's the spell she put on you. Silence," I muttered for a second. She had a reason for the contract, and it wasn't just to completely make me insane. He shook his head soberly. "Marry her. Make her trust you because you're trustworthy. She needs that." I leaned against the wall, still feeling Penny's arms around me, her back against my chest. Marry her. Why was that so hard? The contract she gave me was airtight. There was a no-visitation clause. I won't accept that. I can't. He sighed heavily, heavy-lidded eyes lowering. "Whatever your contract said, I don't think she would easily resist you. Contracts can be altered." "Lester, you sound so terribly wise. Surely you can break her silence spell." He shook his head as we walked away from Penny. I felt like she was still there, on just the other side of the door. Her shoulder pressed to the wood like she could feel me. "Why did you spell my legs?" "You can't lose yourself in her. You both have things to do. And you think I'm going to let you get away with it?" He glanced at me, mouth in an almost sort of smile. "Fight isn't in you, not after that. You just stood there watching us make out." You were invisible. I shook my head while he walked me to my room, and I didn't protest as he sent me to bed. Strange mage. Definitely evil. But I still couldn't care. Not when I felt her skin in my mouth, tasted her lips, her sweetness. She was softer and rarer than even that extinct Darkside creature.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 23. I stood outside Drake's room, piles of boxes behind me, dressed in a green, fluffy dress with matching gloves and pink caplet. I'd tied a ruffled collar over my throat so it wouldn't be visible. The wolf had done an excellent job mauling the rabbit. I swallowed and adjusted the cuffs on my gloves as I waited for my heart to slow down. It wasn't going to. I rapped lightly on the door and pressed my palms on my stomach, trying to look adorable and inane. I was still angry. I'd controlled Drake, taking him away from his violence with nothing more than a nursery rhyme and rabbit ears. But I hadn't been able to stop kissing him, not until he'd said he had to go to bed. I was in the enchanted rabbit suit. But I couldn't remember anything when Drake's teeth were against my skin. He'd looked at me like he would never let go, but he just stood there, watching me leave like it was all a game. Every bit of it. I didn't know why he'd chased the rabbit instead of ignoring it. Maybe it appealed to the wolf in him. I didn't understand him at all. That's what I had to do. Learn all his secrets so I could destroy him. I winced. What if the only destroying of him I was capable of was kissing him to death? It took a few minutes for Drake to open the door. He stared at me while I drank in the sight of him, bare torso, lean, muscled, wearing nothing but teeth marks and a pair of soft black pants. His hand gripped the door, veins standing out in his forearms. "Penny?" His lips curved in a delicious smile, while his dark green eyes glimmered as though I were still wearing a rabbit sunbathing suit. "Good morning. I brought you breakfast. Will you take me to church? I know it's early, but I need you desperately, your warmth, your sweetness, your ability to drive a car without fainting." He blinked and his smile lost some of its curl. Church. He made it sound like a word in a foreign language he didn't understand. Good. First unbalance, then attack. You remember the church where we went to the funeral? Their Sunday services are a little bit early, but I thought it would be so fun and purposeless. Don't you agree? He ran a hand through his hair, his messy, dark red hair like glowing embers. I grabbed his hand half to check if it was burning. Half because I wanted to. Okay, all because I wanted to, but also a little bit because it might irritate him if I were always grabbing onto his hands when he was trying to do things with them. The banked anger still burned and would until I ruined his life as thoroughly as he'd ruined mine. Church? Okay. Do I need to wear a suit? I stared at him. I'd expected more resistance. That was the entire purpose of this, to keep him unbalanced, uncertain, and unhappy. I guess. I don't know. I've never gone to church before. I'm mostly dressing up for the tea party we're going to have afterwards with Missy. Missy? My Missy? I stepped close to him and slid my gloved hands over his chest. I should have the gloves off. Everything you have belongs to me. So it would be our Missy. Be careful how you mention females, Drake. I might be a very jealous witch. I brushed my nose against his and he inhaled roughly. I stepped back and batted my eyelashes at him. I'll be waiting at the car. Bring the boxes, would you? I spun around and walked off, skirt swooshing as I went. I'd worn tights, though, and the skirt went down to my knees. Church with Drake. It had seemed like such a great idea, much better than the rabbit disaster of the night before. But that whole flirting thing, it only reminded me how much I'd forgotten about absolutely everything the night before. I was supposed to be in control here. He wasn't going to marry me, and he wasn't going to allow me to marry anyone else. There had to be some way to make him pay for it. Something real, but I'd start with mild irritation and work up from there. "Hey, Penny!" I stopped walking down the covered walkway and turned to see Barry as he ran towards me, his school uniform neat and tidy on him. I hadn't seen him for ages. "Hi, Barry. How are the Russian mob boss's wives?" He nodded and grinned at me. Happy, sweet, probably totally evil. Awesome. "How are classes going? I expected you to be in advanced chemistry after you rocked the chem final." I shrugged. "I like my class. Rhoda's my chem girl. She's amazing." Why was this feeling so awkward? Maybe the way he looked at me with shining eyes reminiscent of how pitch fans looked at her. Yes, that was exactly it. I edged away from him and he followed, not seeming to notice. I stopped walking while my heart pounded and I fumbled for a lollipop. "Barry, I left some boxes with Drake, but I'm afraid he won't be careful enough with them. Do you think you could run and help him with them? I would really love that." He blinked at me as I beamed at him while his face flushed and glowed from happiness before he turned and ran back the way he'd come. I watched him go while I held my breath until he was out of sight. I pressed my hand against my forehead and the throbbing that had started behind my temples. The rabbit suit had been my grandmother's, or my great-grandmother's, someone disreputable. It was supposed to be spelled with allurement, like the aphrodisiac perfume I used to such little effect. Apparently the rabbit suit had more oomph, and the entire school had seen me dancing around in it. I'd reached the parking garage and slumped against the dark green door of the massive vehicle, his soccer mom car, and sucked hard on the lollipop. It was more potent than the last batch, not because I was falling apart, but because I loved the taste of blackened bitter and sewaged slime. I straightened up and smiled brightly when I heard Drake and Barry chatting before they came into view across the parking garage, carefully camouflaged behind the old brick exterior dripping with ivy. Drake. As soon as he was close, I threw myself at him, sideways so I didn't knock the boxes out of his arms. I kissed him kind of messily, kind of badly. But he bore it fairly well. When I finally pulled away, Barry was still standing there, staring at me with those overbright eyes. And I'd kissed Drake specifically to send the message that he should go away. "Penny, I brought your things," he said, holding them out with a wide smile. I stepped away from him and gestured towards the car. "Great. Drake can tell you what to do. Good luck with advanced chem." I turned and hurried to the car, climbing inside the front, through the driver's side, so I had to smell Drake's deliciously manly shampoo and shaving cream. That would be my next project. So many projects. Every sweet thing would be laced with poisoned daggers. I ignored them as they put the boxes into the back of the vehicle. Then finally Drake climbed in, wearing neat, dark green slacks and jacket, without any bedazzlement. I tugged on the sleeve, fingering the fabric. "This is beautiful. Keep it locked up away from me, please. It would make me cry if someone defaced this one." He raised an eyebrow. "It's completely out of your control, all right? I'll save this one for our sober go-to-church suit. About that, do you have a reason that you wanted to go to church? Just something you've never done before, like hot springs or dancing on railings during a tourney?" "Who says I've never done that before?" My smile faded because I'd clearly lost my mind if I'd actually done that. I wanted revenge, and to save Lester. But putting on a cabaret show? How did that accomplish my goals? Yeah, Lester wasn't dead, but I should be capable of multitasking. I cleared my throat. "Seriously? That was a bad idea. I was trying to distract you, but I forgot that the whole school would be there. That might be a problem." I grabbed his hand and tangled our fingers together while he started the car, and my stomach automatically lurched. I stared out the windshield, pulling my knees up as I watched the pavement disappear beneath the car. "You seem to have bewitched Barry." I nodded, still staring outside. Yes, I may have bewitched the entire school. I forget sometimes how potent cute can be. I should have tested it before, maybe on Vine. She would have tested it before. Maybe on Vine, she would have made me put a skirt on over the bathing suit. I was too upset to think about it. He squeezed my fingers. Bathing suit. That's not what you wore to the hot springs. I turned to look at him, and something in his eyes made me blush. I quickly looked back out the windshield. He should not make me blush. Not when he'd murdered my mother. Sunbathing. That explains the ears. I wrinkled my nose, but I didn't look at him. I didn't need to feel any more uncomfortable than I already did. It felt wrong. Last night, specifically setting out to distract him from Lester for the tourney, using magic to do it, seduction. That was the word. He threatened me with seduction, and I'd done it. He could seduce me so easily, he had almost without trying the night before. If he put any effort into it, he could get me to do absolutely anything he wanted, and I'd beg him for it. Revenge wouldn't work. Controlling him wouldn't work. The anger sizzled and puffed into a gray cloud of gloomy ash. He tapped the steering wheel with his fingers before he pulled over on the side of the road with a lurch and crunching of tires in snow. I kept staring out the windshield. "Penny, will you look at me?" I shook my head. "I'm afraid that you'll seduce me." He laughed. "Just by looking at me. I promise to sing no nursery rhymes or put on my sunbathing suit." I glanced over at him, and he was staring at me, leaning against the door while his hand gripped mine. "Okay. I looked at you. Are we done?" "Don't you like looking at me? I'm very handsome." I licked my lips. Handsome? His hair was glowing coals. Eyes emeralds in the mystical moonlight, skin pale and creamy like rose petals. Beautiful, the sun was low in the sky and it caught his hair, bringing it alive. Not handsome. Handsome is what you call an old woman who hasn't gotten fat. You're breathtaking, like the dragon, so devastatingly beautiful it hurts to look at you too long. It hurts you to look at me. I suppose some pain must be endured. He squeezed my fingers and looked at them. "I'm sorry. I'll survive." It doesn't hurt that much, and some pain is strangely pleasant. I blushed again as I remembered his teeth against my throat. He shook his head. "I'm not sorry about that. I'm sorry about the way I reacted in the library." I stared at him. This wasn't part of today's script. "What part are you sorry about?" He grinned at me. "The part where I didn't let you kiss me." "Oh!" "You're attracted to my anger. And you're attracted to my bathing suit." "Sunbathing." "Of course. Drake, can we get going? I'd rather not be late." "You really want to get a good seat?" I let go of his hand because we weren't driving anywhere, so I didn't need to touch him. I smoothed my skirt down over my knees. Was he going to attack me now that he had me alone, isolated, at his mercy? I wouldn't mind, even a little bit. Maybe I should attack him instead, kiss him until he couldn't breathe. Couldn't think, so he forgot about everything else and cared only about me. Not likely, even in my enchanted suit, he'd been able to say he had to go. That had hurt. I was running out of ideas, options, and time. If I couldn't sign a contract without his consent, I'd have to get married without a contract. I slumped down. Zach was Pitch's boyfriend. She wanted me to marry him. It would be fun, me obsessed with Drake. Him obsessed with Pitch. That's what you could call a seriously dysfunctional relationship. He turned on the car and pulled out. Fast, aggressive. Because that's how he drove. Sometimes more than others. I had been mindlessly drawn to him angry. Why would I do that? So sick. I grabbed his hand and stared out the window until we'd reached Fairmont. He drove across the main street and down a road towards a church with a steeple and stained glass windows. "What's that?" I asked when he pulled up across from it. "Church." I stared at him. Oh, there is more than one church. He smiled at me and brushed my cheek with his fingers. Always. Is this not the church you had in mind? It looks like it's starting. People are going inside. He was right, and I needed to get out of his car. I threw open the door and slid out, taking a deep breath of cold air while I tried to squelch down the nausea. Maybe I should have sat in the back, nice and safe from Drake and irrational fears. No, this was a war, and I had to win. I couldn't win when I was cowering in the back seat in fear. I walked around to him, smiled, and took his hand. I swung it between us as I led the way towards the building, like my heart wasn't pounding, my stomach tangling in knots. The funeral had been different. This was like venturing into uncharted territory, completely alien and dangerous. I squeezed his hand. "You aren't afraid of churches, are you?" he asked, squeezing my hand back. I didn't think I was, but maybe. I glanced up at him. "Thanks for coming with me. You don't have to. I mean, if you're uncomfortable, you can wait outside or something." He laughed. "You're really nervous, but of me or the church, I'm not sure. It's fine. Churches like people to go to them. They can be dangerous. You're not only in danger of losing some cash, but your very soul. They claim to liberate your soul. But what do I know? I personally don't have a soul, so it isn't a problem for me. As for being afraid of me, it's too late to worry about that." I glanced at him, then away. "Do you really think that you don't have a soul?" We'd reached the doorway, and Drake raised a finger to his lips as he glanced around at the other neatly dressed people who were entering through the lofty vestibule. "We should discuss the state of my soul after the service." He gestured me ahead, and I walked through the doorway into the chapel. Standing there for a moment while I stared at the light from the stained glass that fell on the people, lighting them up like jewels. So pretty. Drake took my arm and pulled me into a pew, settling down with his arm around me, gripping my shoulder with his strong fingers. Strong but gentle, applying precisely the right amount of pressure. The night before, I'd been so determined to bring him to his knees, to make him my slave, but while he'd responded, he'd stayed in control of himself. He wasn't glistening-eyed and beaming idiotically in my presence. Kissing him outside of my dorm, I'd been lost in him. I'd spent the rest of the night unable to sleep, so I planned a tea party instead. This church thing was an afterthought. Something any mage would hate. The preacher guy stood up and started talking about the weather and how nice the winter potluck had been. After a few minutes, people sang, and I felt this weirdness displacement. Drake sang along, his voice low and resonant, so beautiful, the words strange about salvation and transformation. I couldn't help but put my head on his shoulder while he sang, the words not as important as this feeling, kind of tender and raw, like a plant coming up in the spring too early, but having hope that the snow would melt before it withered away. I sat upright when the song ended and the preacher got up again. This time he started slow. "Brothers and sisters, I've been thinking about today's sermon. I look around at this world, the violence, the anger, the bad things people do to each other, and I keep feeling like what we need to talk about, well, it's forgiveness." I stared at him. What did forgiveness have to do with anything? I leaned closer because this was like trying to understand Zach speak Chinese. Anger, hate, hurt. It's all a big weight that we carry around, and we don't have to. We can let it go. This life isn't so we can hang on to every hurt we've had. It's to learn to let go and accept the light. The grace offered us. It's to allow that grace to others no matter how badly they've hurt us, because hanging on to anger might feel right and just, but it doesn't hurt the other person, just us. We're the one drowning in our anger and frustration. We're the ones who are carrying that burden of anger and the weight of injustice. Brothers and sisters, life is more than that. Life can be good if you let the Good Shepherd take you to the still waters and lay your burden down. Lay it down. You don't have to carry that hurt and anger anymore. Lay it down. He said other things, lots of them, and we sang another song. At least Drake did. But other than putting my head on his shoulder and keeping it there for the rest of the sermon, I didn't do or hear very much. When it was over, we stayed there while people talked and chatted until I had to leave. I stood up and hurried out, Drake beside me, hand on my lower back. We threaded through people until we made it outside, and I took a deep, gasping breath. And that was church. What do you think, Penny Lane? Are you cured of all the wicked tendencies you've ever had? I inhaled shakily. Do you think he's right? He gazed down at me, a slightly quizzical smile on his mouth. About what? How wonderful Mrs. Harmon's sweet potato pie was at the potluck we so sadly missed. Forgiveness. About it being a good thing instead of a weak thing. I shrugged and kicked at a pile of snow, getting flecks of white on my tights that would melt and make me cold. I bent to brush it off. When I straightened, Drake slid his hands around my waist and pulled me close enough that I could see the neon green specks in his eyes. Forgiveness isn't weak. It's incredibly difficult, one of the hardest things to do. Some say it's impossible for a mage. He smoothed my hair away from my face. If you aren't tied down to anger and resentment, you can do anything. I highly encourage you, particularly in regards to me. He flashed a seductive smile and winked at me. He knew what I was doing, why I was doing it, and would go along with it in spite of how much he hated whatever I did. He liked the challenge. He still saw me as a challenge that he had to overcome, someone he had to conquer. It didn't matter that I loved him. I had to be helpless and dependent on him for absolutely everything, so he would have more satisfaction when he left me, ruining me completely. How could I be more stupid about him? It didn't seem possible. For not kissing me, I think you more than made up for it last night. I turned and quickened my pace towards the car down the snowy street. That's a no then, he said easily. Fair enough, bring on the tea parties and church meetings. I'm the mage, I can take it. The tea party was lovely. He had them bring in tables for everyone, and I decorated with my boxes of ruffled tablecloths and sparklers. I gave Missy the sealed boxes of macarons and fancy cookies that she opened carefully and arranged on my 3 tire trays. It was a charming tea party. Everyone said so, even the guy who was behind the bars. I gave him a folded box lid full of all the fancy things so he could try them. He thanked me very politely, and I was almost certain that he wouldn't bring anyone else to life. What do you think of the lemon cookies? I asked Missy, pouring myself another cup of orange bergamot tea. She nodded thoughtfully. They taste like lemon. Right. So many lemon cookies taste nothing like lemon. Have some peppermint tea. It's really nice with peppermint. I poured her tea and beamed at her while she shifted nervously. Thanks. The mage doesn't usually come here on Sundays. I glanced at Drake where he stood with a cup of tea on the edge of the party so that he could watch everyone without seeming to watch them. No, I wonder what he usually does. This morning we went to church. The stained glass was so pretty. She coughed on her sip of tea before she studied me over the rim, her one gray eye cautious and wary. Why did you go to church? I shrugged and leaned forward to whisper. Honestly, I wanted to irritate Drake, but he didn't seem to mind. He has a lot of intestinal fortitude. Do you like church? Have you gone? Did you know there are different ones? She glanced at Drake, then nodded at me. I used to go sometimes. I don't like to go out anymore. People stare. Oh, Drake, did anyone stare at us? He nodded. They were very polite about it, though. No one commented on the adorableness of your ruffled petticoat. You didn't notice because you were so busy staring at them. You looked like a tourist. Probably they were staring at you then. You are so handsome. He shook his head slightly, but his eyes were bright and kind of sparkling. You tell that to all the old women. I giggled. Not all of them. Only the ones who have cats. After a few minutes of drinking tea and munching beautiful cookies, Missy leaned over to whisper to me, Are you married? I inhaled a crumb and spent a moment or two hacking and sipping hot tea too quickly. What? No. Do we look married? She cocked her head at me. The two of you remind me of a couple in Darkside, Antoinette and Leopold. They waltzed and drank blood together, but the way they talked, the way they looked at each other, it was the same as you two. They were married. Drank blood together? What kind of blood? Never mind. It makes absolutely no difference. But waltzing, that's not too barbaric. That's good then. She smiled a little bit and was absolutely adorable. The one sewn shut eye giving her a quizzical and lopsided appearance, like a well-loved teddy bear with one ear worn off. People whispered about them, said that they loved each other, like it was taboo or something. Love is not a virtue in Darkside. But they do have it? She nodded and glanced at the guy behind bars, the necromancer. His sorceress loved him. Too bad. He still feels guilty about killing her. Guilt is another Darkside vice. You're not supposed to have a conscience. It gets in the way of important things like conquest. Before they started nibbling on me, I would go to parties and carry around food trays. I was very pretty. They all said so. My mage, he thought I was beautiful and bought me from the mavens who loaned me out to their friends. We lived in the city of deception, on the borders of the devil's domain. Anyway, my mage, Narcolo took me to the country to live in his mansion. It was fine until I found a ring in my dinner and asked where the meat came from. I leaned closer. What happened? She raised her eyebrows. He showed me the kept humans waiting to be eaten. I was shocked. I'd never seen a morsel before. The next time we went to town to Deception, I informed the mavens that Narcala was breaking the treaty. They were shocked, of course, but it turns out they were shocked that I'd said anything. Instead of that, humans were being eaten. It turns out humans aren't allowed to be kept as slaves or morsels legally, but I didn't know that. No one tells a slave that it's illegal. Narcala was sad that it's illegal. Narcala was sad that I'd betrayed him, even if nothing came of it. What if someone had heard? Someone who cared. I thought he loved me. Do you know how stupid it is to think that a mage loves you? I told him that if humans were for eating, then he should eat me. So he did? She nodded, staring down into her half-empty teacup. Pudding, he took my eye. It didn't hurt. That was a surprise. He kept the pain away and sewed me up himself. After that, he took something once a month on the full moon. I inhaled shakily. Missy, that's terrible. Did you stab him at all? She nodded. At first I fought, but he's a Darksider. He preferred it that way. I actually cut off 2 of his fingers, but he sewed them back on and showed people what his pet did, proud to have such a vicious creature. I leaned my elbow on the table and leaned forward, my chin on my hand. Crazy. You must have been so happy when Drake rescued you. She shook her head. No, I'm still not used to it. I still have dreams about him. I miss him. I probably would have killed him if I got the chance, like the necromancer's pet. But I still loved him. I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. It's terrible. I'm the same way, and all the women in my family. We're cursed to fall in love with the worst and wickedest mage we can find. She frowned at me and tugged her fingers away. I let go. Sorry. Did that hurt? I asked. She shook her head, but picked up her cup and gave Drake a furtive glance. Do you love him? Yes. How is he the worst mage? I frowned and thought, I think the worst is that he's not always horrible, so sometimes you forget and love him more and more and more until he ruins your contract with a mage to save your mother and shows you how idiotically inane you truly are. I shrugged. He's waiting for me to love him as utterly and desperately as possible before he really ruins me. I'll probably kill myself after he's done with me. She frowned at me. Done with you. Once a mage becomes obsessed, the only end is death. So he's so bad because he's so good at making you love him. I nodded because she understood. Finally, someone who understood the madness. Are you very evil? I frowned while I thought about that. I have some impulses that are violent. Like I lit a mage on fire the other day for coming into my room without knocking, and sometimes I have done things that were terribly, horribly wrong. Of course, but that's normal. Do you feel okay with it? No, I don't. I have empathy. I've always had a lot of empathy. It's one of the things that makes me weird. For a witch? For a witch. She nodded and finished her tea, then set her cup down with a thump. I think that you love each other, and if you can forgive mistakes, yours and his, you might be happy together, at least as happy as witches and mages can be. He's a little bit weird for a mage. I mean, maybe he's like you. Forgive? I don't know what that means. The preacher was talking about it, but it doesn't make any sense. She pursed her lips. I don't really know. I still haven't forgiven myself for loving Narcolo, for admiring all of them. The Mavens, I was fresh caught and brought into a party along with a bunch of other humans. We were dressed up in scratchy, high-collared clothes that smelled like stale sweat and brought in the middle of this hall with the violins sounding like buzzsaws, and everyone dancing like the world was drunk. They brought me forward and offered me a morsel. I took it. I ate a lot of seafood, so weird texture didn't bother me. They had me eat an entire tray of morsels, and I didn't realize until I saw those humans in cages what a morsel was. That's why I got to serve instead of be served, because I'd eaten all those human parts with a smile. They liked that. I inhaled, shuddering. Yeah, we're not Darksiders. We're part human, so eating people isn't really a thing we do. Ugh, that's so terrible. It wasn't your fault, though. You were just a lost girl in a dark world. And look at you now, totally normal. She giggled, her whole mouth smiling, and the sound was so beautiful, so utterly magical, I wanted to bottle it up and keep it for dark nights. Thanks, Penny, thanks, Penny. Thanks for the tea party. I used to think that magic was like that. Maybe it still is sometimes.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 24. I walked back to my room after leaving Penny at Lilac Stories. She'd kissed my cheek, then blushed beautifully before scampering inside. I let out the breath I felt I'd been holding all day. Penny Lane's surprises had kept coming a little too rapidly lately. The mage contract, my worst nightmare. The rabbit bathing suit, which was basically every one of my fantasies made real. And then today, the strangest, most delightful breakthrough I'd ever seen. I'd never thought that Missy would open up. I'd had her for almost 2 years, and it was the first time I'd heard her laugh. I'd never heard her story, and the way she'd told it made my heart ache for her. I should spend more time in Darkside, combing dungeons and kitchens for morsels, and slaves that didn't want to leave their masters because of love. Penny loved me, even though I stole her business and her freedom, not to mention wrecked her attempts to make a contract with another mage. She'd been very upset about that. Still was, if the word I mapped was an indication. It was. Church was agonizing, but I could cope with torture, particularly if Penny put her head on my shoulder and gripped my arm like I was her lifeline. What if she took it all seriously? The whole church thing? What were the commandments? I couldn't remember. Something about not killing people, particularly your parents. I'd already killed my mother, and my father I would happily kill. Clearly I wasn't a candidate. I'd have to support her without imbibing. What would that be like? Church every Sunday, probably. Tea parties, too. My thoughts distracted me to the point that I didn't notice the mage in my room until I was halfway past the couch, headed towards my bed. Aren't you going to say hello? I stared at Teddy Prince, Blackheart student, the prettiest mage alive who sat on my couch drinking my finest silver liquor, feet kicked up on the table, black hair beautifully askew above his smooth forehead. You're drinking without me. I'm sorry to keep you waiting. I forgot that you were coming. He laughed and finished his glass. He knew that I didn't expect him. I went to the tourney last night. I was hoping for more Creagh. I can't believe you had a whole battle without me, and with a dragon rider, too. I bet the fines were heavy for that. I cleared my throat. My father actually took care of it. He raised his dark eyebrows. He did? That's new. I shrugged. He approves of me having a personal attachment to a witch. He thinks I'll be a proper huntsman after all. Teddy laughed, a dangerously on-edge sound. I saw the tourney, that means I saw your witch. You shouldn't make it sound like a hardship producing heirs with that creature. It might give me the wrong message that she's available or something. I stiffened. I believe we already had this conversation. We did. You don't have to repeat yourself. I'm simply telling you that you might want to make it very clear that she is your witch on a consistent basis after she puts on a show like... I studied him. He was probably right. Barry had behaved like part of his brains had been taken out and beaten into mush before being reinserted through his nasal cavity. I personally had drowned for a time in Penny Lane, but it was hard to tell if it was the bunny suit or her. Do you think there will be more Creagh? He shrugged and stood in a smooth movement. No idea. He grinned suddenly, fierce and slightly crazy. I'm actually here to escort you to Senor. Her delivery man? Give me a minute to change my suit. It's Darkside, I take it. Teddy nodded, and I went up the short stairs to my bed. I changed quickly, hanging up the dark green suit she liked so much. It was new. I put on a bedazzled one and headed back down where Teddy was looking through my kitchenette. He had found food I'd forgotten I had. He was like that. I messaged Ian where I was going and with whom in our ancient code while Teddy finished consuming whatever I had. Finally, he was ready to go. He didn't comment on my suit, only nodded like it was a good choice. We stepped through side into a brothel. Darkside brothels are so incredibly unenticing, the females both deadly dangerous and hideously ugly, usually disfigured in a number of ways. We walked through the dark interior, floor sticky while flies swirled above piles of something I didn't look at too closely, cats everywhere, the smell of urine almost drowning out the scent of unwashed bodies. Charming locale. He shot me a glance and a grin. He was so beautiful that he belonged here even less than I did. I told you it was a good place. Trust me. My contact told me that I wouldn't be disappointed. You can trust him. He spoke loudly, more to the dark figures hunched in the corners than at me. I followed him into a room with a desk along one side and a witch with remy eyes, white hair but startlingly clear and youthful skin, stirring a bubbling potion. What can I get for two pretty mages like you? Looking for work? Teddy smiled wickedly as he caressed his own cheek. It's nice, isn't it? I heard that you have something fresh and delicious. I'm looking for something nice, soft, and sweet. She studied him for a minute before cackling maniacally. You heard I've got something fresh, have you? You must have friends less pretty than you. He shrugged and glanced at me, obviously. What do you want? Pretty? Fresh or painful? I considered for a moment. Clearly Signor had once more dragged me into something interesting that I knew nothing about. I shrugged. I'll have what you're having. You two sharing? Same bill or split? Teddy leaned on the counter, getting his suit disgusting, no doubt. He put a disc of sulfide on the counter. We'll take 5. Unlimited time, unlimited activity. She palmed it quickly and stood. Come along, then. This kind goes fast. They're fresh and frightened. I imagine you'll play with them for a bit. She led us down a dim and crooked hall. Down steps made out of mismatched materials, some stone, some wood, all crooked. There were cells here and there, some alcoves with glimpses of emaciated or corpulent figures swathed in gauzy fabric. The fresh, delicious creatures were in a cell, barred and locked. She took the key out of her shirt, turned the key, muttered a long series of spells, and opened the door for us. We went in, and I raised my hand, bringing dim light to the room. There were beds along the walls of the circular room, chains between them, hooks hanging from the ceiling, and an enormous bed in the center beneath them. My stomach churned when I saw the first face, a girl probably 15 who sat up from her bed, face streaked with tears as she stared at me. I walked over to her and crouched down. "What's your name?" She blinked at me. My English bad. "French?" I smiled easily and asked her again in French that time. "What's your name?" "Marie. Where are we?" "My friends and I went to the woods to try and... I guess it was stupid. Witchcraft isn't real, is it? They came down from the trees like angels or ghosts." She wasn't all there, her gestures weak, eyes unfocused like she didn't see me. "Did you eat mushrooms?" She nodded. Maybe if we were very lucky, we could write this off as a bad trip. They were beautiful, orange and blue. No lapis. They were barely stirring. The occupants of the beds, 2 girls, 3 boys, all young and apparently stupid humans who Teddy had bought. I touched the wall and closed my eyes, sinking my awareness into the stone and the layers and layers of magic in that. It would take a bit of doing to get through. It would be impossible to step through side from here. I bent down to brush the floor with my fingers. Interesting. The floor had much more give than the walls in spite of it being solid stone. I grabbed the chain on the wall and climbed it until I touched the ceiling. Strong spelling, but weak structurally. "I think we'll have to take out the ceiling." Teddy nodded while the guy closest to him stood. He was older, maybe 18, my age. Did I look that stupid when I was belligerent? Probably. "What's going on here?" "You're American." "What did you do to us?" His voice was dry and scratchy. "Your English is good. Now, shut up." I dropped to the ground and paced out a star that glittered green, then grabbed the guy's arm and dragged him into one of the legs of the star. Teddy started to retrieve the other humans, putting a girl down inside the star who stared at him like she'd never seen an angel before, or a devil. "What's going to happen?" I said as I swung the first girl up into my arms, noting how much lighter she was than Penny, "is that you're going to hold very still and try not to breathe. You'll be protected from most of the debris, but the dust can still damage your lungs. You're experiencing a seriously bad trip right now. So most of what you see isn't actually real. Teddy's actually a hideously ugly old man. And you're a twisted young man," Teddy said cheerfully. "True enough." I put the girl down inside the star and went over to the last guy who hadn't woken up yet. I traced my fingers over his forehead, bringing him upright. I floated him over to the other kids and left him hovering on the other point of the star. Teddy brought over the last guy, and with that, I activated the star, enclosing them all in a glowing neon green star-shaped bubble that would keep them safe from the cave-in. "Don't we get to be in the bubble?" Teddy asked. I shrugged. "Make your own if you want one. I got changed specifically because I expected my suit to get ruined." "Wait, you're not protecting that suit? I can't imagine why. I mean, a witch wearing rabbit skin personally styles you. You should treasure it." I glared at him. "Don't remind me that you saw that." "Everyone saw it. It was on live feed. Pretty sure Signor is livid about it, but it's hard to tell. Do you think he's her father?" I hesitated, feeling hopeful. Maybe Signor was her father, and that's why he was concerned about her. "No, I don't suppose it's likely. Not the way he looks at her." I snarled at him. "Are we going to do this, or what?" He pursed his lips at me. "Of course, Master Mage. How do you want to proceed?" The girls had started crying while the belligerent guy was pounding on the bubble walls like he could break it with his fists. Humans, why couldn't they just accept that it was a bad trip and relax and enjoy the show? I reached into my inside coat pocket and pulled out a wand and a top hat. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention? Welcome to the Drake Huntsman show of magic and mystery, excitement, and..." I twirled my wand, sending out a burst of sparks in green and yellow, sodium and barium. The humans went quiet, watching instead. "Teddy, how many reactives do you have?" He reached into his jacket and pulled out a few packets of powder, only a few ounces. "You?" I smiled at him and started pulling off my buttons. "I ordered this suit particularly for fun. Give me the powder." "Lighter?" He threw me the packets and the lighter, and I began juggling buttons, wands, lighters, and packets of powder until I exploded them upward in a very simple propulsion spell. They hit the roof and an immense green cloud burst up along with the star bubble, which I leapt on top of as we exploded out of the brothel and into the filthy Darksider night. The night wind rushed by me as I rose, the bubble soft beneath my boots. I spread my arms and embraced the night, flying up and up until our arc began to descend. My fingers twitched as I calculated our descent arc, velocity to know where we'd land. We should be outside the small city that clung to the base of the Red Rock Mountain. Lovely. If the humans weren't secured, they'd probably bash their brains against each other. I did a quick spell inside my green star bubble before we landed for the first time. The star squished down 3/4 before bouncing back. I leapt and rolled along with it. I laughed as I bounced and flipped down the rocky slope on the bubble. I almost got crushed and rolled a dozen times, but I managed to keep my footing on the bouncing star bubble until we gradually rolled to a stop at the feet of Teddy, who had his arms crossed like he was bored. You're sure playful these days. Ostentatious, too. I will admit, you in that suit on a star bubble flying through the night like a hallucination. It's bizarre, yet impressive. Thanks. Where's Signor are we transporting these humans through side? Humans don't do well with that. Not usually, anyway. Just then, headlights lit up the bubble where the humans looked sick. The headlights bounced as the truck rolled over the rocky terrain to park with a screech and a cloud of dust. I wrinkled my nose because I'd specifically kept the dust down. Signor swung out of the truck, his black hair and blacker eyes blending with the night. Huntsman, get the humans in the truck, then accompany me, if you'd be so kind. He walked past the bubble towards the city where a green cloud of sparkles hung over the rooftops, lighting the houses and making the city look magical. I did good work. I snapped my fingers and the bubble dissolved. I caught the closest girl and swung her up in my arms when her legs didn't look like they were going to work. She started screaming and I tapped her forehead, putting her out. I climbed into the truck with her, deposited her in the back, then came out for the other 4. Teddy let me do the rest of the hauling of the now unconscious humans. Signor had disappeared, no idea where, and I didn't particularly care. When I'd laid out the last body neatly in the back of Signor's truck, I stopped at the bar and poured myself the best I could find. He had a taste for scum. I'd have to stock him up if we kept working together. I came out with the glass and hesitated on the top step of the truck, staring towards the city where a wave of darkness was coming towards me, chasing after the black figure racing across the rocks. I watched the race until I shook my head and sat in the driver's seat and started it. It took me a second. There was a switch and a knob instead of your generic keyed machine, but it roared to life in time for Signor to leap into the seat while I slid out. I hung onto the pole while he shifted into gear and pulled out, tires screeching and something in the engine whining while he shifted down, pushed down the gas and then shifted through side, truck and all in a flash of deep, dark red. Pretty color. Where do we take the humans? I don't know. Back where they came from, I imagine. What city was that? He cursed in Darkside before we popped back into Dayside on a nice road if you compared it to a rocky mountainside. Horrible road if you compared it to most roads in the USA. This is their country. It smells of them. Throw them out. He pulled the truck to a stop, the evening air cold and dry. They aren't wearing coats. Signor frowned at me, his brow bone protruding lopsidedly over his beady black eyes. So spell, I sighed. You clearly aren't accustomed to dealing with humans on a personal level. I could explain why that won't work, but you don't really care. What was that city? What did you do to stir the nest more impressively than I did? And what did you send Teddy to retrieve? He frowned at the steering wheel for a few moments, debating whether to throw me out along with the humans or to do something even less pleasant. Tell me about Penny Lane. I raised my eyebrows. She belongs to me. What else could you possibly need to know? He smiled while his eyes burned. Would he fight me? That would be extremely satisfying. I saw the tourney. Why would she be so careless? What were you fighting the Spellmage for? You're joking. You mean she didn't tell you everything? That's right, because otherwise the mage contract she was making with him wouldn't have been so extremely sloppy. At least I hope so. His eyebrows rose. A mage contract with another mage. I see. His voice was carefully even, devoid of emotion. Why would she do that? I shrugged like I didn't care. She's Penny Lane. Inanity is her hallmark. Did you tell her that? I hesitated. Perhaps. He laughed, low and grating. Excellent. You are an idiot. The next time she won't bother with the contract. You do realize what that means. That her marriage will end with me killing whatever maid she finds stupid enough to agree to it. There's no mage at your school who wouldn't agree to such a proposition, whatever the risk, not after the tourney, and you're here instead of protecting her from the students who will assault her as long as the spell is in effect. I glared at him. Then why did you ask me to come? Signor shrugged. I wanted the sorcerer I have a personal feud with to see that the notorious green mage is in my pay. That will make him your problem. I stared at him, speechless. As though I would ever be on any mage's payroll. I'm Drake Huntsman. I control the outcome of every Darkside battle. Exactly. And now you're going to oppose this sorcerer openly. What do you have against him? He was silent for a moment. My personal reasons won't interest you, but his goal should. He wishes to destroy the Devil's Treaty and return Darkside to its glorious past. There will be more human trafficking, more incurable curses, and once he has pitch and penny, a far less glorious sparkle in your suit. He's the mage who wants pitch. He's the mage who cursed the Creagh. The very same. What does he want with pitch? Signor shrugged. I don't know. He's been after her for years, since she made such an impression at her first tourney. Stupid child. What is she? No one knows what she is. A contradiction, an aberration of some kind. You really think that Penny's spell was strong enough to turn mages violent? He raised his eyebrows. Who said anything about mages? They will grovel. It's the witches who will try to kill her. I swore and ran a hand through my hair. I called Zack. Where's Penny? I asked, turning away from Signor. I would have left already, but he clearly had no idea what to do with delicate live cargo. I thought she was with you. Did you see it? He was quiet for a few minutes. Yeah, trying to forget about it. So much humiliation and so... I snorted. She's supposedly in danger from witches. Find her, protect her. She has pitch. Shut up, Zack. I dropped my phone in my pocket and turned to Signor. 25 miles west of here is a hospital. We're taking them there. I'll deal with the humans. You sit in the driver's side. Can you make it look like an ambulance? He nodded, and with a flicker the brown turned white, lights on top circling soundlessly. The rest of the night was irritating enough, but somehow I managed to survive. After I'd gotten the last human into the hospital, groggy, fuzzy, and disoriented, clearly from a bad drug trip, I walked away from the bright lights to step through side. Ian was in my room, drinking my best silver liquor. At least we three have excellent taste. You owe me another bottle. Teddy can't pay for it, but you can. Have you seen Penny? He lifted a glass and swirled it around, his eyes a bit more unfocused than they should be. Oh, yes. I've seen your witch. Mine, too. I wasn't sure whether to vomit or pass into the throes of ecstasy. I threw myself down beside him and poured myself a drink. Is Penny safe, then? He nodded soberly. I believe your little rabbit is as safe as she wants to be. It was after dinner, gourmet pizza, roasted garlic aioli. Anyway, I happened to be a bit behind her and saw the entire thing. Wit, as you know, considers herself something of a seductive wench, which she is. But Penny's performance showed the school that seduction is as easy for Penny as chemistry. Smart and desirable, possessing the best mage in school. You understand where I'm going with this? Wit cursed her. He shook his head and sat up, leaning over his knees, golden eyes bright. No, she threw a ball of pure energy at her while screaming a litany of curses, the illiteral kind. I gasped and sat up, gripping my drink. That could kill a mage or a witch. Ian winced. I hate to say it, but Wit missed. Energy isn't like a herder. She would have hit a freshman if Penny hadn't gathered it all into a big burning bundle and danced with it. I've never seen anything like that. She was lit up blue like Wit's eyes, not a great color on her, to be perfectly honest. And then she threw it into the floor, a discharge that didn't bring down the school. It was incredible. I nodded and licked my lips. Penny is okay? Ian shrugged. Afterwards, while Wit was reeling, weak from that whole thing, Penny saw me and cocked her head before skipping over. She put out her hands and said, Since you're her mage, you can pull out the pain. And that's what I did. To a witch. She started out all subversive, but now she's showing the school exactly the kind of witch they have. You have, I should say. What was that? How could I diffuse that energy from her? Take her pain, as she said. She's an aberration, isn't she? I collapsed against the back of the couch, more exhausted than I'd felt in a long time, just from worry. She slept with me in the laundry room. A witch doesn't sleep with a mage, not like that. Yes, she's keyed to a mage's energy. Try to forget about that when Whitley asks. After the rabbit dance, it's difficult enough to convince people that Penny Lane belongs to me. While you were having that fun, I was in Darkside with Penny's deliveryman getting embroiled in a war with some epically powerful sorcerer who has it in for pitch. I can't believe I walked into that Teddy, too. Teddy? Ian raised an eyebrow. What's his interest? I shrugged. He's not stupid enough to mess with my witch, is he? Ian hesitated, then shrugged. Did he see her at the tourney? I nodded. Probably, yes. Sorry, Drake, but I can't imagine a mage alive, Dayside or Darksider, who wouldn't be utterly enchanted by that and an aberration. Let's just be grateful it was Penny and not Wood wearing that bunny suit. Otherwise you'd have had my witch in your bed all night. I frowned at him. Sometimes your single-mindedness gets tiresome. Now I want to break your face. You break faces. I sleep with them. Teddy kills them. I think I got the best deal. I will kill you if you sleep with Penny's face. He laughed and stood, throwing back his drink. I'll keep that in mind. Your suit is missing its buttons. Starting another trend, don't tell me. Pleasant dreams, mage. Pleasant dreams. I couldn't sleep. I paced the halls trying to smell Penny in the air, past lilac stories, a dozen times until I settled onto a piano bench in a far-forgotten corner of Rosewood. I hadn't played in ages. I'd forgotten what it was like feeling the smooth keys that responded to me so easily. Notes my mother had drilled into me growing up. That had been her penance, her torture, hours and hours of piano to help combat the insanity, the darkness. I shook my head and thought of Penny, only Penny as I played her nursery rhyme as hauntingly beautiful as I could, still nothing near her maddening imperfection.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 25. Zach looked up at me from the powder-pink suit I had on him. Why am I doing this? I had a half-dozen pins in my mouth, so I couldn't answer until I had it pinned just right. It's going to be a fun surprise. Like the last one? I poked him with the pin, and he yelped. Hold still. How can I hold still when you stick me? Drake would like you sticking him with pins. I reverted to what I knew he'd hate. Torture always worked on mages. Zach, you beautiful boy, thank you so much for your help. I don't know what I would do without you. You're such a good friend, so sweet, so sensitive, so sweet, so sensitive, so... He rolled his blue eyes and held still until I had it nicely adjusted. It would be close enough to Drake's size after I pinned it in a little bit. Zach had nice broad shoulders like Drake, only a little bit shorter. After that, I skipped down the hall in a pink coordinating dress, with a hanger over my shoulder and a basket of goodies over my arm. I knocked and fixed my hooded minicape on my shoulders until Drake opened the door of his room. He didn't have a shirt on. Penny, you look like trouble. I stared at his chest for a long time before I remembered to beam at him, then bat my eyelashes inanely. I've decided that I need an ideal male for marketing purposes. Guess who I picked? He leaned back and looked me up and down. You want me to model with you for your new his and hers lotion line? Why Penny, who told you I always wanted to be utterly objectified by the public, particularly in a pink suit? I sighed and handed him the hanger. You're impossible. I'm going to start to think you don't mind inanity or public humiliation. You realize that you in a pink suit without a shirt will be all over the internet. The whole world will see Drake Huntsman as a lotion label. He put the hanger over his shoulder and put his other hand around my waist, pulling me close. Penny, about that, I didn't mean it like that. I did, but I was angry. Very angry. When I'm angry, I say things I do mean but wouldn't say otherwise. You're saying you have to be mad to be honest? Good to know. Come on, put on the suit. We'll use your black curtains for the backdrop. I pulled out my phone to show I was ready. He curled his lips. Are you kidding me? His voice was cold, icy, and sharp. I beamed brightly, even though that's how he'd sounded when he'd interrupted my contract with Lester. My fingers curled into fists before I could force them to relax. I never joke about business. If I'm going to market for Valentine's, I need the ad ready before February. January is already half over. He took my phone out of my hand and his eyes softened. I mean that I'm Drake Huntsman. If we're going to objectify me, we're doing it right. Meet me by the bell tower at 4. Bring Viney. He lifted my hand, kissed it, and then I found myself outside of his door, staring at it kind of stupidly. I rubbed the back of my hand where I could still feel the warmth, smell the fire and black cherries. He was going to do it. I'd expected him to refuse. I mean, I was using his body publicly. Instead of refusing, he'd make it amazing. He kind of always did that, except when he ruined everything. This was my new plan. The gist had to do with making enough money to find a new place for my mother to live. Also finding a mage who could help me move her. But the details were fuzzy. I walked around a corner and stopped when Lester stepped out in front of me, his hulking figure blocking my way. Lester! Hi! I twisted my hands together. I hadn't seen him since the mess of the contract, or rather, the tourney where I'd really made my mark. How are you? All in one piece, he said in a somber voice. Have you told him? Told who what? He frowned, smolderingly beneath his fall of hair. He's the only one who can fix it for you. You need to tell him. He's your mage. Tell who what? Zach appeared behind Lester's elbow, and I jumped, stumbled in my adorable heart-cut-out shoes, and glared at him. You scared me to death. I'll see you, Lester said and took off, his lumbering form kind of fast. Zach nudged me as we walked. I felt suddenly tired, and not only because I'd been up all night making a pink suit. What secret are you keeping from Drake? It's not the no magic thing, is it? Shh. Lester doesn't know about that. He raised his eyebrows, his soft blue eyes mocking me. I take that as a no. How many secrets do you have, Penny Lane? I turned to face him and started ticking off my fingers. The secret that Zach Stoneborough is the most obnoxious mage in the history of the world. The secret that pitch is pain. The secret that I can't hold my liquor, and the secret that if you don't stop asking questions, I'm never going to make another spicy meatball with you again. Anything else. He raised his eyebrows. Spicy meatballs? You want to make some spicy meatballs with me? Yes. I'll have my hacker work on it. There has to be a way to trace the orders, so I can make certain they end up with Dayside witches, not Darksider. I'll talk to Signor about it, too. He frowned suddenly and grabbed my arm. Penny, we are talking about the same kind of spicy meatballs, right? I pulled away. They're the only kind I know how to make. Are you coming? Hey, don't think I don't know what you did there. Evasion and all that. You have a problem with that? He laughed. You know I don't really care. We walked along until a group of girls blocked the hall, talking to each other, but not moving no matter how we tried to edge through them. Finally, one of the girls turned to face me, and I could see by the crazy in her eyes that I needed to do some quick thinking. They wanted to kill me. I glanced at Zach, and his blank look told me nothing. I faced the girl and smiled quickly. Hi, you love Drake, right? She blinked at me and nodded, then her eyes welled with tears. So pathetic. I patted her shoulder. Me too. I'm making something for him to remind him of all those that love him so he can carry that love with him. I dug in my furry muff and pulled out a small pair of scissors for thread cutting. Cut a lock of hair for me. She took the scissors, and for one breathless moment, I thought she'd shove it through my eye, but instead she snipped off a generous lock of her brown hair, handed me the scissors, and walked away. Okay. Who's next? All the girls gave me their hair, the mood somber and bleak, like they were having a funeral for Drake. After that, I kept asking girls if they loved Drake, then took their hair if they said yes. I had a lot of hair by the time I got to my room. "That's fun," Zach said, patting my head before he wandered into his room. I cleared my throat and went to the couch where Viney sat, staring at her phone. "Hey, Viney, do you love Drake?" She looked up at me, dark eyes wide and vulnerable, caught off guard. She quickly covered, scowling ominously. "Obsessed, not in love." "Give me a lock of your hair." "We're doing a Drake love vest to commemorate his time at Rosewood." I held out the scissors and she took them, not looking at me. "I try not to mind, but at the tourney, you were different. A witch." I sighed and collapsed on the couch beside her. The rabbit suit was enchanted. I forgot. I only meant to enchant Drake so he wouldn't kill Lester and he'd become my slave. Turns out Drake's resistant to that kind of enchantment. It's so annoying. I think I was more helpless than he was. As usual. Anyway, I guess it was stupid of me to do a mage contract without checking it with another mage first. What kind of contract? I shrugged. Limited alliance. Lester regrows legs. It's really interesting. So, you think he'd be a good match for you? You cut off legs, he regrows them? She shook her head. I never did get what you saw in him. He's like mud, a blob of oozing. I cut her off. Sensuality. I know. He's so virile and seductive. He doesn't even want to be seductive, tries everything so no one realizes it, but can't help himself. I'm doing a photo shoot with Drake at 4. He said to bring you. Is that okay? She frowned at her phone. What kind of photo shoot? His and her lotions. What? She stared at me. For Valentine's. I have a little online shop, sell lollipops and lotion. Did you not know that? Anyway, I'm going to do some ads for it, little ones, you know, and Drake is so beautiful. I thought I could use him. He wants me to use him for idiotic things like that. I put my hands over my face. Viney, I'm so tired. Playing with Drake is exhausting. I heard a snip and felt hair fall. I put down my hands, gathered her locks, and tried to smile at her. I shouldn't complain. He's a dream come true. She shook her head. Fantasies aren't supposed to be real, otherwise they're nightmares. I'll be here at 4. What are you going to do for the fabric? Pink? Fabric? Oh, you mean for the commemorative vest. I rubbed my forehead. I have no idea. She leaned forward, a mischievous glint to her eyes. I think you should go door to door and gather green fabric from all the mages who admire him. He's worshipped by them too. I'll come with you. I had no idea why she was so excited about it. At least, not until we'd knocked on 2 doors and mages stammered and fawned all over themselves about me. Viney snickered as the mage welcomed us into his room and offered us the liquid refreshment he had on hand, a dizzying variety of alcohol that glowed neon. He offered it to us, but he didn't look at Viney. It was like our double date only reversed. He pulled out a very nice suit jacket and offered it to me with a hopeful expression. Viney took it and patted his head. Good mage, you did well. Penny loves nice wool, don't you, Penny? I do, but I'm going to cut it up. If it fits you, then you should keep it. It's a beautiful jacket. He flushed and glowed pink. I'd rather help you. I mean, Drake. This is for him, right? He's the greatest mage at school. We all wish him the best. I sighed as we went out. We'd gotten a suit jacket, a pair of shorts, the only green thing the mage had, and a green cape. Already my arms were full, but the next mage noticed and offered to carry my things for me, you know, walking beside me and all that. No. I sent him back to Lilac Stories instead. Viney snickered. You've spent all year avoiding this, having the mages all obsessed with you, and now it's out. Some witches would revel in it. You look like a scared little bunny. I glared at her. Yeah. The rabbit suit was a mistake. You don't need to rub it in. I think I do. At least I haven't tried to turn you into goo. You should lend it to me so I can use it on Oscar. I already sent it home, and Oscar doesn't need it. But Drake did? You guys must have had a very nice time. You still have bite marks on your neck. I rubbed self-consciously. You saw us. She raised an eyebrow skeptically, then stopped talking when the next door opened and Ian peered out, wearing black. I'd never seen him in black before. He looked like embossed chocolate. Ian, do you own anything green? He gave me a smoldering look. What an enticing question. Why don't you come inside so we can continue this conversation in private? I'll be there, Viney said dryly. He glanced at her, his smile still in place. I'm counting on it. 2 beautiful women are always better than one. Ian, thanks for opening your door so I now know what Dr. Knock on. Come on, Viney. Ian grabbed my arm before I could move. What are you doing with green fabric? I pushed his fingers off me. I'm making Drake a commemorative vest. Witch hair and mage scraps. Green is a good choice. I expected pink, but I guess it would be difficult to get pink from mages. This will be strong magic. A good gift, he nodded thoughtfully, then turned into his room, leaving the door open. I exchanged glances with Viney, then followed him inside. His room was black, pitch, and leather. He opened his closet and pulled out a cloak of shimmering gold silk. He whirled around with it. You can line it with this or use it for trim something. My fingers itched when faced with such glorious fabric. I ran it through my fingers, caressing it idly. So beautiful. I'm not sure I can cut into it. He crossed his arms. I'm sure you'll manage. Penny Lane, if you wanted to make it in cabaret, I have complete confidence in you. He was the first mage who'd mentioned the tourney. I blushed and backed out. Thanks, Ian. It's always good to keep your options open. I have to admit it was more the suit than me. He cocked his head as he studied me, the glance unnerving. I doubt that. At any rate, you shouldn't linger too long in any mage's bedroom. He'll get all sorts of ideas. I thanked him and made my escape. Outside, Viney broke out laughing while I leaned against the wall. Nerve-wracking. You have the worst ideas. On the other hand, this is the most beautiful cape I've ever seen. Heavy with magic, too. Come on. There are so many other mages to visit. So many mages. My knuckles were bruised from knocking. We were almost finished when I knocked and Jackson answered, his blonde hair mussed, his fierce scowl only slightly disrupted by horror when he saw me. I stepped inside before he could close the door, knowing instinctively that he'd step back when I moved into him instead of slamming the door in my face. Viney followed. What do you want? His nostrils flared as he held himself very still. Green. We're using scraps from all the mages to make a commemorative vest, right, Viney? She nodded and managed to look bored and irritated. Like this wasn't her idea. Green scraps? Fabric? Yeah, sure. He hurried to his closet and went through it, but kept glancing over his shoulder at us like I was going to disembowel him while he wasn't looking. How could I even do that? Stab, maybe. I wandered over to his desk and picked up a little figurine made of ivory. Not from our world. I felt a shock of familiarity and put it back down in time for Jackson to come over, an old green bag in his hands. I don't have a lot of green. It's not my thing. Can you get out now? I smiled at him and nodded happily before I skipped out into the hall, stomach churning, heart pounding. I gave the bag to Viney and wiped my hands on my skirt. I think we have to get going if we want to make it by 4. I headed back to Lilac Stories, hands still buzzing where I'd touched the Creagh lodestone. My mother had one of those for a while. Poppy's mom was a Creagh sometimes. The lodestone was how my mom contacted her. Jackson could have a relative or a girlfriend who worked for Creagh, but it was too much of a coincidence. Him at the hot springs looking at me like that right before the Creagh attack. I needed to tell Drake. Convenient because I would see him in just a few minutes. I went to my room, refreshed my makeup, and headed out with Viney. I linked my arm with hers, and she didn't pull away. "Are you okay?" she asked as we went. "Are you having second thoughts? Drake really is beautiful and incredibly photogenic. He'll definitely do your line justice. I did know about Darkly Sweet. I've been secretly buying your lollipops for months." She shrugged. "I'm obsessed with your tiramisu. You need to stock your shop again." I gave her a hug. She stiffened up, but I ignored her discomfort. I pulled back and beamed at her. "I will make it a priority. Tell me about Jackson." She wrinkled her nose. "What about him? Whitley owns him. He hates Drake and you, but the feeling is fairly mutual." "Why?" "He just seems kind of creepy." She snorted. "Jackson is creepy, but Lester's hot. I don't get you." I shrugged, and we walked in silence along the perfectly shoveled paths into the garden surrounding the tower, where we'd sung our first duet. Mages stood without shirts, holding balls of light above their heads that buzzed like sparklers above the snow. In the center of the snowy field, Drake sat in a beautifully scrolled chair at a table covered in a decadent rose-twined tablecloth. I walked towards Drake between the mages, forgetting about Viney. He watched me come, his eyes glowing from the reflected light of the torch sparklers and the sinking sun. It was all more beautiful than anything I imagined. But when I saw the mouse poke its head above the brim of the black top hat, I couldn't help myself. I ran, snow flying around me as I raced to my mage. He stood when I reached him, hands strong around me as I knocked him back. He swung me around, his gaze bright and burning, as we stopped and burning, as we spun until he stopped, and we stood there, hearts pressed together, pounding. He tilted his head as he moved slowly closer to me. My eyelids closed as his hand slid up my back to the base of my skull, cupping my head. He brushed my nose with his, then my lips, only a brush before he pulled back, hesitating for too long. I pulled him closer, but he held back and coughed. I opened my eyes and remembered where we were, surrounded by mages holding sparklers while Oscar took photos. "Oh, I forgot," I whispered and blushed. I pressed my face against his jacket and realized that it wasn't pink, but a deep, rich black. "Drake, this isn't pink." He smiled at me and kissed my hand, leading me to the tea table. I discussed it with Oscar and my marketing team. A pink suit will not appeal to the kind of boy who buys his girlfriend things. I need to look manly, but I'm sure your suit won't be wasted. Think how great it will look on me during community service. I bit my lip. You're supposed to be pink. I don't care that much about marketing. He raised an eyebrow. I have a mouse in my hat. There is absolutely no way for you to hold my lack of pink against me. He dipped me, a sudden movement that swept my hair over the snow, flinging it sparkling into the air when he pulled me up suddenly, hard against him. I couldn't breathe, not with him so close, so beautiful, so mine. I itched to kiss him and touch him, as wildly and impetuously as the night of the rabbit. "Okay. How does this go?" It was awkward, and I kept forgetting about our audience while Drake put lotion on my bare legs when Oscar told him to. When he instructed Drake to put me on top of the tea table and break all the dishes, Drake objected. You don't ruin perfectly good china. Oscar, where are your manners? Fine. Then kiss her from her hands to her shoulder while she's putting lotion on your bare chest. Go ahead. Drake unbuttoned his shirt and tossed his jacket over the back of the chair before he began kissing my fingers one at a time, gazing at me while his lips lingered on my skin. Penny? Lotion? Viney poked me, and I unscrewed the bottle awkwardly, Drake's teeth on my knuckles. This is weird, I whispered to Drake. He wiggled his eyebrows, but otherwise seemed entirely occupied with his task. I rubbed his chest with the lotion, but I kind of kept my eyes closed at first. Penny, do it like you mean it, Viney hissed. I scowled at her, but then squeezed a large amount of pink lotion onto his chest that smelled like strawberries. It tasted like strawberries, too. I rubbed it around and around, swirling over his skin, his pectorals the name etched into his chest that was covered by a glamour, but the way his breath caught, he still felt it. I traced out property of Penny Lane while his tongue and teeth pressed into my inner elbow. All right, now you're going to eat strawberries dipped in lotion. I blinked at Drake, who pulled me into his lap and brushed my hair back before kissing me, soft, then deep, before pulling away and brushing my lips with his thumb. Actually, now I'm going to a meeting I have with Jasper. All good things must come to an end. He stood up, dumping me onto the ground. Not really, he kept holding me upright, but it felt like I'd been dumped, my whole world spinning while he tossed his top hat to Pete, then stepped through side, leaving me staring after him. He didn't give me a chance to tell him about Jackson.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 26. Penny Lane rubbing lotion on my chest. It was more irresistible than her bunny outfit. I officially was more attracted to Penny than her enchantments. 5 more minutes of sucking on her elbows and I would drag her to my room, or send away everyone else and throw the priceless china into the snow. I ran a hand through my hair as I stood in the lobby of Huntsman Manor. She was like an itch burying deeper and deeper under my skin. The pink suit. I sighed and turned the black suit pink again. I should have worn the pink. That's what she wanted. But I was afraid that her seeing me in a pink suit would make her more heavy-lidded and soft than she already was. Too soft, too clearly entranced with me, and I was losing my ability to fight the darkness inside me that growled and grumbled. She was mine. I should take her, keep her so I could watch her make me pink suits and maybe put on the buttons so they were the kind I preferred. Also so I could tuck her into bed when she fell asleep over her project or homework, and then wake her up. Master Huntsman, how convenient that you should arrive just now. Can I take your jacket? I crossed my arms because the pink suit was mine and Jasper couldn't touch it. I'm fine. We should probably talk about the sorcerer I seem to have started a war with in Darkside. He nodded soberly. Indeed, reports of your liberation are spreading like the plague. Did you intend to make a statement, or was it an accident? What about the girl? Have you proceeded with things? Is that your wedding tuxedo? I glanced down and then frowned at Jasper. I would never arrange a marriage contract with a witch without having you look it over. He raised his eyebrows. I saw footage of your last tourney. So did your father. We were certain that her purpose would be something concrete, particularly when she took you to church the next day. I stared at him, completely in awe. Penny wouldn't have considered doing something that's straightforward, but she certainly could have. If she'd used the bunny suit to seduce me into marrying her, I would be a married mage. That idea certainly made my heart pound. That would have been interesting. No, she was only distracting me while seducing the entire school. The church was an exercise in I don't know what. If she decided to marry me, it would doubtless be after something completely unrelated to seduction. I can't even fathom. I need a drink. I can get you tea or a soda. I stared at him. Soda? Very well. He turned and left like that hadn't been a question. I shook my head and went into the library where the bar was well stocked. My father was a smoky burn kind of mage, while I preferred liquid silver, sharp and piercing. I poured myself a drink and was about to imbibe it when my father stepped through side and took a seat in the chair beside me. He already had a drink. He sipped slowly while he stared at the flames that danced in the fireplace. "Evening," I finally said when it seemed like he'd never look at me. He raised his glass slightly, but other than that made no sign of seeing me. He smelled heavy and wet, saturated by gunpowder and blood. He'd been in Darkside. I sat up and studied him, but he looked normal, tan and relaxed as he sipped, sleeves rolled up above white slacks and boat shoes. I shrugged and sank back into the leather chair. "Dad, I'm a bit overwhelmed. The pink is probably the problem. Doesn't go with your hair." I shot him a look, but he still wasn't looking at me. "I can handle pink. It's church that has me unsettled." "What was the sermon? Anything useful?" I sighed. "I don't know. I do know. Forgiveness." He shot me a hard glance, not useful at all in that case. "I've been in Darkside organizing our men. The sorcerer is a serious nuisance. He's turned the Creagh into his personal assault team instead of an organization with something like consistency, if not integrity. What seems to be the natural progression is breaking this Creagh curse and uniting Darkside against him. The devil and the ruby are already your allies. Naturally, we aren't usually on anyone's side, but I think in this case where he's trying to kidnap your bride, we'll make an exception." I blinked at him. "My bride? We're not married." "You will be. Do you know what a sorcerer like that would do to a pretty thing like your witch?" "I do. I've seen it enough times. She might like it after a while." I stood, glass clenched in my hand. "You want me angry? I wouldn't if I were you." He stood and met my gaze, his eyes calm and steady, dark and burning, my eyes. "I do. We're going to decimate his army tonight. You're going to lead them, the notorious green mage in his ridiculous gem suits. Pink isn't quite as striking. You have a reputation to live up to." He snapped his fingers and dozens of gems attached themselves to my coat, real ones heavy with magic, steeped in spells. I focused and grew my mage armor beneath the suit, green scales covering all of my skin, including my face. This is going to be decisive. He's not in his army. They're a motley bunch he's gathered together. It won't crush him, but it will force him to regroup. You're going to scatter the Creagh, but not annihilate them. Understood?" I nodded and held out my hand. He smiled and shook it, sparks exploding between us, sending me through side and into the thick of the battle. I pulled out 2 fire swords and stalked forward. I used magic recklessly, protecting my own men while weakening the other side, magic that broke through the other sorcerer's more subtle spells. I wasn't subtle, not remotely. The world flickered green and dim around me, one body then another, one opponent, 100, 1,000, my magic, my fire and water sweeping away the force ahead of me. It was dawn when their forces split and fled. My men chased them while I held back, aware of the exhaustion hovering behind my eyes. I'd put too much into that. I had to go home, rest and recover before I could do that again. I tried to be subtle in my Darkside fighting, but apparently not hard enough. Having permission to truly stun the opposition from my father was all I needed to overextend myself recklessly. I stepped through side into my room and unbuttoned my suit coat, my shirt pants, before falling onto the bed in nothing but silk shorts. My hand brushed her hair, and suddenly I wasn't quite so exhausted. "Lights on," she said. I swallowed while I stared at her, expecting a bunny suit or some kind of scantily clad thing. No, she wore black from head to toe, including a soft mask that surrounded her eyes. When she saw me in my state of dishabille, she gasped and covered her pink mouth with her fingers I'd tasted far too long ago. "Strawberries." "Penny, are you burgling my bed? I'm afraid everything interesting is on the floor." She glanced over at my pink suit and gasped again. "What did you do to it? Are those gems? They're real and magicked." She frowned at me. "You're turning my inanity to practical purposes. I'm not sure how I feel about that." I smiled idiotically at her soft mouth, soft and supple like a bald kitten. I only imagine never having shaved a kitten. "Is that tonight's project?" She chewed on her lips. "I should be chewing on them. Actually, it's a bit more involved than that. Do you know how to hotwire a car?" I sat up, got dizzy, and promptly fell back down on the bed. "I do not, but I can get a car to start in other ways. It's not that specific knowledge you're looking for, is it? I could do research. What's wrong with you? I'm trying not to look at your body, not that it isn't glamoured, but you seem kind of hurt. I closed my eyes. Penny in my bed looking for mischief in me, unable to sit up. Typically maddening, she was probably in cahoots with my father. I am. I fought a glorious battle bedecked with gems that gave me all sorts of confidence and extra oomph that is all used up. We were losing, I think, but we won because I'm the mage. She leaned over me. Her hair tickled my face, but I didn't open my eyes. She put her hands on either side of my face and inhaled, taking my pain, exhaustion, and unhappiness with her. I covered her hands with mine and sat up while she visibly drooped. Penny, that is the most interesting trick. Witches aren't supposed to do that kind of thing to mages. Now that I'm up, what did you have in mind? Whose car are we going to hotwire? She smiled slightly and leaned close. Jackson's. Classic convertible red. Yes, that would be a nice car to go joyriding around in. I glanced at the clock instead of staring at her, an aberration who had no idea how delectable that made her. 3 a.m. How long had I been fighting? Not too long. It had seemed longer. Maybe the gems had something to do with that, bubbling time in that world and saving it here. She slid off the bed. Come on. She danced down the stairs, clearly excited. I got up slower, searching for my pants with kind of heavy hands. She'd done quite a bit, but not enough. Not that I wanted more. I wanted her in my bed, not in Jackson's car. Then again, if I had her in Jackson's car, I'd take it. Maybe we were going to drive to Vegas, elope or something. Why Jackson's car, who could say? No, the plan was not elopement, but furtive acts of service. We shoveled the walks of people in trailer parks while I spelled the dogs so they wouldn't bark. She clung to me, singing along to the radio at the top of her lungs when she forgot that we were on a secret mission. All night we shoveled walks and melted ice on steps that might break a hip. At least that's what Penny said. My fingers were numb and the sky started getting light. She grabbed my fingers and dragged me back to the car, hunched over and laughing breathlessly. She looked beautiful, rosy-cheeked and sparkling, happy. I smiled at her and squeezed her hand as we climbed back into Jackson's car. His keys had been above the sun visor, so we hadn't actually done anything but insert the key in the ignition. But she didn't seem to mind as we careened down the drive in Jackson's hot rod. Where's my ninja, love? She stared at me, eyes enormous. Ninja? What? Love. I must be out of my mind with delirium to say that. She chewed on her bottom lip. Breakfast, I guess. I stepped closer to her and tugged her to me. She looked up at me and smiled, sweet and vulnerable. I'm starving for your strawberry-flavored skin. You made me a pink suit. You have no idea how happy that makes me. I love suits. I love pink. I've always wanted a pink suit to put jewels on and fight battles in. She cocked her head and studied me. I should have left you in bed. You sound delirious. Come on, Mage. Let's get you to bed. I put my head on hers. Mine or yours? She giggled while she wrapped her arm around my waist. I think your bed is spelled better. It's almost as good as Signor's couch. Penny, you're wearing down my resistance. How long can I bear it? Resistance to what? Inanity? You don't seem to be resisting at all? I want you, need you, adore you. It's getting ridiculous. I shouldn't be able to feel anymore, but there you are in a bunny suit or a ninja outfit, and I drown a little bit deeper in the penny morass. Morass? It's the hair, Madame warned you. I swung her around to face me, brushing back her hair while I stared into her eyes. I adore your hair. I want it to tickle my nose every night for the rest of my life, starting now. She cocked her head. Drake, it's not night anymore, it's morning. Then I want it to tickle my nose in the morning. Now you're being difficult. She giggled. I like you like this. You're all soft and snuggly. Let's go snuggle in Jackson's car. I'll let my hair tickle your nose all you like. We climbed in the car before I pulled her against me along the bench seat. She rested her head on my shoulder where we were parked in front of some low bungalows on the outskirts of town that left the sunrise fully visible. We sat and watched the sunrise while her hair tickled my nose. Perfect, absolutely perfect. The scudding clouds above us were pink, like waves from Penny Lane's ocean. The ocean I drank and drowned in with abandon. I closed my eyes and maybe actually fell asleep. When I woke up, it was because Penny Lane kicked me in the face. Not hard. She was upside down on the seat. her head on the floorboards while she dug beneath the dashboard with her nails. I dodged another kick of her sensible boots. She looked very nice from this angle. If she were wearing a skirt, I shook my head and tried to focus. Waking up with Penny was always an adventure. Finally, she made a sound, something between a shriek and a gasp, and climbed out from her upside-down position, sitting on the floorboard with her legs on the seat, while she stared at the treasure she'd unearthed from Jackson's car. "Is that gum?" She looked up at me and blushed like she'd been caught doing something crazy. She beamed at me. "I think so, but I'm going to take it home and run some tests on it to be sure. You woke up. You were so cute sleeping. Let's go home. I'm so hungry I think I could eat a mage." "Okay." I stared at her while she scrambled up and took her seat, slipping the flattened sphere of used bubblegum she'd scraped off the bottom of Jackson's classic car into her pocket. "Penny, I think breakfast is a good idea. Very good idea." She nodded and gripped my hand while she stared out the windshield like we were facing the enemy. We went to a little diner and ordered 1,000,000 courses. She ate and ate, but it was kind of unfocused, kind of distracted. Had she finally gone completely insane as a 3/4 Darksider was bound, I'd expected more death and dismemberment, fewer shoveled walks and less petrified gum. Typical that she would defy my expectations. I grabbed her hand and squeezed it. I loved it. Every little shade and stroke of incomprehensibly delightful Penny Lane.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 27. I'm not actually obsessed with antique gum, unless that gum happens to have an explosive embedded in it. One of Poppy's quirks was that she liked to chew up gum, insert a tiny explosive device, and stick it under dashboard so if the car was hit, it would explode well. She didn't think car crashes should have random survivors. Everybody has a quirk or two. If there was an explosive in the gum, that meant Jackson not only had ties to Creagh but Poppy as well. My head spun. I expected Drake to look at me like I was crazy, but instead his eyes were all soft and he touched me all gentle, like I was a bald kitten. Not that I was bald. What was he talking about? He really did need to get to sleep. When we got back to school, I hurried away when he wanted to hang on to me. So sweet. But I had to break into Zach's room and see whether or not the gum was charged. I snuck into Lilac Stories and crept over to Zach's door. He was gone somewhere, probably. If not, I owed him for coming into my room so many times. I could bring him breakfast, gum with an explosive. That would wake him up. I shook thoughts of blowing up Zach out of my head. It would blow up Lilac Stories, too. And all of his cool gear. I picked the lock easily. Way too easily. And he thought he was a tech mage. I went inside and turned on the lights. It was weird to be in his room without him. I walked right up to Pitch and caressed her cheek, which made the panel slide back to reveal his secret tech lab. I seriously needed one of those. He clearly had the biggest room of all of us, even Professor Vale, who I'd seen exactly twice since I'd gotten back from vacation. I fiddled with various apparatuses, picked up a laser drill, and put it back down. It wouldn't do me much good to explode myself. If the gum were crushed, it would go off. If it was there, I might just be carrying around an old piece of gum. If I dissolved the gum, I might be able to separate it. But what if it also dissolved the explosive? I had no way to know what kind she had used. No, I'd have to set it off. Zach had a really cool thing that should work with that. Like a glass bubble that could contain an explosion of pretty massive quantities. But I'd be able to watch it explode. So how to set it off inside the bubble with me outside? I spent some time rigging a weight, hooking it to a rope and candle that I could ignite. Very old-fashioned, burning through a rope to crush a piece of gum. But I was tired and kind of freaking out. Maybe this was all in my head. I wasn't rational about Poppy. I knew that. Still, I had to follow any breadcrumbs she left me. What are you doing? I put the piece of gum behind my back and whirled around, smiling at him brightly. Don't we have tech class today? Look, if you want to come into my room and mess with my stuff, fine, but don't pretend not to be suspicious while you're wearing a mask. It's a dress-up tech class. Ninja Day. He rolled his eyes. Seriously, Penny, what are you doing? That's kind of good rope you're burning. Shut up, I said, and put the gum beneath the weight. Slammed the bubble back into place and watched the fire flicker under the rope. Is that gum? Maybe. Did you really steal Jackson's car? Shh. This is important. It's gum. Sometimes you're really repetitive. Has anyone ever told you that? You repeat it all the time. Talk about repetitive. Why are you experimenting on gum in my... The gum exploded, and the bubble rattled and shook, while I felt the force of the explosion even through the bubble. Poppy was in Jackson's car. I spun around and grabbed Zach's shoulders. Did you see that? The gum exploded, right? What do you think? 2 twists of sugar bomb with a hint of cherry powder. I think so. Absolutely. I went to the bubble and opened it just enough to smell the smoke. Yep. Sweet cherry. Zach coughed and shut the lid. This is my room you're smoking up. Why are you making gum bombs? And wow, that was cool. Also, what just happened? I spun him around while I tried to think and not scream. Poppy was in Jackson's car. Zach, let's watch tourneys. He stared at me. What? Pitch and lit tourneys. I want to watch them all day instead of going to class. You skip class, don't you? You can tutor me in linguistics while we watch. Come on. I dragged him to his bed and sat down in his rumpled blankets, pulling the sheet over my knees while I bounced. Your dirty boots are in my bed. Yep. Let's start at the beginning. He hesitated before he sighed and flopped down next to me. He snapped his fingers at the wall and an enormous screen came down in front of his lab, sweet cherry smoke curling around it. Are you going to take off the mask? No. It's better this way. Trust me, I'm in incognito. Is it in incognito or just incognito? He nudged me with his elbow. You're incomprehensible, also incredible. You look kind of cool in black, minus the mask. It's just cheesy. Cheese. We need snacks. I elbowed him and he rolled off the bed, groaning. You break into my room. Blow up some gum, get my sheets muddy, and now you need snacks. Inconceivable. He came back with crackers, cheese, and grapes. I ate while we watched pitch tourneys. He talked during them, all. Look, there she goes into that triple spin combo. She's going to come out of that in a slide. She's going to come out of that in a slide. Did you see that? Fast. I don't know what kind of grip she has on her boots. I've worked out something to make it. Og, get down. He threw himself back in agony as Pitch was encased in flames. I stared at him, rolling around. I patted his head. There. She's fine. You really get into it. He sat up and leaned forward, watching in time for Pitch to step out of the flames and wrap a whip of light and energy around the other witch's throat, hauling her up before smashing a herder into her. I winced because that was the real pain. What Pitch did to other people. I could practically feel the energy wire wrapped around my throat. Zach exhaled and nodded like that was good. It was, but I wanted to see more of the audience. All the glimpses I got were of Pitch fans. Finally, Lit came on, floating down in a white cloak that burned beautifully. Her effects were awesome. How could Lit not be as cool as Pitch? Sure, Pitch was black and cruel, but Lit was like an angel floating down before she ripped you apart. Their herders were equally cool. Lit's always had a million aftermatches. Pitch's were always short and sweet. Pitch followed herders, the hammer after the nail. I watched tourneys for hours with Zach moving on from cheese and crackers to popcorn and root beer floats, which were so good. Wow. The audience was hard to see. People cloaked half the time. The other half, their faces masks of completely insane intensity, screaming like that one guy who looked like a young and stupid Zach. I pointed up at the screen. That kid looks like an idiot. I think I should meet him. He nudged me, then refilled my root beer cup. Those were the days. There was a huge group of Pitch fans, and we'd meet and get crazy afterwards, trying to get a glimpse of her. Sounds super fun. What about Lit fans? Did you know any of them? He glanced at me and shook his head. What's with the mask? I can't take you seriously in that. And you can take me seriously in one of my other outfits? Deal with it? What about Lit fans? He skipped around until he found another tourney, the last one when Pitch had fought Lit. I tensed up as I watched. I didn't want to see this. I couldn't want to see this. I couldn't. I buried my face in Zach's chest right at the beginning. He patted my head. You okay? This isn't horror. Oh, maybe it is. We don't have to watch. I sat up and grabbed his hand before he could stop the show. I took a deep breath and forced myself to focus. I sat on the edge of the bed and stared at the screen, watching the audience, but it was impossible not to see Pitch decimate Lit. I gasped when Pitch had Lit by the throat, could feel my own throat close up. Lit's eyes were white clear through, like Pitch's were black. An angel crushed by the devil. I rubbed my throat and my breath came short. Stop it. He paused the screen and I walked up to it, staring at the figures in the stands. Jackson? It looked like Jackson, but there was someone else with him, someone watching the scene with the gaze of a predator. Wolves, but he was hunting Poppy. That made more sense. I couldn't see Poppy with Jackson, but that mage, the look in his eyes. Zach, make it bigger. It's called Zoom. The picture wasn't great, but the light showed his eyes. It almost looked like one was blue and one gold. Who's the guy by Jackson? Darksider. I don't know. Wasn't friendly, not with me. Seemed to like Jackson. He wiggled his eyebrows at me when I turned around to stare at him. Darksider, can you take me there? He raised his eyebrows and stared at me. Hold on. You're not running into Darkside after some mage just because you have a thing for mismatched eyes. I'm going to kill him. He ran a hand through his hair. Okay, that sounds fun, but Darkside is an entire world. Finding one mage in an entire world would be a little difficult, don't you think? I exhaled. You're right. I need to torture information out of Jackson instead. Do you have anything that would work? Maybe a drug? Whoa. You can't touch Jackson. First, he's a mage, and while I know you're all friendly with me, lighting me on fire and stuff, it's illegal. I could have you put away permanently for lighting me on fire. And that's after I entered your room without permission. For Jackson, forget about it. He belongs to Wit. The only way you could take him is if she gave you her permission. No way. She hates you ever since you shook your fluffy ears in front of the whole school on Friday. You did notice she tried to fry you, right? Man, that was crazy. How did you do that without magic? You just manipulate energy, just feel it like you're herders. I got up and nodded. Okay, I can't touch Jackson because he's a mage, and the witch who owns him won't let me touch him. But if I own him, I can do whatever I want with him, right? He threw up his hands. Sure. Drake would love that. It would be right on the level of whatever you did with Lester. I'm not going to marry Jackson. His face went pale. Wait, you tried to marry Lester? Are you completely insane? I gestured towards the bubble where smoke still swirled. I collect gum. Yep, crazy. Thanks for the chat and the snacks. Those root beer floats are amazing. I didn't know ice cream floated. I left him, my head spinning, my fingers tingling. It was him. I could feel it. That was the mage who crushed Poppy, who left her so broken that she came back and made me watch her die. He would pay. I would break him and crush him and hurt him as long as possible, then do it all over again. Little things like legalities weren't going to stop me. I went to my room and stood in front of my mirror, mask on. Pitch? The mirror ruffled, but nothing else happened. Pitch, come out and play. She hissed behind me, and I closed my eyes. You want to play with me? You mean you want me to play with Jackson? I want you to challenge Wit to a tourney where the winner gets mages. You want to risk Zach for a mage worth nothing to you? What did the man say about forgiveness? How can you move forward if you cling to the darkness? I glared at the mirror at my own reflection. Don't talk to me about forgiveness. You're nothing but pain. My reflection shook her head. You're nothing but pain. I won't do it alone. I won't perform in a tourney without you. I swallowed. Fine. We'll do it together. Just this once. She laughed, and the mirror went black, smoky, swirling around and around like a pit into hell. Pitch black.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 28. I skipped classes, sleeping instead. When I woke up, I felt happy, buzzing warm like Penny had been curled up next to me all night. Someone was pounding on my door. I yawned, stretched, and rolled out of bed. I pulled on a black shirt and walked slower because it wasn't Penny and anyone else was unnecessary. Wit, what a surprise. She walked past me into my room, her blue eyes burning with anger as she spun around to face me. I left the door open. Drake, why did you steal my mage's car? One of your mages. I borrowed it, returned it without a scratch. Dang, I forgot to crash it. I meant to. I must be slipping. Her glare burned into me. Jackson is having a mental breakdown. Do you have any idea how annoying it is? I can only imagine. Jackson always irritates me, though. Do you want to take my car, drive it around, crash it a few times? I really don't mind. Her eyes glinted. What I want is for you to keep your pet under control. I stepped closer to her, cocking my head. And you should have a handler if you can't control yourself. Do you honestly think that you can throw a ball of energy at my witch and not pay for it in some way? She hissed at me. I challenged Penny to a tourney. No. The voice was the kind of thing that, while low and perfectly soft, sank into your squishy bits and made them turn to water. We both whirled around to find Pitch in the doorway. I should have shut the door, but I hadn't expected Pitch. She floated towards us, black cloak covering her hair and most of her face, but showed her black lips and sharp teeth when she smiled at Wit, pointing a black-nailed finger at her. I challenge you, Whitley Penmore. Wit gasped and put her hand on her chest before she lifted her chin and stared at the newcomer with derision. Pitch, Zach's girlfriend. What did I do to you or Zach? No one's touched him besides Penny. You should challenge her. Your mage. Jackson is the mage who calls the Creagh who brings blood to Darkside. I will take him, show him blood. The way she said that made me shiver. Did she have any Darkside blood? Probably not. Neither would Jackson when she was finished with him. Excuse me, Pitch, I said, stepping closer. What is Jackson's connection to the Creagh? Do you have proof? If so, we can use legal means to... She grabbed my throat, nails biting into my skin where it buzzed, the force of my shield doing absolutely nothing against whatever she was. Jackson will be mine. She released her grip and slid her fingers over my throat almost caressingly before she turned to Wit. The next tourney you will fight with Jackson against me. And Zach. Pitch shrugged like he was negligible. Whitley licked her lips. I accept, but I will use both my mages against yourself and Zach. Winner gets all mages. Pitch smiled, showing sharp teeth and red tongue. Done. She turned in a swirl of black, leaving my room and stalking down the hall past students of Rosewood, who stared at her like they'd seen a hallucination. I followed, amused at the reaction she got from the other students. Could even Pitch take 3 when one of them was Ian? I'd never expected Whitley to gamble Ian on anyone other than myself. Not that Zack wasn't almost as wealthy as me, his family as notable, but he wasn't like me, Ian and Teddy. We were more than mage. Pitch stopped in the middle of a large hall where students were gathered in between classes. She whirled around, hands outstretched. She waved her hands as she spun, black and white sparks flickering out of her fingers as she spun faster and faster until she disappeared in a strangely stringy black cloud. Hanging in the air was the announcement of the tourney challenge given and accepted. Pitch Z's Whitley challenge for mages. I went to find Ian. He was in his room drinking, halfway through a bottle. "Everything okay?" I asked, hesitating in the doorway. He raised his glass. "Whitley told me that Pitch challenged her for Jackson. I'm supposed to slaughter her and Stoneborough. She has so much confidence in my abilities. I could seduce Pitch but kill her and Zachary Stoneborough. Of course I can dispose of him easily enough, but Pitch hasn't ever lost. At the end of her tourney career, do you remember how she went through all opposition without anything other than a gurgle as she lost patience for ineptness? She's like you. Pitch is going to make me look bad. You know how much I hate looking bad? Can't you tell Penny to stop her?" I raised my eyebrows, came in and closed the door behind me. "Penny?" He nodded. "She'll listen to her, or maybe Zack. He doesn't want to belong to Wit. I was going to try and persuade you to throw the tourney. You know, Pitch might be a better handler than Whitley." He glared at me. "So I can hang myself on a Christmas tree? Wit isn't sweet, but she's stable around, at least mostly. I like to think that Wit messed me up less than Pitch screwed over Zack. Also, it wouldn't be fair. I'm her mage. I have to fight for her. I have to fight well." I sighed and ran a hand through my hair. I was this close to accepting a challenge Whitley threw down at Penny. I always had it in the back of my head that we could win you away from Wit and figure out something humane to do with you. He raised his eyebrows. "You trust your witch. I suppose it helps to own her. If Pitch wins me, what would she do with me?" I shrugged. "She doesn't want you. She wants Jackson. She might give you to Penny so she doesn't have to deal with you. But Jackson she's going to rip apart. Jackson is the Creagh's informant. Isn't that interesting?" Ian frowned. "He's not too far from his Darksider relatives. I think we should have a discussion with Jackson." Ian shook his head. "You aren't allowed to touch him. Wit made it very clear. Do you honestly think that you could take Wit, Jackson, and me without any help from a witch? I mean, you were actually going to challenge Whitley. What were you thinking? If Penny lost you, she'd get sad. I really don't want to see a witch who can throw energy around like that sad. All she'd have to do is put on a bunny suit, and you'd be unable to do anything other than drool. I'd take out Wit and Jackson, then she'd poison you or something." He laughed. "That might actually work. I suppose I shouldn't minimize the abilities of someone who aced the chem exam, not to mention the lollipops." I got up and went to the door. "Don't talk about her lollipops. I'm going to see Jackson. I know, I won't touch him." Ian came along stumbling at first until his functional drunk instincts kicked in. Jackson was in a hall with Whitley heading out, bag over his shoulder. "Did you report Pitch to the Creagh?" Whitley hissed. The hall was empty. Jackson glared at her. "This is Darksider business." She grabbed his ear and yanked it, jerking his head sideways. "Stupid mage. You aren't going anywhere, Darkside or otherwise. You try going there and I will drag you back in pieces. You are going to fight the witch in a tourney with me and Ian. We are going to defeat her. Put your energy on that instead of your cowardice." I applauded. "Inspirational, Whitley. Jackson, so you're the one who outed Pitch. Zack's going to love that. It's funny you preferring Creagh to the ultimate tourney star." Ian nudged me. "No, Jackson liked the other one. What was her name? Used to be Pitch's partner before they split up." "Lit up," Whit said, rolling her eyes. "Jackson, is this about some stupid tourney feud? Do you have some retired tourney player girlfriend?" He rubbed his ear and scowled at all of us. "You have no idea what's going on." He glared at me, something kind of crazy in that look. "You are going to lose everything in Darkside and Dayside. The fighting hasn't even begun." Ian. Spell him to keep him here, otherwise he'll step through side as soon as Wit takes her hand off him. Ian walked over amiably and spelled him. A shower of gold sparks as pretty as sparklers, which reminded me of the snowy tea party photo shoot. I hadn't seen Penny in too long. You aren't leaving until after the tourney, Ian said to Jackson before nodding at Wit. I think we'll have to do some strategy and planning. Stoneburrow's going to be tough. He's fighting to stay with his true love. I stared at Jackson, and he glared back, his eyes bright with fury. He might be tough as well. I needed to talk to Zack. He had to win. Whitley could not have Ian and Zack. I stepped through side and came back outside Lilac Stories. I went to the common room and saw Zack lying on the couch staring at a video game menu, a blank look on his face. I sat down beside him. Congratulations. It's not every day you get to fight in a tourney with against Ian and Jackson. Whitley is every bit as dangerous. Pitch hasn't done a tourney in years. I've never fought with her. She walked in here and told me we were fighting them, then disappeared. It's all Penny's fault. Penny. He glanced at me, then away, shaking his head. She found something in Jackson's car that implicated him. At least that's as much as I can gather. She didn't explain anything. Gum. Zack's eyes widened. Kind of. Explosives more than gum. Where's Penny? He shook his head. She's busy. She's got to make herders and figure out Pitch's tech stuff. Pitch has me, but she wants Penny to play with her, not me. I laughed. Zack, you are going to fight in a tourney with Pitch. You whine about everything. I'm a little bit jealous. I mean, fighting in a tourney with Pitch. I wonder what her entrance will be like. It's going to be an incredible show. At the same time, you need to watch Ian. Jackson, too. He's working with someone in Darkside. Zack studied me. Some details about what I can expect from Ian would be appreciated. I leaned over my hands and studied him. Ian's a sucky spellsmith, chemist too. But what he lacks in that, he has spades of in endurance, bullheadedness, and is practically indestructible. He's also a mean fighter, fast. Your tech is limited to what you can carry on your body. No armored car, which is what I'd use if I were trying to take out Ian. Zack nodded. That wasn't exactly helpful. I thought you'd tell me his secret vulnerability. After all, if he loses, he'll belong to Pitch. We'll be brothers or something. He winced like that wasn't a fun thought. Ian's secret vulnerability is lust. It's not that big of a secret. If you could get Pitch to seduce him, he'd be worthless in a fight against her. He hissed. Pitch isn't like that. I shrugged. Neither is Penny, but that didn't stop her. Pitch isn't Penny. They're opposites. Do you remember when I had quite the thing for Pitch? Now, when she comes into my bedroom with a challenge, all I can think of is how much I miss Penny. It's funny that they're so close. Zack pulled out a piece of paper and started scribbling on it, a design for something. If you need anything, let me know. I'm invested in Wit losing. He glanced up at me and shrugged. Pitch never loses. The thing that bothers me is if she cares about the tourney or just wants Jackson. She could take him in the middle of the tourney and disappear, forfeiting the tourney and leaving me as Whitley's pet. I shivered. You're her boyfriend. She likes you. He snorted. The only one she likes is Penny, and you've seen what she does to her. Penny wants Jackson. Pitch is getting Jackson for her. Nothing else matters to either of them. They're working together. Do you know how disturbing that is? Penny's turning to the dark side, and her name is Pitch. I laughed. Zack, you sound more and more fond of your witch all the time. Sounds incredibly intoxicating, never knowing if she'll kiss you or eat you. He ran a hand through his hair. You ever fought in a witch tourney? No, I have stayed far away from witches and their tourneys. They look so simple, just throwing hurters and spells, blocking everything with those cloaks. If I had more time, I could design something amazing. But Pitch doesn't want my cloak. She wants to use something Penny was working on a long time ago. Penny makes witch cloaks like the rubber and lead and tech, all that stuff. Penny? He raised his eyebrows. You should ask her to make you a real suit more than gems, something armored. I nodded and stood. I would, but she doesn't know that she's Pitch's hurter maker. For some reason she doesn't think I'd be interested. More likely. She's afraid I'll take her business and make her turn some actual profit. I've looked into it, and her business model is atrocious. I doubt her prices even cover her materials. Zack shrugged. She'll be making some changes. It turns out the Creagh were using her herders. I nodded. Yes, Ignore delivered one with me. Do you know anything about breaking curses? He raised an eyebrow. Nope. If only there were a spellmaster somewhere you could talk to about it. I grunted because her stepfather was certainly a fount of knowledge, but how could I possibly find him? No one could find him, not even the devil. That was an idea. A bad one. Not the devil, but Signor. There had to be something he wanted that I could trade for information. Teddy knew something. I went to Penny's door and knocked on it. Zach, go away. It's Drake. She opened the door and peered out at me. Goggles around her neck, a black smudge across her cheek and eyes enormous. Drake. Hi. I'm working on a special project. I nodded and gestured to Zach. He told me all about it. He's dumping some big tech thing on you from your class while he focuses on the pitch tourney. I heard that Jackson was the Crete's informer. Did you hear that? She nodded and bit her bottom lip. Drake, actually, I found out. I was going to tell you, but you had to go to a meeting. I saw a lodestone in his room. Lucky that you were wandering around in his bedroom. She blushed. Viney was with me. It was her idea. She frowned. I was going to get started on that, but I can't do it until I finish the Zactech project. It's really good, though. You're going to love it. I raised an eyebrow. She was such a terrible, adorable liar. You have another project for me? I'm so excited. Not that it could possibly be as amazing as the pink suit. Maybe you should ask Zach to help you with tech on it. It could be armored or something else even more surprising. Can I kiss you? I blinked and stepped close. She didn't open the door any wider, but put her face out so I could kiss her. She tasted like chemicals, powders on her lips that would combust in a brilliant flame. She kissed me for a long time, but not long enough before she pulled away. I'll see you at dinner. It's Tuesday. It can't be. I nodded soberly. It is very much Tuesday. I'm sure your tech homework is important, but... She frowned. I'm sorry. I can't go do community service. I can't do anything until this is finished. It has to be perfect. I had no idea you had a perfectionist streak. I'll leave you to it. Good evening. I smiled, but inside my stomach tangled into knots. I stepped through side into the medic tent of the battle I'd gone to not long before. I worked on a mercenary of mine, the healing easier than the first time I'd mangled Penny's broken leg. I healed him completely, then turned to the next cot, but he grabbed my arm. You're the green mage, right? I stared at him. I hadn't used any of my signature green sparks and was wearing dull leather clothes, Darkside gear, nothing flashy. I shrugged. Sometimes. His grip tightened. You saved us. There was no way out of that trap. There was no way any of us would get out alive. I've never seen monsters like that, the ground coming alive to eat us, and then you came and subdued the very earth. I cleared my throat and removed his hand from my arm. I think you're talking about a different green mage. The battle I fought last night wasn't that interesting. Maybe you have a head injury. I smoothed my hand over his forehead and picked up some of his memories. He'd been terrified, but maybe it wasn't the battle, but the sorcerer behind the battle that fueled his memories. Some sorcerers were particularly good at getting into your head, winning without making a strike. A deceptive mage was exactly the kind that had messed with Jasper and my mercs. My magic had fought a spell of deception, and I hadn't even noticed. I moved on to the next cot and focused on what I could do about his messy abdominal wound instead of how completely idiotic I was. I'd gotten too much attention in Darkside, too much attention I wasn't ready for, not with everything about Penny, Pitch, Wit, and of course Jackson. I glanced at the next mage, sweat beading on his forehead while he struggled not to scream. Good man. We had the best. Well fought, soldier, I said conversationally. I put my hand on his forehead and pushed a little bit of ease into him before I continued on his stomach. Such a mess. This would take some time. I had time. Penny would be occupied with Pitch's tourney for the rest of the week. I focused on my work, stitching together intestinal walls and healing organs before finally sewing closed his stomach with magic. I felt sick afterwards. Tired. I moved on to the next bed anyway. Burns covered half of his body. Excellent. I was halfway proficient with burns. When it was time to go to the hospital, I had a headache, but there were far fewer mages on cots than there had been. I had a message on my phone from Jasper when I got to Dayside. Jasper, what can I help you with? How long have you been working on the injured? I shrugged. A while. Why? Did I kill someone? I imagine. His voice was dry. "Will you come for dinner tonight? You can bring your witch." I hesitated. "I'm sorry, it's Tuesday. I'm not available on Tuesdays." I stepped through side to Fairmont's hospital. I didn't have to waste time on travel if I didn't have Penny Lane with me. Such a time saver. So I could walk the hospital halls for longer, poke my head in the children's wing and wave to them. Her princesses crowded around, demanding to know what had happened to their Rapunzel. I was her prince. Had the wicked witch caught her? Alas, only homework. She had a school project that she had to work on, but she'd be there next time. They were so crestfallen that I sat down and sang songs for them a little while. Penny should be here, not working on Pitch's tourney. Was I jealous of Pitch? She'd picked Pitch over our Tuesday. I went to visit my humans. Missy was dressed in tidy jeans and a blouse. She looked up at me when I came in, then she saw that I was alone. She focused back on the TV without saying anything. A wave of anger made the world flicker green. Penny had disappointed Missy, all because of some project with Pitch. Pitch, who ruined Penny every chance she got, Pitch, who might protect her, but would never actually love her, not like we loved her. I stopped walking. I didn't love her. I couldn't love a witch. I pulled out my phone and scrolled to her number, her picture. I texted her. "Missy missed you." I waited a few minutes. Nothing. I texted again. "I missed you." She didn't notice me at all. I ran a hand through my hair, going from Penny assaulting me with inanity day and night to her being too busy to notice my texts made me want to hurt something. I left the hospital, walking through the snow, kicking at drifts as I headed towards the Chinese place on the edge of town. I kept checking my phone. Nothing. I called Ian. "Sorry, Drake. I'm busy training with Wit." I exhaled, dropped dead, then hung up. I called Teddy. "Huntsman, I heard about the coming tourney. Everyone wants to go. Is Rosewood allowing visitors with the Creagh threat?" I shrugged. "No idea. I should find out so I can bring an army or two. You've been hanging out with her deliverman. Does he love her?" He laughed. "Jealous, Drake? I don't know. I do know that he's planning something very big, and it involves you, your witch, and Pitch. With the nameless sorcerer who's a deception mage." "Is he?" Signor didn't say. "You think he's only going to use her for some Darksider scheme, not that he's in love with her?" "Wait. It's Tuesday. Why are you talking to me? Don't you two have a thing?" "She's busy with Pitch." "Ah, poor Drake. A woman has come between you. Where are you? I happen to have some free time. We can find a war somewhere to fight." "It's Tuesday. I'm busy." He laughed. "So much loyalty. How tender. How did Penny find out about Jackson?" "How did you find out about it?" "It's all over the internet. I followed the Penny Lane channel." He was quiet for a minute. Signor may have mentioned something. He knew that Jackson was the Creagh's contact. "They know where Penny is. Rosewood is safe for now." "For now. Thanks, Teddy. I'll see you at the tourney." He laughed. "I'm looking forward to it." I hung up and kept walking. When I got to the restaurant, the server smiled at me brightly with two menus. His smile faded while he shook his head. "Your woman doesn't come tonight?" I shrugged. "Not tonight." I ordered enough food for myself, Penny, and Senior Mort. Afterwards, I packed up the tow boxes and carried them outside. At the corner of the parking lot in the darkness, I stepped through side and came out outside Lilac Stories. I went in, and Viney sat on the couch scowling at her phone. "Viney, how are things?" She glared at me. "Pitch is seriously pissing me off. She should never have offered to trade Zach." "Yeah, I'm not sure what the value is of torturing Jackson. I guess that's Pitch's thing." I went to Penny's door and knocked. "Go away, Zach." "It's Drake." She opened the door a little bit, and this time her hair was frizzy, and she had thick gloves on her hands. "Drake, what day is it?" "Still Tuesday." "Good. Did you need something?" I smiled. She was so adorable, must and mad scientist. I raised my bag of Chinese food. It might still be warm. Szechuan chicken. She bit her bottom lip as she considered. I needed to bite that lip. "You have to eat, don't you?" She nodded and closed the door. She opened it a few seconds later, dragged me to the table, and started eating. I watched her, fascinated that she could put away so much so fast. She stopped in the middle, put down her chopsticks, and took my face in her hands. She smelled like fireworks. copper and aluminum. Drake, I missed you too. I couldn't reply because my hands were in gloves. That was still today, right? I nodded and she kissed me. She tasted so nice. When she sat on my lap, I finally got to wrap my arms around her and hold her tight. I put my hand on her shoulder over my monogram, warming her cold skin. She must have turned off the heat, so something wouldn't melt or get unstable. She pulled away and gazed at me, the gold in her eyes bright. I have to get back to work. Why? What do you want with Jackson Penny? You've never liked him. She blinked at me. What do you mean? He's the one with the Creaghs. He's a traitor, right? I shrugged. You seem motivated by more than that. She shifted uneasily. I was about to lose her to her bedroom to pitch. I have to follow the breadcrumbs. I know it won't lead me home, but if I can find the gingerbread cottage, the mage who destroyed her, I have to. Poppy. She stiffened up and slid off my lap. My cat? I raised an eyebrow. Still, all right. Your cat? I carefully brushed back a strand of hair. Be careful. I'd hate it if you accidentally caught on fire. She smiled wryly. Don't worry. I only catch on fire intentionally these days. She blushed and glanced down at my hands. I need to get back to work. I nodded and let her go.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 29. Everyone seemed to stare at me as I walked back to my room Friday afternoon. I tried to bounce like everything was okay, but the longer I walked, the more people stared at me. The colder and harder I felt. Brittle, breakable, horrible, while my skin felt like it was pulled taut. I'd tried to sleep last night, but I'd kept running through my checklists. It had been such a long time since I'd done attorney, such a long time since I'd played with pitch. When I finally got to the Commons, there was a huge meal waiting for me. I stood there staring at it, at the pink rose bouquet in the center. I edged over towards it. Viney grabbed my hands and glared at me. You shouldn't help her. I mean, you should because she needs all the help she can get. But seriously, what can you do? I smiled at her, but it was hard. I'm used to her. I know what she needs. Did Drake bring food? She shrugged. I don't know. You should have Zach test it for you. Zach! He came out of his room wearing a black suit, fastening the buckles on his wrists. What? Viney. I'm busy. Yeah. But someone has to taste test Penny's dinner. He looked at the table and looked surprised. Oh. Drake sent roses. That's weird. Are you sick or something? He went over to the roses and examined the note. For the most conscientious student at Rosewood. That couldn't possibly be you. It must be me he's talking about. How did he know I loved pink roses? I snatched the note away from him and tucked it into my shirt. Shut up. Zach, are you ready? Let's go over the list. He glared at me. You're like her stage manager, or what? I glanced at Viney, who glared at us and headed to her room. Like I care. Zach, if what wins you, I'm going to give her our bond, too, as punishment. She slammed the door of her room, leaving me with Zach and Drake's itchy note in my shirt. Let's go over the list. You got my email, right? He lifted and lowered his arms a few times. Yeah, I got your email. I don't your email. I don't agree with it. My gums are tech. Why not use more of it? Because it's attorney, not a free-for-all. There are rules. Pitch has lots of rules. It has to be simple, basic, graphic, brutal. The impression has to be completely overwhelming but not flashy. She has a very specific aesthetic. Zach rolled his eyes. I know Pitch's fighting style. What her performances look like, but I'm fighting with her. She's never had a mage before. I took a deep breath. Seriously, Zach, if she doesn't think you're going to do precisely what she wants, She'll neutralize you and fight them all on her own. Let's not make her do that, okay? I really, really think she'll hurt me a lot if that happens. I know it. Let's keep this simple, quick, clean, and come back. Here and eat waffles all night. Like I'd ever eat waffles after a tourney. I wasn't looking forward to that part. To any of it. I was having doubts. I haven't seen Pitch for days. I haven't seen any of your tech. You need to test it. We tested it last night. He stared at me. You already tested it? Of course. I made the adjustments this morning. Everything's going to be smooth sailing. That's what Poppy used to say. Someone needs to say it. I think I'm going to throw up. Zach. I think I'm going to throw up, Zach. I gripped his black suit over some spikes. Can I count on you? Can Pitch count on you to take your place as second, as sidekick, and let her be the prima donna? He stared at me. I have skills. I shook him. Zach, you're going to get hurt if you don't follow the rules. Don't be like Drake, all ego and no constancy. He scowled. He did Tuesday without you. He's constant as far as you're concerned. I know he doesn't say he loves you, but he acts like it. Like roses and food for you because of your school project. He's thinking about you. He sat down and started eating. He handed me a plate after he'd taken bites out of everything, which was half gross but mostly practical. It's paranoid of you to think someone's going to poison you all the time. You know that, right? I sat down next to him and ate a few bites of beautiful, creamy mashed potatoes and fried chicken. It was nice and dry, what you wanted with a nervous stomach. Poppy poisoned me a long time ago. It was really horrible. But the worst was the way she denied it. Kept blaming Signor, like he'd ever had a reason to poison me. I talked to Signor about it. Were we 12? 13? He'd thought about it and said that I should look at this as a learning experience. I knew about poison and knew that I didn't want to be poisoned again. I could take steps to avoid it. He'd taught me about poisons after that. What to look for in taste and texture. The differences between being poisoned in one dose and slowly by degrees. Said by someone who's never been poisoned, never had their tongue turn purple and swell up until they couldn't breathe. Zach, I'm glad you're willing to be my guinea pig. Real guinea pigs are too cute to let die. He laughed and rubbed my head. Fine. When are we going to meet up with Pitch? You'll be waiting on the tourney field. I mean, you'll be waiting at the head of the field for her arrival. You're supposed to stand there looking ominous. You worked out the compounds for the special effects, right? Do I have to do that? He rolled his eyes. I can manage a slightly mystical fog. I don't really need chemicals either. I'm a mage. This whole thing is actually really short on magic. I shrugged. Pitch is too austere to use flashy magic. It's part of her style. He rolled his eyes. Fine. I get it. Shall we go over the list? I nodded and pulled out my computer while he penciled through his paper. Finally, it was time to get ready. I stood up. He stood with me. Okay. Good luck. Have fun. Waffles afterwards. I grabbed his shoulders and squeezed him. He grinned and grabbed me in a hug, swinging me around like I was some light, fluffy little thing. Zach. I'm already about to throw up. I keep my stress in my stomach. He only squeezed me tighter until he finally swung me down again. Penny, don't worry. I'll do everything exactly how Pitch wants. I had no idea you were such a stickler. It's kind of cute. You're all wild and crazy, but deep down a total control freak. I sighed heavily, pressing my palms against my stomach. Some things are born of necessity. You've never fought in a tourney with Pitch. This might not be all you hoped it would be. Then again, it might be even better. Lit loved it, at least at first. My heart ached. Poppy had been the one giving me hugs before tourneys, telling me it was going to be perfect, that no one would ever know. I missed her so much. Zach pulled me into another hug, this one warm and solid with good energy that flowed through me until the scent of cookies made me almost relax. He pulled away and grabbed my chin. For luck. He kissed my cheek, a quick brush of his lips. But I still felt the contact, warm, solid, like his hug. Why did he feel like that to me? He wasn't really like that, more like quicksilver or acid, but to me he was something whole and good. So mental. I'd met Revere in the middle of the night in an abandoned field to try out my gear, made pitch-quality herders, eaten, slept, and barely listened to Viney predict my ultimate failure, death, humiliation, etc. Everything was going to be awesome. The only thing missing was Drake. I had texts he sent every day and pink roses, but I missed him. I went to my room for one last check and looked at my phone. A new text from Drake. We'll meet at 11:30 on the field. I inhaled deeply and texted back. 11:45. I'll be the one wearing pink and looking cute. Don't kiss me. I'm really nervous. I might throw up. If he kissed me, I'd kill him. We could meet sooner. If only. So eager. I'll think you like me or something. If this week's purpose has been to make me admit that I like you, I admit it. We could talk about how much. I sighed and put it away. No more distractions. I really liked having him in my life. I liked it so much I knew what I was going to do. After the tourney was over, after Whitley was defeated, after I put Pitch back in her hole. I ran through my stretches, my exercises I'd only done for the past week. My body was adaptable. Finally, it was 6, time to get Pitch ready. Revere stood beside the black van, loaded with my pitch gear. We were on the polo field, in the dark, him staring at me like he could see every scar I'd ever gotten, which he maybe could through whatever illusion he'd put over my skin. There were a lot of scars. So many. Layers and layers of burns on my arms, acid all over my shoulders, body, legs. Just a lot of scars. I cleared my throat. Thanks for bringing everything. Another car pulled off the road and bumped over the muddy field towards us. Revere stayed where he was, looking bored, which meant ready to kill someone. A girl got out, black-haired, long-legged, black eyes, a girl strangely familiar to me. I peered through my night goggles. You're my hacker friend? It's nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on such short notice. I went over to her and shook her hand. She shook back a little bit frantically before she smoothed down her black vest and tried to look cool. I'm Ariette Lovecraft. I believe you met my brother. Oscar? Ha, small world. I stared at her, and she stared back. She was my height, mostly the same build. I'd asked my hacker friend for recommendations for a penny doppelganger, and she'd offered her personal services. I shouldn't have jeopardized my nice, uncomplicated relationship, but whatever. It was done. I can't believe you're Pitch. I mean, you're Pitch, right? I wouldn't have to be Penny if you weren't Pitch. I stopped smiling and stepped back. I am Pitch's manager, her herder maker. Thank you for coming and agreeing to be her diversion, a decoy. This mage is going to create an illusion that will make you Penny Lane, but you'll have to carry it off. Can you do it? You'll sit beside my friends and suck on lollipops and look nervous. If someone talks to you, do you think? She giggled, a weird, high-pitched sound before she twisted her hips, which would have twirled her skirt if she'd had one. Hi, I'm Penny Lane. It's so nice to meet you. Like that, she finished in a flat voice. I nodded. You've been practicing. She nodded back, cool, calm, completely controlling her curiosity about Pitch. Good. Penny Lane has her own streaming channel online. Have you seen it? I raised my eyebrows. I have channel, Penny Lane. What in the world for? Drake, mostly, but also for your legs and your lollipops and how nice you are. Also for the hilarious things you say in your linguistics class, and for your too innocent and sweet to be real interactions with Whitley. I'm actually kind of a fan of Penny Lane and Pitch. I exhaled, crossing my arms over my chest. Good to know. We've agreed that I'm paying for this in herders. Her face got kind of tight. I don't want your herders. You've always sold them at ridiculously reasonable prices, and for kids at Blackheart who don't have infinite resources like Rosewood, you've always been more than fair. It's an honor to work for you, particularly to take down a witch like Wit. I frowned at her. No offense, but I don't take favors from anyone. You will get herders, and I will be grateful for your help. And I took a deep breath. Maybe we could hang out sometime in real life. Maybe go shopping or something, but this is a business transaction. I expect you to play your part like a professional without any mistakes. Not that you're a professional actress, but... She smiled and held up her hand. I starred in a few plays at Blackheart. We may not be Rosewood, but I can certainly play the part of Penny Lane for a few minutes when everyone's attention is on Pitch. Do you have my instructions? I handed her the piece of paper. Alrighty, why don't you change in the van? She nodded and climbed in the back with the hanger and bag I'd put everything in she'd need. I turned to Revere. Is everything ready? He cleared his throat. Your mother sent some cookies. I pressed my hands to my stomach where rocks had been forming all day. The regular? He nodded, then added, a little more heliotrope since you haven't played for a long time. This launch is going to be very close. Your exit will have to be much, much tighter. I have the exit all worked out. They have ground rooms I can stay in while Arietti takes over Pitch. You just take her away and I'll be fine. He raised his eyebrow. You'll be fine? I looked down at my long, sharp nails. Eventually. Does your bondman know what he's getting into? I looked up at him sharply, while Arietti came out of the back of the van wearing my flippy skirt, Peter Pan collar blouse, and platform Mary Jane's. I'm all set. She gave me a professional nod as Revere stepped over to her, then moved his hands in intricate patterns and whoosh. Arietti's hair grew long. Her face became my face, and her whole body, perfectly in the shape of Penny Lane. I walked around her, nodding, and then I gave her another handshake. Thanks, Arietti. She threw her arms around me in a hug, then smiled at me blindingly and put a lollipop in her mouth, sucking on it seductively, which made me smile. She made an excellent macaroon. I went in the back of the van and started with my hair. I coated it in pitch, the smell taking me back far, far away to the first time I'd experimented with stuff to put in my hair to stop Poppy from lighting it on fire. Good times. Sort of painful. The pain filled me and I let it. Wading into it as I pulled the pitch through my hair, coating every strand in black, sticky substance that smelled slightly of cedar wood and juniper. And ashes. Mostly ashes. After I'd coated my hair, it hung down to my knees. Heavy, parted precisely in the center for balance. I tested my lunge, my spin, and my hair was right and wrong at the same time. It was too heavy, too dead. I wanted it to float around me in curls. I shook my head and focused on the bottle of white liquid that I rubbed all over my body. Then the next bottle, slightly thicker stuff, white, until all my skin was white, and then the final coat, white powder that left me smooth and ghostly. I pulled on the rubbery black skin, bumpy like the dragon's wing. I really liked that dragon, but not nearly as much as Drake. Would he like the show? It wouldn't be as flashy as his tourneys. No wolves howling in the night sky. No amazing music. Would Zack follow my instructions? It would be a pity to have to crush him in the middle of my grim spectacle. Pitch didn't do competition. I kind of wanted to not be the most incredible thing in the world. Too bad I was so awesome. I smiled slightly and stopped pulling on the suit. I just smiled while putting on pitch in spite of the pain. This was going to be interesting. I finished dressing, slung the belt around my hips, lead boxes filled with herders all smelling of black cherry. The beauty of a tourney fight was in the impression you made at the beginning and hopefully managed to keep up through the end. The beginning would be incredible, so hard to best, but the finale was going to be particularly special. I smiled again as I pulled my cloak around me, the layered skins shifting into place. I closed my eyes and moved into the different layers, swaying and humming under my breath. I'd tried it out in the field, but I hadn't been dressed like Pitch. This was different, and the cloak knew it, humming around me, responding to my energy until it swayed on its own. It was a good cloak. I'd been working on it back before. I took a deep breath and straightened my shoulders. I'd been working on it back before Poppy died. I'd started this new cloak after she broke up with Pitch, going out on her own to become the star she deserved to be. Lit Up was good enough to fight in the same rounds I went out in, but she struggled where I dominated. I avoided fighting her, but when it came down to it, I wasn't going to let her win. Why couldn't I let her win? I slid my fingers through the rippling cloak that felt like silk. Poppy didn't understand why I couldn't let her win just once. The thing was that Pitch was a devouring hunger that grew and grew with every tourney. She wasn't ever satisfied with our accomplishments. Deep thoughts for staring at the massive contraption that was a tourney cape, a portable bomb shelter, a launch pad, and a piece of clothing. I shook my head and exited the van. Revere stood beside the launcher, watching his phone. "Are you online? That is so weird." "Good for you, Revere, joining this century." He frowned and showed me an image of Whitley stepping onto the field, her hair flowing around her rippling like black flames. "I have accepted Pitch Black's challenge. Where is she? Are you afraid to fight me?" "Is this live?" He nodded while the camera panned the audience. And a figure who stood on the edge, her cloak back so her strawberry blonde hair was visible as well as her long legs. She took out her lollipop, smiled brightly, and waved at Whitley. "She'll be here. I think she had to use the toilet. This is going to be so fun." I exchanged glances with Revere, who actually rolled his eyes. "She plays the part well." I nodded, smiling as I stood on the platform, my cloak flowing closed in front of me while I pulled down my mask, the long mask reminiscent of creepy old-fashioned doctors in the days of the plague. It's the little things. "Ready? Your fans are waiting." I frowned as I gave the signal, and Revere pushed the button that launched me through the air. Holy macaroon, I'd forgotten what this was like. Incredible. Absolutely incredible, and without the slightest hint of fear that I was speeding to my death. No, I was flying. I spread my arms and the cloak flapped around me, spreading just the right amount to guide my trajectory. The mask kept the wind from bothering my eyes, and then I saw beneath me the crowds gathered in the darkness, waiting impatiently. I threw my herder, and the sound of screaming filled the air, high-pitched and terrified, followed by thunder that echoed along with the sound of something falling through the air, something big and monstrous because my own landing wouldn't be enough sound effects for dramatic purposes. I barely had a chance to notice the crowd rising to their feet in panicked hysteria before I landed in a cloud of black, pitch-black smoke that smelled of black cherry. I stayed there, crouched while silver sparkles went off around me, illuminating the dangerous dark silhouette of the cloaked figure that was me. When the crowd was silent, holding their breaths, I slid up my mask and stepped out of my cloak. I walked towards Wit in nothing but my black bodysuit and layers of coatings, and of course my eye-shaped night goggles, and black lipstick. Whitley stared at me, her eyes wild and disbelieving. Well, I was pretty awesome and terrifying. Jackson and Ian were on either side of her, Jackson staring at me like he'd just seen his doom, and Ian looking very, very seduced. That was something else, Pitch was thanks to my great-grandmother Sabine. That's what Zack felt. What everyone felt when they watched Pitch. No matter how awesome I was, the addiction, the obsession came from Grandma Sabine. I stopped 20 feet away from Whit and raised my hand. Fight well, no fear, no shame. Whitley walked towards me, lifting up her hand with a smile on her blood-red lips. If you think I'm afraid of some Pitch wannabe, you're nothing more than a... I threw a herder, loud, bright. Not particularly lethal, but it cut her off. I wasn't here to exchange insults. Pitch didn't do insults. She fought, won, and left. Whitley raised her hands and threw darts of flaming agony at me. They were tiny, impossible to dodge and duck. I didn't try, just stood there while they all were swept away by an invisible wind. They didn't even spark blue. Good. Zack was following my instructions. He came in at my left, keeping 10 feet between us precisely. I turned and ran back to my cloak, barely glancing at Zack in passing. But what I saw made me smile. He wore all black as I'd requested, had a mask over his face, and had sprayed his hair black beneath the black beneath the black beneath the black beneath the black-brimmed hat. That made him look like a Darksider. No one would see the blue in his eyes unless they looked carefully. While I settled my cloak once more around my shoulders, Ian came forward to fight with Zack. I'd seen Zack fight in tourneys. But this was different. Zack used the absolute minimum effort. Brutal, efficient, like a professional mercenary who was paid according to how quickly he could put down his opponent, not how flashy and showy he could make it. He wasn't bad. I ran back towards Whitley. Black ribbons swirled around me, 50 feet long, waving in the air, thicker around my cloak. I swirled it, hefting its weight while I stretched out my arms, snapping the ribbons with an ear-shattering crack. I'd gone through a big ribbon phase when I was 14, but Poppy didn't like doing ribbons because either she wasn't good at them or she thought they were too whimsical, too ridiculous, and we had to be terrifying and cruel. True enough, but there was nothing wrong with being fun as well. I sent the streams of what looked like silk but were actually polypropylene sheets as sharp as knives into the group in front of me. Zack disappeared in a puff of black smoke before he was pierced, but I caught Jackson, gripping his arm and flipping him upside down, leaving a stripe of red on his arm while the ribbon came back. Ian fared a little better. He spun and leapt out of the way, only getting flicked on his leg by a ribbon. Whitley held back, her own cloak rippling around her. She kept it like that with magic. It was a waste of energy. For me, the bond between myself and my cloak was energy. Me soaking up the energy I'd poured into it during months of careful molding. Good that she was bothering to expend energy on something as silly as making her cloak wave. She threw a herder at me. I had my hood closed, my mask down, and I walked through the blue explosions and bright metal shrapnel without flinching. This was the part where the pain inside helped, because I could take anything anyone threw at me without backing down, without letting the aching burning stop me. It still hurt. Of course it hurt. Of course it hurt. Of course it hurt, but Pitch didn't feel pain. Not when she was pain. I kept walking through the herder while my bones ached. My skin sang from the pain. It had been very nicely put together. I stepped out of the clouds of smoke, and there was Whitley, coming at me with a big knife. Small sword kind of thing. Interesting. I stepped out of my cloak with my mask still on and met her, sliding beneath her first swipe and putting 2 strikes into her body before she swiped her nails across my neck, a poison in them that acted immediately. I powdered the cuts with one hand while I threw a shiny powder into her eyes and kicked her arm. Hard. It snapped, and then Jackson was on me. His teeth sharp and glowing while he seemed to shift into a jackal. I'd never fought a mage who was using his full powers before. I closed my eyes and could feel his magic gathering, the energy that I was no match for. I waited until he released it before turning into ash and smoke, dissolving around him while he moved like lead, his magic as slow as he was. The energy of his strike headed for Whitley, while I spun a kick to his head, dislocating his jaw before I moved in, striking his kidneys, his throat. Then I was out of range of both him and Whitley. I withdrew into my cloak while I watched the field. Ian was putting up a noble fight against Zack, but Zack was pounding him into the ground. Literally, with these mechanical hammers that I stared at for too long. Whitley had healed Jackson, but she herself had caught some of the mage fire meant for me, so she didn't look too fabulous. No one looked great at the end of a tourney. Not a real one. I pulled a herder out of my lead belt and rolled it in my fingers before I leapt. My cloak spread around me, forming amorphous steps that were all pitch needed. I was ash and smoke as I climbed up, ribbons unspooling from my wrists. I leapt from 20 feet up, knife ribbons swirling around me until I landed on Jackson, spooling my ribbons around Whitley. She threw a herder at me, but I threw my herder at it, and the impact, instead of exploding into something interesting, got wrapped up in a swirl of sparkles that I walked through, towards Whit, pulling her in with the ribbons while she sliced at them with her knife. Witches weren't supposed to have swords. She was actually quite good with it. When I turned to ashes and slipped around her, she managed to cut me across the stomach. My suit automatically closed up over it, applying pressure while I continued to batter Whitley. I broke her wrist, the one with the sword, and she dropped it. But she grabbed it with her left hand and came up with a beautiful thrust that, if I hadn't floated around, would have completely skewered me. She wanted to kill me, not defeat me. It wasn't the first time a witch had wanted me dead. I yanked her head back, my grip on her hair as I dragged her backward, over the ground to my cloak. I released her and spun into the rippling depths. I flung my hands forward, throwing out the chained manacles with spikes that pinned her wrists to the ground, and then another set on her ankles, over her boots. She couldn't move without spearing herself with the spiked manacles, and she couldn't have escaped anyway. They were pretty nasty things I'd seen in a tourney up north. I'd always considered them too cruel to use, but this was going to take some time, and I needed her to stay where I wanted her. I threw a herder at Jackson when he staggered to his feet. When I checked, Zack stood over Ian, relaxed, his posture the perfect ready position of a paid mercenary. "Good!" I stepped out of my cloak and sat on Whitley's stomach. She opened her mouth to say something scathing, while her hands flickered with blue flames that she couldn't direct at me. People started yelling from the bleachers, and I vaguely noticed Drake and Penny standing, staring at this unusual tourney ending. This is the part where you relinquish your mages. "Get off me!" she screamed at me, but I punched her, cracking her jaw. Relinquish your mages. Accept defeat. Ian came up with a roar and a shower of gold sparks that threw Zack across the field like a rag doll. I came off Whitley in a smooth motion as I went towards the mage, circling him, careful to stay between him and his witch. Golden sunbursts shot towards me, and I moved with them. Smoke and ashes as I danced with the energy, sending some back, others into the earth or sky. But then he was on me, a completely competent tourney mage, one who was fast, too fast and strong, much too strong to be an ordinary mage. I fought him, feeling my bones break when his force met mine. I smiled at him. Finally, a worthy opponent for pitch. I laughed as he brought out a flaming sword, and I got to dance with that as well as his sparklers. How many times he cut me I couldn't remember, but it didn't matter because I was smoke and ash, and I hit him with the force of pain, and I hit him with the force of pain, and he had a lot of pain. I stirred it inside him, the pain and fear that he held so close inside his heart. A plethora of naked women suddenly sprang around us, not naked, dressed in a scandalous bunny suit, holograms that looked so unbelievably real. She was Penny, long strawberry blonde hair flowing around her while she danced around Ian, so incredibly brisk I almost put my fist through her. I turned and saw Zack once more on his feet, at least for a second before he tackled Jackson, who was making his way to Wit. I was going to kill him. But first, Ian. I slipped around him, dislocated his elbow, stole his sword, and knocked him out with the hilt. I walked through the prancing penny lanes toward Zack, Ian's sword flaring in my hand. I was going to kill him. This wasn't a pitch tourney. It was a jubilee. A burlesque. I hit Zack, landing on him and punching him hard enough to knock him out before I whirled around, Ian's fire sword flickering wildly as I held it at Jackson's chest. He put up his hands in defeat. I slipped around him, sword at his throat, dragging him back past Wit. I kicked her in the head, a precise point that knocked her out as I continued. Seething. Penny Lane was still frolicking around on the field like a bunny. I was going to kill Zack. But first, Jackson. I whispered into his ear. You smell like fear. Don't worry, Jackson. I won't kill you, not right away. I made my way back to my cloak and slipped into it, leaving bodies on the field, the crowd utterly silent while Penny Lane frolicked. I dragged Jackson and over the field, throwing herders that filled the air with thick smoke that wasn't bad to breathe, but obscured vision beautifully. Arietti stood waiting for me. The Penny Lane outfit changed into a black bodysuit and her black hair and black lipstick. I stepped out of the cloak, stumbling forward into her before I straightened, still holding Jackson even though I could feel it, could feel the connection to him once I'd won and Whitley lost. I gestured to the cloak and ducked into the underground rooms where witches got ready for tourneys. I stumbled down the hall, still hauling Jackson until I got to a room where no one would see us. Bitter Bliss, Chapter 30. I threw him against the wall. He slid down, but his eyes still focused when he opened them. Good. I leapt on him, grabbed his hair, and pulled his head back so he could see me, so I could look into his eyes and he could look into his eyes and he could look in mine. No, I had my protective glasses on. I pulled them off and smiled at him. Jackson, you belong to me. He thrashed, kicking his legs out, but I only came down hard, snapping the left tibia beneath his knee. He gasped, but didn't say anything. No words? I slammed his head against the brick wall, painted white. The whole place was white. So nice to make my black really stand out. I stroked his cheek, his jaw, his throat. You know what I want to hear. You know that you're going to feel more pain than you've ever imagined before. I don't mind if you resist, Jackson, not even a little bit. I've been looking forward to this for a long time. He pulled out a thin knife and managed to get it into my side, but I only laughed and slammed his wrist, snapping bones before I pulled out the knife, dripping red blood. The suit closed around the wound, holding back the blood. I sliced through his clothing, jacket, shirt, to the skin beneath. I hesitated for a moment in the billowing waves of darkness. It was too easy to hurt Jackson. I didn't have to be that person, pitch, pain. But then I remembered Poppy and the anger and darkness filled me past thought. I slipped the thin blade beneath his skin and peeled it back, his screams echoing around me off the walls, beautifully, like sweet music to my dark soul. Sing, Jackson. Sing again. His eyes rolled back in his head for a moment. I rolled the skin over and pressed my hands on his stomach, pulling out enough pain and hurting that he woke up. He groaned, and his pale face went paler after he looked down at his chest. What do you want? Tell me about her, Jackson. Tell me when she drove in your car. Tell me what you did to her, how you hurt her so I can hurt you. You're crazy. She said you were crazy, but no one sees it. No one but me. They think you're something sweet and pretty, human and good. You can't skin me. You can't skin me. You can't kill me even if you own me. There are rules. I cocked my head as I studied him. I can't skin you, but I was so looking forward to a pair of Magiskin gloves. I slid the knife under his skin and rolled up another 2 inches. He screamed and I laughed, but my stomach twisted. He gasped, eyes enormous and unfocused. He was going to pass out again soon. I knew lit up. Mitch and I went to Turney's to see her. He had a thing for her. It didn't take a lot to get to lit. All we had to do was hate you. He smiled malevolently and jerked forward to headbutt me, but I slammed his head against the wall and took another 2 inches of his skin. He passed out again. My hands were shaking as I pressed his stomach, pulling out pain and healing him enough so he wouldn't bleed out. He opened his eyes and shuddered heavily. "What do you want?" "Tell me about Lit. Tell me everything you said to her, what she said to you, what you did to ruin her." He shook his head, keeping his eyes shut. "She talked about you. That's what Mitch wanted her to talk about. He wanted to know everything about you, every little detail. We didn't realize at first that Mitch worked for someone who wanted you for his own pet. She talked about how you dressed animals and protected them, but you couldn't protect her. Not from yourself. She talked about the rages, but that didn't bother her so much as the betrayal. Some Darksider you trusted more than her. He poisoned you and you believed she did it instead. And then in the tourneys, the way you always took center stage, first place. Never let anyone else shine." He shook his head, tired. "I saw that last tourney. You gave her no respect, no dignity, no sign of the years you spent as partners. It didn't matter. She never betrayed you in spite of what you did to her. When Mitch pushed her to tell him where you lived, to tell your secrets, she refused. He owned her by then. She owned him, but not so deeply. He was going to force her. Instead, she disappeared, died. You killed her. Don't deny it. She came to you and you killed her. But she never betrayed you." I picked up the knife, cut through his skin, and put the point at his throat. I didn't kill her. Her mage broke her. She came home to make me watch her die. Her mage, he hurt her. His eyes fluttered closed, eyelashes pale and long, reminding me of Lulu after she died. I struggled in the roaring ocean of darkness, despair, anger, but it swept over me, pulling me down. The point of the knife pierced his skin until a drop of red welled up and trailed down his beautiful skin. Pitch hurt Poppy. Not me, but I'm Pitch. I've always been Pitch until I had Revere take me apart and seal her away, until Zack broke her free, a physical manifestation of energy, my darkness. My hand jerked another gouge in his neck so it bled openly. I dropped the knife and pressed my hand to it like I could push the blood back. But I could put. I owned him. He belonged to me and I could heal him as easily as I ripped him apart. I pulled the pain out of him, pulling it long and hard until his stomach was a pink swath of new flesh. Dizziness hit me hard and sudden. Healing after a tourney, what kind of an idiot was I? So many kinds. He opened his eyes and stared at me, his eyes aware, clenching and unclenching his fists, as if deciding what he could do. He moved suddenly, shoving sideways into Darkside and leaving me alone with a quickly receding Pitch and a roll of bloody mage skin. I inhaled, shuddering, as I knelt on the cold floor, dirty beneath my white fingers, powdery, pink streaked from blood. The smell of ashes and dust filled my nose. I wiped it on my arm, and it came back red. My nose was broken, also most of my face. So many gashes. I dragged myself upright and staggered out of the room. I'd prepared a different room with everything I'd need. I had to walk. I dragged along one foot, bent awkwardly. Pitch was leaking out of me, dripping away with each drop of blood, leaving me alone with the pain. Poppy falling. I staggered into a wall and blinked at it for a second before I realized what it was. I ran my hand along it, leaving a long streak of blood and ashes. Such a delightful tourney. The mage. Poppy had his symbol carved into her wrist, like I'd carved my name into Drake. Poppy, laughing as she chased me through the woods, running faster and faster, arms stretched out to catch the wind. My hands slamming her back in the wide tourney field, the audience on their feet screaming while she rolled over and over until she came to a stop. I had to win. Pitch always had to win. No penny. I shook my head to clear it. There was the door. I put my face on it. Drake. Drake was carved into my shoulder. What would he think of me after such a glorious victory? What would he think of Pitch? Empathy. He liked my empathy, didn't he? Empathy. When I was little, I didn't understand how Poppy could light something on fire because it always hurt me. Hurting others hurt me. Hurting others hurt me. I couldn't inflict any pain that I didn't feel. Not only feel, experience in a physically manifest way. Pitch's injuries, her pain, that was one side of the coin. The other was empathy. I felt every pain Pitch gave as well as everything she received. I opened the door with my hand, slick from blood, and staggered inside the white room. The tub full of a milky substance would help. My left tibia snapped and I fell to the floor while cuts opened on my body. Cuts and burns, then the head wounds I'd inflicted. I'd almost made it to the tub too. Pitch? I opened my eyes and saw him. He was beautiful. Brown hair like bark on a tree, deep blue eyes like a perfect November sky, and his smile somehow tender and wild at the same time. He must be Peter Pan, and I was his most recent lost boy, and that's why he picked me up and carried me to the enormous tub full of milk. He dropped me in. I came up sputtering and thrashing. This wasn't the right way. Was this Mitch Poppy's mage? Was he going to kill me? He shoved me forward, pressing against the back of my neck while he undid the black, bumpy, awesome suit. I twisted to poke out his eyes, but he grabbed my hands, holding them down as if I were a kitten, a weak, bald kitten. The suit kept the blood inside my body. I could feel the wounds I'd gotten from Wit, Ian Jackson. And they were going to bleed a lot. I'd started shaking. I couldn't fight the mage off like this, not after a tourney. I gave up resisting him. If he wanted to skin me, I wouldn't mind. I deserved it. Why couldn't I let Poppy win? I lost consciousness for a few minutes as all the blows I'd taken, all the chemicals I'd inhaled, all the magic I'd absorbed hit me. I didn't have anything left. Not after I'd healed Jackson. When I came to, sick, dizzy, feverish and aching, the mage was still there, his hands around my neck as he held me in the tub, water pink from my blood. His eyes burned into me, and then he ripped me apart. I arched and screamed as the scent of marshmallows surrounded me. He'd searched me for magic. What a jerk! I'd never felt like that before. All of my weaknesses compounding and me without magic, protection spell, or anything else. The world was waves of darkness and despair that flowed over me, through me, drowning me. After my tourneys, Poppy would take care of me. Lit Up didn't suffer after tourneys, so it wasn't a big deal for Poppy to spray me down under something that neutralized all the chemicals, powder me up, and wrap me in a warm blanket while I went into shock, wrapping her arms around me and rocking when it got particularly bad. I should have let her win, just once. The mage yanked my arms up, pulling off the top half of my suit, then my legs. I curled in on myself, resting my head on the edge of the tub, lowering my face until my burning cheek was in the milky liquid. I watched the liquid in the tub turn darker pink. My shivering sent quivering waves over the surface. Peter Pan shoved my head down and then pulled me back up, hauling me onto a cement surface. Maybe he was going to sacrifice me to his strange gods. I gasped as he slid fire over my stomach. Not fire. Healers that would stop me from bleeding out in the bathwater. Too bad. It would be nice. Death by Pink. As soon as he took his hands off me, stopped holding me down, I curled up in a ball while I shook so hard I thought I'd vibrate myself off the bench. When he came back, he started rubbing his hands all over me, not seeming to notice that I was a naked female. I didn't feel like a naked female. I felt like raw pain surrounded by his blue sparks that sank deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper into me. He was doing something, but I didn't care. I couldn't care when everything was pain, fear, hopelessness. I screamed and then remembered something about not wanting anyone to know I was Pitch and bit my arm, screaming into my skin before Peter Pan pulled my arm away from my teeth. No one will hear you scream. I knew that voice. Zack. Why was he wearing Peter Pan's face? Not Zack. He couldn't see me like this. He'd ripped apart my protection spell so he could heal me, but different from Drake. This burned and ached and pushed and pulled. I passed out again as a bright pain hit my head exactly where I'd kicked Wit's temple. I woke up alone on a concrete bench. I ached everywhere. But that wasn't the worst part. Fear spread through me, worse than the most terrifying car ride in the world. I was fear. Shivering, pathetic, weak, goopy fear that couldn't move, couldn't fight, could only quiver and wait to be put out of its misery. I'm sorry, Poppy, I whispered. A slightly scratchy orange plaid blanket dropped over me. It smelled of cats and birds when I pressed my face into the fabric. I'm not, Poppy. Zack grabbed my face, twisting my neck so I had to look at him. He was still beautiful, unearthly, sculpted face, all angles and lines like a maze I could be lost in forever. I'm your Zack, and you are my Penny. I felt a sharp ache on my hip, opposite my shoulder where Drake had marked me, and then a sudden aching relief as his strong, warm arms held me tight. I circled his wrist with my hand. But the scar was even thicker, bumpy like a caterpillar. Zack was Peter Pan, and now we shared a bond. I would have had more thoughts about that, but the relief of having him there, sharing my fear, was so great that I could only sob and cling to him like the big wet rag of terror I was. Through the terror, it took a long time to notice him working on my hair, tugging on it over and over and over again until goopy strands of black dripped from my hair down to the floor. I kept a hold on his body, my head on his thigh while his hands ran through my hair, somehow getting out the pitch without my special lotions. Zack had found me and was taking care of me. I really, really didn't want him to know that I was Pitch, because he was a fan, and fans were rabid. They didn't want to know you and hang out with you, but they wanted pieces of you to hang on their walls. To him, Pitch wasn't a person. She was an ideal, a statue to be worshipped or ravaged when she disappointed you. Seeing me like this, he must be disappointed. All that admiration and obsession would turn to hate. Zack, go away! I'm Pitch. I command you to go away. I barely whimpered. But he pulled my hair harder, clearly hearing me. He didn't answer, only kept working on my stupid hair. I should cut it all off. Poppy hadn't ever cut her hair. We'd promised to never cut our hair. Poppy hadn't poisoned me? Could it have been Signor? There was no one else. I didn't care if Poppy poisoned me. She could poison me every day if she only came back and held me while the world turned to fear and pain. He picked me up and took me back to the milk tub. He dropped me and I sank for a long time, liquid pressing on my eyelids, my lips. I wanted to inhale it so I wouldn't feel any more pain, fear, so much fear. He dragged me up, his hand around the back of my neck as he pulled me through the milky fluid, up to the fluorescent light that hung above us. He stared at me for a long time while I blinked liquid out of my eyes and breathed. Go away, I tried again. His lips twisted and he grabbed my face. Penny, you belong to me. Penny, Pitch, all of you. I'm not going anywhere. I squeezed my eyes tight. No, I'm Pitch, or Penny, not both. I can't be both. His hands ran over my face, my eyelids beneath his careful thumbs. I gasped as my face split open. Had I done that to someone? Had I done that to someone? I couldn't remember. If I was still coming apart, then I still had a very long way to go. Why is this happening? I already healed you. So much healing. You owe me all kinds of favors already. I hit him, my fist weak, and he caught it in his hand. I'm Pitch. I own you. No favors. I told you I don't need you. Go away. He snorted and squeezed my fist in his. Warm. Everything else was so cold. I own you. You're never going to suffer alone again. I would have argued, but the world became white-hot pain. I screamed a lot. The pain faded after some time, leaving me blinking up at Zach, who tugged my hair harder like he resented my pain. I swallowed down the panic that wasn't entirely tourney-related. You marked me yours. You can't do that. I didn't ask you to. As if I asked you to cut me. What is going on with you? How do I fix it? His hands were gentle on my face and hair, but his voice low, harsh. I chewed on my lip while panic crept up on me. I wasn't going to come back from Pitch for a long time while the fear ripped me apart. I was at Zach's mercy. I turned my head to look up at him, his face beautiful, eyes alight, lips and jaw tight, while he focused on my hair, not looking at me. It was like he wanted to get rid of Pitch as soon as possible. Go away, Zach. You can't fix it. You can't fix me. I'm the kind of mess no one can fix. Why are you here? You weren't supposed to see this part. He scowled, the only thing familiar about him. Yeah, waffles. This is more fun for me. He was so angry. Had I ever seen so much anger? I couldn't remember. I touched his face with my fingers, leaving trail of pink. Are you okay? He stared at me, his hands heavy on my head. Tell me, Penny, does this always happen after tourneys? I smiled wanly. Aren't I awesome? I channel all the pain and turn into ashes and smoke, but afterwards the fear and empathy rip me apart. I'll be fine in a few hours. Hours? I wrinkled my nose. I'm sorry. If you have somewhere else to go, by all means, leave. Please go. You'd rather have Drake? I gasped and trembled while I struggled to hang on to consciousness. No, not Drake. Promise me, Zach. Swear you won't get Drake. He cannot know about Pitch. He cannot know about Pitch. He can't know that I'm... I trailed off as I spasmed and turned into liquid fire. I bit down on my bottom lip, closed my eyes tight, and hung onto Zach while fear swept through me. I clung to him, crying, sobbing, shaking like a tree in a hurricane. He froze, hand on my hair while the worst fear I'd ever felt ate off my face, pulled out my intestines, and trawled around with them through endless swamps of despair. Whatever. I'd been through this before, without Poppy, without anyone, Revere throwing a blanket over me in the back of the van while he drove me home, a quivering mess that would stay in the van until I could walk out like a practically normal person. No problem. But now I screamed, turning my head and burrowing beneath Zach's shirt to his skin. My scream turned into something weird, dreamlike in the dim light of his shirt. His skin warm against my face, tears and sweat mingling between us while I hid in my makeshift Zach womb. Hours. Hours and hours and hours of what seemed like forever while I went through rounds of absolute terror and spent exhaustion. I had my face on his stomach while he slumped back against the wall, presumably, the world a dim haze of his skin, his shirts laundry soap and cinnamon cookies. French toast sprinkled with sugar and drizzled with honey. I was hungry. I nibbled on his skin, and the taste of cinnamon spilled over my tongue. He pulled away from me like he'd been shocked, and his shirt came up, leaving me unprotected from the cruel, bitter world. At least the grim and bleak room with the fluorescent bulbs above us. Pink tub still full, white liquid dripping from the faucet into it with a plop. Plop. And Zach still wearing his Peter Pan face that was really, really attractive to me for some reason. I sat up, tugging on the orange blanket until it covered my shoulders. My hair was a nest, I could tell, half dried, half damp from drying stuck under Zach's shirt, but at least not coated in pitch. I fingered it instead of looking at him, kind of hard to do when I was sitting on his lap. Naked. You're blushing? Does that mean you're finished with the fun stuff? I shivered and tightened the blanket around my shoulders. His butt was probably completely numb from sitting on the cement for so long. I closed my eyes tight because I couldn't think about that kind of thing, body parts, the fact that I had them, that Zach had completely seen all of mine. Can you please take off the face? He laughed, a short bark that buzzed with anger. I pulled away and turned, but he had a hand on my hip, bare skin against bare skin, and I couldn't seem to get away from him. Oh, the mark, on my hip, that he was touching. My mind jerked and stuttered, trying to form coherent thoughts around the panic that wasn't anything like the irrational fear, but still not pleasant. Take your hand off me. This hand? He squeezed, fingers digging into my flesh while I gasped because I could feel him, feel his anger and his control. His energy sank through my hip and into the center core of me. He held me in that hand, all of me, and he wasn't going to let go. I slumped against him because I had absolutely zero energy for freaking out, and I'd freaked out. So there I was, drooling on his shirt while his anger swirled around me, along with the scent of freshly baked cookies. I'm hungry, I finally said. I added Master Peter Pants, which made no sense, but it might irritate him. He stiffened up. What do you want? Was all he said, though. Cookies. Fresh baked bread, hot soup, the thick spicy kind with lots of chickens and other things. Mushrooms and anchovies. Those are in soup, right? I don't know what anchovies are, a fire and a blanket. Oh, already have the blanket. A fire in a fireplace. A cat on my lap that smells like sunshine. We used to have a cat, didn't have a tail. Poppy lit it on fire. Revere chopped off the burnt end. I held the cat while he did it. Can you see the scars on my arms? Revere's such a good spellmaster. I think he either healed me perfectly or hid the scars away forever. I pressed my face against his chest, trying to breathe. Trying to stop breathing, wanting to be fine, but I wasn't. Not quite. You're not done? I shuddered as a wave of pain went through me, and I felt hands on my throat until I couldn't breathe. Zach grabbed my face and pulled me upright, staring at me until I lost consciousness, my head balanced on his palm. I woke up on a very soft mattress. So soft and white, like clouds billowing around me. I stretched and felt something warm against my back. It purred and rubbed against me. A cat. I sat up and then winced because I ached from my toes to the top of my head. I opened and closed my fists, frowning at my broken nails. I had 2 lovely long nails left. The rest were jagged stumps. They'd been so nice. I chewed on the remaining 2 while I scratched the cat and stared into the flames dancing in the fireplace. I didn't recognize it, or the cat. This was probably a weird hallucination or dream. I looked around the room and noticed a figure sitting in the shadows out of the firelight, elbow propped on the chair's arm. I inhaled sharply. His name is Peanut, and he would snuggle a zombie. I blinked at Zach. He stood up and came towards me, his pace slow, precise, dangerous. When he stepped into the firelight, it was Zach, the regular one, not the Peter Pan version. I exhaled. Maybe that whole thing had been the dream. Maybe he hadn't actually seen my whole thing. Maybe he didn't know I was Pitch. He lifted up a handful of brownish, creamy, oozing stuff, Is this for your gloves? Jackson's skin. I inhaled and felt nauseous. No, I wasn't going to throw up. Yep, I totally was. I dove for the edge of the white cloud thing and threw up onto the cement floor. It tasted like blood and bile. Nice. I straightened and ran my hands over my own stomach. It felt delicate, tender, but wasn't missing. If you take all the pain you give, maybe you should stop hurting people for fun. I ran a shaky hand over my face and then pulled the fat, orange cat onto my lap and put my face against his head. He smelled like sunshine. But it's so fun. How did you get a fireplace into the dungeon? Magic. It's something I have a lot of. So pitch is a physical manifestation of your energy, what you have so much of in place of magic. It was only when I was fighting with you that I put the pieces together, all those tourneys, and I never realized that pitch never uses a drop of magic. Your tech must be incredible. You're going to show me it. All of it. All of those years Lit was the one with the magic. But even without her, you won. Impressive. Actually, more than impressive, kind of awe-inspiring. Knowing that you paid in pain every victory sort of makes me realize how insane you really are, pursuing that kind of torment to win when you clearly never cared about the fame. I stroked Peanut and pulled away long enough to watch him blink barely slit open eyes before he purred louder and nudged my hand, encouraging me to continue to maul him with love. It was Poppy's idea. It was fun, riding in the back of the van with her, planning our choreography, designing costumes, and coming up with names, super cool names, pitch black, and lit up. We were going to be awesome. You were? I shrugged and glanced up at him. But now you know it was all a lie. All the awesome dissolves into revolting fear and helplessness. You hate me, don't you? He studied me for a long time. I do. I really, really do. That's why I brought you so much food.
Bitter Bliss, Chapter 31. Saturday morning, I paced outside Lilac Stories. I looked at the message again. I love you so much. Heart. X. Oh, I had to go celebrate with Pitch and Zach. See you later, Drakey Wakey. Somehow it looked worse seeing it written out than when she said it out loud. She should have celebrated with me. I mean, if she was going to hang out with Zach and Pitch, who were together, wouldn't it make sense if I were there too? Like a double date? Everything last night had been surreal, from Penny's hysterical and genuinely irritating chatter to completely dreamlike when Zach distracted Ian with multiple holograms of Penny Lane dancing around in her bunny suit. Pitch hadn't taken that well. Somehow I couldn't see her taking Zach out to get waffles after knocking him unconscious and abandoning him on the field as she dragged Jackson away. Poor Jackson. Maybe Zach was out trying to put the pieces of Jackson together. Maybe Penny was the one ripping him apart. She should have called me after Pitch hurt her. I'd been waiting for her call all night while working on business, checking mergers and accounts instead of going off to war somewhere. The door opened and Zach came out. He nodded at me and headed down the hall. You coming, Drakey Wakey? I glanced at the door, then swung around and followed him. There was something different about him today, sharper, more focused and dangerous. Pitch and I have broken up. Oh, do you want to go drink or kill something? He laughed, the sound bright and metallic. Maybe later. First we need to talk about Penny. Pitch gave her my bond. So she can disappear mysteriously without worrying about the guilt, what her darling little mage is up to and all that. After that whole drama, I broke Penny's protection spell so I could heal her. You know how Pitch gets so into that Sam thing. I'll miss that. You broke her protection spell. You could have called me. He shrugged, his back towards me as he walked. This was more fun. You know how Penny gets when she's healed, all soft and weak, vulnerable. While she was asleep, I cut her good and deep. I stopped walking while I stared at his back, his shoulders stiff and ready. Are you trying to get me to kill you? Zach, don't joke about Penny. She's mine, He stopped walking, staring away from me before he spun around, his eyes bright like blue lightning. You marry Penny before a month is over, and I'll give you her bond. You'll be the only mage with a piece of Penny. She'll still own me and Ian Jackson, too, if we ever find the other pieces of him, but you'll be the only one who owns her. All you have to do is convince her to marry you before the month is out. What do you think, Drake? Sound fair? I lunged forward and grabbed his lapels, yanking him close to me. You don't cut a witch while she's sleeping and vulnerable, weak and defenseless. He grabbed my hands and sent a shock through them that made me release him. He straightened his jacket and grinned at me, a jackal's smile. You don't. I'm not letting any other witch have a piece of me without reciprocation, even if that witch is an adorable little bunny like Penny Lane. Just for fun, I'll throw in a secret about her for your wedding present. One you really want to know. Maybe two. So many adorable secrets about Penny Lane. Favorite color, favorite way to eat anchovies, favorite way to skin a mage. I went up to him, close but not touching him. Green flickered around him. He smelled like her so strongly. Did you kiss her? He stared at me. You know, I think I did before the tourney. For luck, I kissed her cheek. Such smooth cheeks, at least before Pitch got to her. He ran a hand through his hair, a trembling hand that still bore the bruises of last night's tourney. He hadn't healed himself, just her. Penny is okay. He grinned at me. I wouldn't say that. She's a little bit upset that I own her, that I broke her protection spell again. What about the fear? He stared at me, taking his time answering. The fear? It seemed worse the last time, when you broke her spell, when the Creagh attacked. She has a fear curse of some kind. It's what powers her protection spell. He nodded eventually. Ah, that fear. The back seat being too close to the windshield fear. That's a strange curse to have. Have you tried to break it? I shrugged. If a spellmaster can't break it, what are my odds? It's not like you've had much incentive. Her clinging to you during every car ride, holding you every time she sees a horror movie like she can't live without you. He shrugged. Not my problem. Not until February 16th. You could get married for Valentine's. That's a romantic idea. Why do you want me to marry her, Zach? He turned halfway and leaned against the wall, exhausted but still burning with anger. Pitch had hurt him, and he had made Penny pay. If she ever touches Lester again, I'll kill him. She owns Ian. He's already in lust with her. If he owns her, he'll do what he does best. What about you? What are you going to do to her, Zach? I don't know, he finally answered, straightening up. I'll give you a month. Good luck. I stared at the exhausted, miserable, spent mage who was staying on his feet through force of will and a not small amount of anger. I should have killed him. I would probably, but after he'd gotten some rest and was in his right mind. Penny owned Ian. I'd half planned that, but the reality left a bitter taste in my mouth. Zach owned her. He'd taken her without her permission.